coast to coast, but this event, GridLife Chicagoland, takes us to our hometown just west of Chicago, Illinois. Welcome to round 7 of 9 of the 2025 GridLife season at Autobahn Country Club. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Alex Moss for a full 3-day weekend here as we take a look at the Autobahn Country Club circuit. We're on the South Course here this weekend, which we're really excited to be on for another consecutive year. We used to track up and do the North Course one day, the full course another day, and the South Course a different day, but it's all South Course all the time. Alex, welcome aboard. It's been a little while since we've had you on the broadcast, but you stepped in and you're going to be with us most of the weekend in the GridLife Track Battle Championship, so really pleased to have you back. I know you're also running our GridLife GT category this weekend as well.
Yeah, good to be here. Excited to come back and talk through some of this track battle stuff.
Yeah, really excited to get on course here. This is the first session of the weekend, so drivers just got out of their drivers' meetings here this morning and are making their first laps around this 2.1 mile, 15-turn course. And Autobahn Country Club, it's another Alan Wilson designed racetrack, and it's got a lot of character that is very similar to Carolina Motorsports Park and some other tracks that he's built. So it's really flat, Alex, but it's a very technical circuit, and drivers really seem to like driving here. It's a fun place to drive.
Yeah, I love this track. It's one of my favorites for like a track layout perspective. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got some short, tight digs. It's got some pretty high-speed bravery corners. And then if you look at sort of turn 6, there's some technical aspects to it as well, where it's a little bit tricky to pick the right line and get it just right.
It's Dariusz Latvi in the MX-5 Miata making his way around here for the first laps of the day, and jumping over the curbs here. That's another topic of conversation, is the curbing and rumble strips are pretty big around here, but you can vault some of them. And heading into these last few corners especially, you're carrying a lot of speed through here. And then onto this relatively short front straightaway, which will be a topic of discussion when we get to the wheel-to-wheel stuff later. But what are the keys to finding speed around this racetrack?
I think when you're looking to try and get lap time out of here, one of the most important things is turn 4 and 5, managing to keep the minimum speeds up through those turns. Those are the bravery corners. Then towards, after the front straight's pretty short, but there's a longer back straight that is just after Patience, with a couple of chicanes back there, and maintaining speed through those chicanes, hopping the curbs, like you say, and getting that right without going off is going to be important as well.
So there's a handful of cars on track that we'll chat with, primarily going to be the Club SC cars. And Club SC stands for Club Slow Car. It used to be what we would call Sunday Cup, but these cars are 25-to-1 power to weight. Not this car in particular. That's a Falcon Club TR car with the gray stickers on it. But Club SC is really the primary category that we're seeing here in this session. And it's all about carrying momentum and carrying speed. And it's been a really competitive category this weekend, but one of the drivers returning to competition at Club SC is Mike Jensen in the number 156. Now, he has typically run his Honda Civic with us all season long, but he ran a BMW M3, I believe, at Lime Rock Park, and he's back to running his Civic here, kind of hoping to lock up the championship. He's got 95 points, and another perfect round would pretty much make him untouchable here as far as the season title goes.
Yeah, looks like looking at the scores that he's had throughout the events, he's been very consistent. Looks like a couple of second places, a couple of first places, and that consistency is what wins championships. You don't necessarily have to go and dominate every event, but you have to not have any of those bad events to come to the top of the championship.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times, championships are won on your worst day. How far back is your worst event? Of course, if you do more than 4 events, then you sort of average yourself out because you drop those events that are lower than your best. But Sam Dooling is here this weekend helping us out in tech as always, but he should be on track in his number 370 Honda Fit as well. But getting a great look there at a Ford Fiesta that is running in the Club TR category. I believe that's Mario Kanga in the 210 car. And we don't see a ton of Fiestas in Club TR, but it's an interesting platform we haven't seen a ton of, and I think they're great lightweight, high-performance cars, but maybe a tall center of gravity. This one's an ST, so you get that turbocharger as well.
Yep, they are a tall center of gravity. We saw that one freewheeling pretty good off the curbs there. I'm not sure if that's because he hopped the curbs or if it's because just the nature of the car. But they do have a tall center of gravity. They do like to lift that inside rear wheel, but looks like he's having some fun out there.
Yeah, and of course, getting a look at there for a moment at the 370 of Sam Dooling, who's currently leading in Club SC. See the purple there are your class leaders. So we'll keep an eye on those as we make our way through. It's Sam Dooling, 5th quickest of anyone in this this first heat of the day in Falcon Club SC, so that's really strong considering he's out there with cars that have much more horsepower.
Yeah, 143, that's a pretty good time, I think. That's pretty quick. I see there was a time out there, 132. What car is running 132?
I'm not exactly sure yet. I did, before we tipped away from the overall ticker, I didn't catch a look at it, but there's the 886 car. That's another Club TR car that is Owen behind the wheel of that car. And that's a name I'm actually not familiar with, but I believe he's relatively new this weekend to competition here in GridLife. And the answer to that, I had my entry list pulled up here a moment ago, but it's Caleb Owen in a Scion FRS. And that's in standard sort of Falcon Club TR trim. We see the twins a lot, the BRZs, the FRSs, the GT or GR86s. It's a great platform. Of course, we've also seen, again, you're allowed to do engine swaps in this category. We've seen a lot of FA24 swaps into these cars, which is getting more and more popular, which is the newer engine from the second generation car, but bolts right up to the first generation chassis, and it gives you a little bit more horsepower and torque and a little reliability to boot.
Yep, power band very similar to a K-swap. So where the K-swaps are common in a lot of other platforms and were common in those first-gen BRZs before the FA24 came along, I think the FA24 is the ticket now for those first gens. Yeah, and Club TR is such a fun class. It's made for those track rats. It's made for your typical, track day car that wants to move into competition. Has become an extremely competitive class, extremely fierce battles, and some excellent driving, some excellent builds in it.
And someone who is a subscriber to these cars, I have my own in the parking lot behind me. I have to say, from a visual perspective, he's done all the things. The better looking headlights, the newer taillights, all the things that make it look really good. Here's a look at a car that we haven't seen in a little while. That's Lennon Radcliffe in a Toyota Corolla, and he's been very successful this year. We haven't seen him since Road Atlanta, make that Mid-Ohio sports car course. Was up in the top 5, but he was leading one event where he ended up having a DQ for popping the dyno, but it wasn't by a lot. And there he is in the 116, that Toyota Corolla. An interesting platform to choose here for that Club SC category. You see a lot of Honda Fits, but less of the other sort of cars like Mike Jansen's Honda Civic. But lower profile, I think that might help a little bit on the straightaways, but I believe there's a modifier for that these days for a lower drag coefficient relative, frontal area basically, relative to the Fits and the Fiestas and things.
Yeah, looks like 90s touring cars with those two out there, doesn't it?
It sure does. I love it. We need to give them the Coutil treatment and get them wide body and lower them even more. But looks like Nick Alpin went by. He might have been the 132 that you were talking about earlier. Maybe just 138 at least in the number 56 Street GT car. A couple other cars on track. You see the 823 on course in street class. That is Dave Laps in a Chevy Cobalt. That's a Cobalt SS, which I have not seen one of those other than his. And they've got really cool things, including a stock battery mount that's in the trunk for better weight distribution.
Is that right? Stock for those?
Yeah. So that's, I mean, stock for an SS, but
yeah,
very interesting cars you don't see a lot of. Certainly not in the performance, track community, but I'm a big fan of that. Looks like Lennon Radcliffe is knocking off. He just went up to second place, a 143.021 in Club SC. And there's the 210 of Mario Kango that we talked about earlier in that Ford Fiesta. But another look at this is a car that's up a little bit in the classes as well. That looked like a track mod entry perhaps in that Subaru BRZ. So, or Toyota GR86 didn't get a good enough look at the bumper. These Fiesta STs, I've had a chance to drive the non-ST version of these cars, and again, super lightweight, but that high center of gravity makes them kind of a unique car to drive. And I think there's some places that have at least maybe the non-STs have outlawed them from autocrossing because they have a tendency to roll over with sticky tires. But again, it's a unique car that we don't see enough of. I think there's a lot of them out there. They don't make this car anymore.
Yeah, you don't see as many of them on the road as you used to, or at least I feel that way. I have had a couple of these as rental cars over the years. They are fun little cars on the street. Never driven an ST though, same as you. Not much power in the non-ST ones. I remember taking one through Missouri and going up the hills was a little bit of a challenge, trying to maintain speed.
Sam Dooling with the hand out the window just did his best of the session, a 143.292. That puts him second, or make that third in Club SC so far. And looks like David Best on this timing and scoring as well. He goes 6th quick. Dueling will just be doing a cool down lap at this stage. So the other thing to note here, in the morning sessions, time attackers love these morning sessions, Alex, because it's nice and cool as it's going to get here today. Now, it's relatively nice outside, although it's going to get hotter and hotter throughout the weekend. So are you, as a time attack competitor, targeting these morning sessions specifically? And what do you do with the rest of the day with the other sessions? Do you try to go faster, or do you just try to get data for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, not so much the first morning session, especially these guys. The track's generally going to be pretty green. I don't know what's been running on this track during the week, but track will be pretty green. Everybody's cold, not warmed up yet, so very unlikely you're going to set your best time first morning session. Although it will be the best session today in terms of grip and performance and what have you. So for me, I typically am trying to build throughout the weekend. So the very first session, this session, I would be just going out, making sure that I feel right, the car feels right, nothing wrong. Probably lap 2 or so, I'll try and set a time, not expecting it to be lighting the world on fire. Then the rest of the sessions today, I'm going to be working on just trying to find areas of the track I'm not necessarily all that comfortable with, areas I want to try. These corners we're looking at here in particular, how much of those curbs can I take without upsetting the car? How much speed can I carry? What do I need to give up to gain in other areas, and those kinds of things. But yeah, those first morning sessions, you are in the mentality of, okay, now's the time to really try and set a time, and now I've got to be at my best.
Well, the one thing that we have going on this weekend that we've never done before here is a track battle podium sprint. We've never done that at Autobahn Country Club before, so I'm excited to see how that looks on Sunday afternoon, but that also shifts the focus a little bit. Yes, you want the track record, yes, you want to go quickly, but really, this is qualifying for that podium sprint. You just need to be in the top 5 in your respective category. Sam is stoked right now. And the other thing we should keep an eye on is track records. If Mike behind the scenes can pull up my track records for Falcon Club SC, I just have to remind myself what it was and if we're close to beating it. So the quickest car in this session was a 1:43.006. And judging by Sam's reaction, I think we've gone quicker than that. We must have, otherwise I wouldn't want to be that amped. But he's a character and is always excited to break a track record.
I don't think he quite went. It looks like 1:43.2 he set, but I mean 2/10 off the track record on the first session out. I'd be feeling pretty good about myself. I'd be expecting to reset the record at some point during the weekend if that was me.
So here's a look at the Club SC track records, and Sam Dueling, yes, so he had the record before. It was a 1:43.839, and he just ran a 1:43.292. So that was 0.6 gained in session 1 from last year. So absolutely he'd be excited.
Yes.
I think he'll be a little bit less excited to see that Mike Jansen beat him by 2 or 3/10 of a second, but that's what the championship is all about. You got to go out there and improve and go even faster.
Yep, exactly. And they will go faster, I'm sure of it. I don't think there's any rain in the forecast for this weekend, and so they absolutely will go faster, probably throughout today and tomorrow.
So next group on track, this should be Group C. We're going to primarily see some more of the meat of the Falcon Club TR category and then some of the street entrants as well. And street class this weekend is actually very well subscribed, which is great. Again, at times you see some classes fill out a little bit more than others, but pretty healthy street class group here this weekend. And including the typical drivers like Aaron Reckendall, Ross Ligabell's here, Jeremy Hensley's here in his Subaru, Ben Sirik is here, and a whole host of others. We also should have Willem Dries here. Now, if you recall back at Road America, Willem Dries was driving a Hyundai Elantra and had a pretty gnarly accident at the kink. But as I understand it, they're here this weekend. I saw their trailer roll in last night, and really excited to see what he can put together. And what I understand is another Hyundai Elantra N.
Another one, not the same one repaired?
Not the same one.
Okay. Yeah, an accident at the kink is generally no joke. I am not familiar with the accident, but yeah, that's not something I'd expect to see coming back 6 weeks later.
Nope, it was front and rear too, well, so it ping-ponged a little bit, unfortunately. But you see those drivers jumping the curbs there at the chicane. You get relatively smooth curbs, but they are tall.
They are tall, they are smooth, and that side of the car is generally unloaded as well, so it doesn't upset the car as much as you might think it would. Now, last year there was some talk and some thoughts about whether the curbs had gotten taller or the track had sunk near the entrance to the curbs, because they did feel a little bit more harsh than they had in previous years. But we'll see how these guys start jumping them, and especially as we get into B&A.
Yeah, it looks like everyone kind of getting sorted out here. This has been a hot topic of discussion this year, Alex. The sorting on the outlaps and things, especially for the first session when you're being grouped and lined up based on your past experience, and there's basically a driver factor that is a calculated tool, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to go out and perform exactly where you should based on your grid spot. So a little bit of cooperation is necessary in these early moments, and you see some point buys here on this opening lap.
Yeah, so obviously throughout the weekend, everybody's going to be ordered by their fastest time, but while we have no times to reference, it's sort of a best guess, and there's a little bit of science behind it and how they order things. But, I always take it first session, you're not going to be setting your record, so it doesn't really matter too much where you are. I'm generally not too concerned. I do like to get little chips on my shoulder about things. It helps motivate me, so if I feel I've been put further back than I should have, I use that as a motivating factor. But honestly, it doesn't really matter at this point of the weekend.
Looks like Garrett Glossary jumping over the curbs on the right-hander there. And a number of other drivers in Club TR we have back here this weekend. Logan Geyer is back, Arthur Dvortson in the kind of bright orange NC MX-5. And here's a look at the 371. That's a street class car. And this is a driver that I believe, is that Ivan Afronichik that we see back for the first time in a while? Indeed it is, in the Nissan 370. So we haven't seen Ivan in a little while. But great looking livery on this car, certainly looks the part. So Ivan working his way around course there. Arthur Dvortson in that orange NC you see. A little bit of, looks like he's knocked off and he'll let a couple more cars on by. Garrett Glossary jumps to the top of Club TR. Still a good ways off, about 7 seconds from the class track record. Derek Linderholm up into 5th place in street class. Arthur really attacking the curbs there. And just behind the 205 car as well. That is, I actually don't have a 205 on my entry list yet, so that might have been a late reg unless it's a different RX-8. And I'm just looking on the timing and scoring to see if I can relate that to a particular driver. And Ben Sirik to the top of street class for a moment, and then Morehouse and then Hensley, and it's kind of a revolving door up there for the moment, Alex, and lap times are quickly coming down.
Yep, so first hot laps coming in, everybody just kind of sorting themselves out, and as we see, that the grid ordering hasn't been perfect, and it shouldn't be expected to be perfect, so the cars are reshuffling themselves, and we'll use this for sourcing for the next sessions that come up later this afternoon.
So Dvortson, first lap out. And there's Dvortson in the number 26, working his way around course there right now, 3rd behind Randy Ramchand and Garrett Glossary again, still at the top. And we're going to see more Club TR cars spread all the way up until Group A, I bet, because this track in the past, Alex, as we've seen, it seems to really benefit momentum cars, and Club TR cars generally are in the top 5 to 10 fastest cars of the weekend.
Yep, and I think that just comes from how competitive that class is. They say that, good competitions, what drives everything forward. When you've got 3, 4, 5, or even 10 really great competitors in those classes, the whole class just gets so much faster. So I think we're seeing with the competition in that class, we're seeing that class punch way above its weight, and it's not surprising that we'll see, you know, Club TR cars mixing it up with the street mod, track mod cars that come later.
Well, car off course there. Didn't quite get a look at the number on it. That's an Evo, though. Is it the 163 car that I saw there? Potentially. Which I think would have been a track mod car. Just trying to get my bearings with some of the new competitors. There's actually quite a few new people here this weekend, which is great. At least new to this season. Maybe they've been with us in GridLife in the past, but it's making a little bit of a chase early on to kind of figure out who's where. But just a little off course there, leaving turn 12. And there's also that Super out there at the HP Tuners on the side. That's Adam Spence. Now, he's been with us in GridLife GT and also ran an event in a Rush Series car. So he's kind of trying a group of things to see what sticks best, I suppose.
Yeah, he in that car also competed with us in One Lap of America this year, so I know him from there. Talked to him quite extensively there. He's from England as well, so get to chat with him about all that good stuff.
Yeah, and we've got a full course yellow now for the car that's off track there, which I still couldn't quite get the number on.
Subaru.
Oh, it's a Subaru. 103 is the number on that car, which will certainly help me track it down. And it's a street mod class car. That's Jesse Mira in the Subaru Impreza. And first full course yellow of the day here at the Track Battle Championship. And so this is a new system that we've began trying last year, this idea of having safety cars in time attack versus sort of the old-fashioned black flag, bring everyone down to pit lane, clean the incident, turn everyone loose again. Alex, have you had a chance to experience this on course? I know you've had Super K out a couple of times.
Yep, I have. Fortunately, I haven't caused one yet, but I have got to be involved in one or be part of this process. I think it's a good process, especially, you know, the early sessions. So a session like this, I absolutely welcome it. You get to drive around, and then when the track gets clear, we can go racing again with a lot less delay than we would have previously. In a session where I'm trying to set my absolute best time, I will probably come into the pits and wait and try and let everything cool off as much as it possibly could. Because I don't think you're going to circulate like this and then still be able to do your best. But a session like this, which is a learning session, which is a get in the rhythm session, get your bearings in, I think it's a great system, and I like it for that reason. Tom, on one of the broadcasts previously, he had talked about how in time attack you don't have to stack up behind the safety car like you do in a race. Although we do see the cars stacking up here, it is smart to just still leave yourself that space.
Yep.
If you stack up like this, you're kind of resetting the track like a black flag would. So I think it makes sense to not try and catch the car in front, not get bottled up behind that car in front, unless it's a car that's faster than you. Sometimes I like being right behind a car that's a little bit faster than me, and having that rabbit to chase on my next lap as well. So there's a little bit of interesting strategy that you wouldn't necessarily expect in a series where it's just set a fast lap.
Yeah, I think the strategy component is a piece of it here. And you mentioned that you don't have to stack up. I think it's almost like a natural desire, like humans want to stack up behind the safety car here because that's what you see in racing, but that's not how the rules work here for Track Battle. You can choose to stack up, but you also can maintain safety car speed and keep your distance, which we've really only seen a couple of people do. So that's something to note when we get to the sessions later in the weekend. If you're just on the outside looking in to get into that podium sprint and you have a full course yellow, that might be your opportunity. If everyone else is stacked up, get yourself some clear racetrack and go. So we'll circulate behind the safety car for a couple more laps here. This group has been on track for a little while, so when we get back green, I would only anticipate 1 or 2 laps before getting the checker on this group and moving on to the next one. And already the safety team has quickly put the 103 Subaru on the hook and is dragging him back around a pit lane flat towing, which is good because that means that car isn't leaking anything and probably, could be any variety of things, but probably not going to be the end of the weekend like this.
Yeah, I mean, one of those, it could be literally anything.
So won't speculate on that. We'll see what the result is, but on this run down to turn 4, this is a really fast turn, and we'll have a look at this turn specifically in the GridLife GT series later today that you'll actually be participating in, because I've got the opportunity to use the FireLab system to analyze our data in real time, and I've dropped a marker over there at turn 4 to compare corner speeds in that area. So I'm really excited to see, just judged on what I've seen, I'm expecting 90 to 95 miles an hour in turn 4 in a GLGT car. So that'll be a lot of fun to see who's got the most bravery over there.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, the GLGT car that we're running is essentially Super K with less power. So cornering speed should be the same or more than Super K. It's basically same tires, same suspension, same aero package, just with 200 horsepower less.
And is this a new car for you guys, or is this the car that I've seen race in WRL before and things like that?
Yeah, this is WRL car. We've raced it in GLTC a whole bunch. We're trying to go upper class in WRL, and that class lines up pretty nicely with GLGT. So this is kind of the first test for the car. We'll see how many sessions it makes it through before it's time to pack it in and go and refine something. Hopefully the whole weekend. Hopefully we make it to a race, but we'll see how it goes.
That should be fun to watch. And GLGT's actually got a great field size this weekend. I think we're looking at 14 or 15 cars. So again, as we build that championship, just looking at a lot of strength, including another near GT4 spec car, a Jetta G56, which will be driven by Clark Camburn and Anthony Pacelli. So excited to have that car here in the paddock, kind of unique right-hand drive twin turbo V6 power plant. So just really neat. They were talking already about putting an LS in it for next year, so just already coming up with plans. I think the lights are out on the safety car, Alex, and that means we're going green next time around. And this time a little bit of a gap forming to the safety car. I think that is out front there. That is Adam Roman in the BMW M2, who's leading our field to green, right ahead of Garrett Glossery, Arthur Dvortson, and more.
Yeah, and the reason they're building that gap to the safety car is it might not be absolutely obvious, but your first lap, when you start your first lap, you're not starting it at the start-finish line. It actually starts at the corner before the start-finish line, because you need to come off that with absolute maximum speed. And for me, that actually means it starts before the corner, before the last corner, because I need to attack that corner like I would at speed to get that maximum speed off it. So there's a little bit of games that get played on when you actually go. A little bit of strategy involved in when you actually go to begin a fast lap. And it's somewhat infuriating at tracks like Lime Rock, where the last corner is a difficult corner to get right, because you have to get it right twice on a single first lap to be able to set that good lap.
That's a great point. And looking at Street Mod a couple times on the board now, but again, that's not really the pointy end of the field just yet. So I'm sure Group B and A, we're going to see the very pointy end, including Dewey DeWitt, the championship leader, who was not planning on coming here originally and kind of snuck onto the entry list without telling anybody. So now he's here. Everyone knows that he's here. But Street Mod is going to be a dogfight this weekend. Jamie Santos is here. Cal Fortner is here. That'll be a lot of fun to see. But we work our way through Group C there. It's Neil Short. How could I forget Neil in the 205? I didn't have him on my entry list. That's how I forgot him. But he's been circulating right now and is currently the quickest driver in Club TR, at least for the time being. There he is, 205. Leading in Street Mod, and this will be a checker flag this time. So just one lap after the restart.
Yeah, just one lap, but it's one lap that they probably wouldn't have got if they went through the traditional black flag.
And here comes Ivan Afronichik in the 370Z. Love the livery on this car. And comes across the stripe there, and don't know that it was an improvement that time for the number 371. So he'll be circulating around on his cool down lap now. And again, street class again, I think will be an interesting battle this weekend. You know, we talked about how it's a sizable category compared to other events we've seen this year. I think at Lime Rock it was a little bit on the smaller side, but about 15 cars in it here this weekend. I mentioned some of the names that are in it, including Andy Holst, who's here back for more. And Holst had a really strong start to the season. Won and has track records at both Midwest and Mid-Ohio. So if he were to run this and pit race and do the same, he would win the championship. That's how simple it would be. But Josh Hulka has also won 2 events and has 2 track records and has a win at Lime Rock Park. So he's currently leading with 98 points. A perfect season is 104. That's 4 events with a win and 4 events that also have a track record for your particular class and drivetrain category. So the problem is Andy Holst is going up against Josh Hulka. So I wonder, those two have not yet raced against each other. Though they have actually, and both times Holst won. So we'll see if Josh comes out in defense here. I don't think he's here this weekend, so it'll be interesting to see if it comes down to pit race, who's going to deliver the final blow.
So who is not here this weekend?
I don't have Josh Hulka on my list.
Yeah.
But Holst is here.
Yeah, street class, another great class. Really, you know, the impression I get from street class, it's that class that's designed to take you went and bought a performance car and now you want to compete in it without having done a ton to it. And it gives you a place to go racing and to go and compete. Now with us all being, you know, idiots in the way we push these things, it's been taken a little bit to the extreme, just like all of the classes do. And so we've got some really cool, really fun builds, really fast cars at the front. But they still have to be driven, and they are driven extremely well.
Yeah, you see a lot of all-wheel drive cars in there, a lot of turbo front-wheel drive stuff. I think the front 2 cars are Subaru Imprezas, and then you've got a Honda Civic in the form of Eddie Siegel, and a Civic Type R, then Willem Dries, and then Elantra N. So given that Willem missed a couple of rounds because of, or at least a round and a half because of the Road America crash, him being in the top 5 is actually still very impressive and has a chance to podium on the season. He's battling Eddie Siegel, who I don't believe is here this weekend, as Group B heads out on course. And this is going to be the pointy end of your Club TR field and then a good mix of everything else. But that Club TR field with Peter Granberg, Mario Moroni, this is going to be fun. Stan Feingold is here. The championship fight in Falcon Club TR, Alex, is super fierce. Peter Granberg, by virtue of a couple of wins in a row, Road America and Lime Rock with perfect scores. He leads with 85 points over Evan McLaren, who's not here. Then it's Jeremy Bailey, who I believe should be here. I haven't seen him yet. And then Mario Moroni and Stan Feingold, who aren't. So top 5 is going to be mixed up here a little bit by the end of the weekend, I would venture to guess. And Peter, again, holds the track record in Club TR here. So we'll keep that record up on the top of the screen and keep our eye on the lap times that Peter is doing. And here they are, 1:32.078. And the time that Mario Moroni is chasing is a 1:32.658. That's the front-wheel drive record. Both of those are worth a point if they can be broken.
Yeah, Peter's performances at Road America and Lime were really excellent, really something else actually. Very impressive what he was able to do at both of those tracks. So, you know, he's leading the championship. That's not too surprising. Going to be an exciting battle down to the end of the season.
This is Stan Feingold in the 326. This is a Toyota 86 with a K-Series K24 under the hood. And he's got this thing kind of dialed in this year. Really strong run at Midwest Festival and was able to come out on top in the track battle podium sprint. That's another factor about this podium sprint competition, Alex. And you know, depending on who you are and how you like to enjoy your time attack coverage, you know, the fastest car of the weekend might not always win the event. And Stan Feingold wasn't necessarily the quickest at Midwest Festival, but did earn winning points by virtue of winning that podium sprint. So maybe he can do the same here this weekend. But here's Peter Granberg in the K-Power 511, working his way through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I personally love the format. I love the podium sprint format. Although I've never been able to participate in one myself, I think it's great. I think that pressure to do it, okay, on this lap or in this session is really great to make this more of a spectator sport than it has been traditionally. So I think it's really exciting. But while still keeping, you know, recognition for the records for the fastest car of the whole weekend if they break that record.
Absolutely, and that extra point, effectively, for most of the field, will tie you up with whoever's ahead of you. So it's it doesn't trump everything else in the weekend, but it does sort of ease the blow if you don't come out on top. But Granberg navigating around turns 8 and 9 here, and very familiar with this racetrack. He's actually a local guy. So he's done a lot of laps here at Autobahn Country Club. I think that local knowledge is going to come in handy here. But that 133.689 that Dvortson ran, I think is going to come down off the top of that list this lap. But by how much will Granberg beat him? And will it be enough to reset the track record on lap 1 of the weekend? If it is, you know, it's cool temperatures here. It's been blazing hot at this racetrack in the past, so the conditions are right for it. Granberg into turn 14 and 15. Little flames out the tailpipe here across the stripe. And the time set by Peter Granberg on lap 1 is a 133.621. So it goes to the top. It's not the record, but a good benchmark time here, Alex.
Yeah, very good time. Good lap to get in there. I think Peter's likely very familiar with this. There's a good little slide there into $1 Million Corner. I expect he spent a lot of time here. Obviously, he gets a lot of help from K-Power, works with K-Power quite a lot. They spend a lot of time on this track testing and what have you. So I'm sure that he knows it very well. With that said, I would expect him to go faster as the weekend goes on. Peter generally does his best work at the last possible moment.
There's Mario Moroni in the 727 car as well, the Acuity Honda Civic. And Mario's season has been pretty consistent, 4th, 2nd, 3rd, and missed Lime Rock Park, so he's back to battle here. And it's a season that has left him with 77 points, just 3 shy of the podium as it stands. And, you know, the thing I love about Mario is he always leaves it out there on the racetrack. He charges, he pushes really, really hard. And at times, it's put him in trouble. I mean, go back to, I think it was Midwest Festival this year, I think, or did he end up 5th there? He ended up 4th there, but he ended up chucking the car off in the dirt one of the sessions. It might have been the podium sprint, but he pushes the limits of that front drive Honda.
Yeah, and you have to. I mean, you can't afford to not leave it all on the table or leave it all on the track in a class like this where the competition is just so fierce.
Chasing Stan just ahead of him. Stan Feingold's first lap put him 3rd quick on the board. Peter Granberg, by the way, just went to a 131.670, so new track record in Falcon Club TR rear drive already. That was lap 2 of the weekend, so we're set for plenty more record breaking. I don't think that's where it's going to sit. Here comes the 727 across the line. It should be good enough for, yes, 5th, 135.576 for Mario Moroni. But Peter off to a very strong start there in that 511 car. John Laughlin also in the 571 Honda Civic. That's a street class car. He's 5th in the standings. And his best finish of the year was a 4th place plus a record at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So it's a good place to be. But again, street class is going to be a dogfight this weekend. And Aaron Reckadal jumps to the top. And Ruben Manrique in the 718 goes to 3rd quick. King Tao also in the number 23 Civic, they're 4th in Club TR. Just knocked the 727 off the top 5 list as well. So I think Club TR and Street might have 2 of the closest battles we're expecting to see all weekend long. Peter's still pushing too. I think he might go quicker this time. A little bit deep there into turn 11 and 12, but little wiggle now. He's pushing, but he'll know he already broke the record. He's just going to go for more.
Yeah, I think going deep into 11 isn't that bad. There's if you don't have a ton of power, you don't need that wide entry into 12. You've got plenty on the exit. And yeah, he did go a little bit quicker. What's that, 2/10 quicker that he went? Yeah, so yeah, very impressive. And I'm jealous of these cars that can just keep pushing lap after lap.
And he's on the Falcon RT 660 Plus tire, which is a new compound as of last winter, or this spring, I suppose. So that tire, while at the first lap tends to be really, really good, it has performance that is pretty requisite with the previous RT 660. We're going to get 5 or 6 good laps out of it, and then it'll start to fall off a little as the heat kind of picks up. But Peter Granberg doing a really nice job here early in the session. Stan Feingold up to a 32.5, so already putting some more pressure on the tailpipes of the 511. And Ian Flavin also, he's another one of those FA24 swapped first-gen 86s. Aaron Reckadal picks up even more, 132.258.
Yeah, so Stan just about 2nd behind Peter. I'm not sure where that is to the old record, but it's always one of those interesting ones where if second place gets close to that record or beats that record, essentially you have to break the record to be able to maintain first place. That's always fun. That's always a high pressure kind of situation. And it's frustrating for when you're the guy in second as well. You broke the record, but somebody else broke it by more.
Yeah, especially, you know, in the first session of the weekend when you know it's going to just be a dogfight the entire time. You don't really get any opportunity to feel your car out. You have to go for it immediately. Trouble for the 517 of Tim Lutz. Gathers it up. Nice save.
Yeah, looked like that was the exit 5. One of those bravery corners, or I always think it's a bravery corner. It's pretty high speed, and you just have to use all the track and carry all that speed. And when you don't, or when you carry just a little bit too much, that's what happens. Just a little bit off on the exit.
He gathered it up. That was nicely done. Eric Pilipchik also in the 247. That's a Street GT class car that just ran third quick. He's also running in our GridLife GT category here this weekend. I believe in the same car as well, which would be a BMW. I don't exactly know the exact model of it at the moment, but running that car double duty. But Tim gathered it up. So what about confidence here, Alex? I mean, you just mentioned, you know, he did a nice job gathering it back up. It's one of those intense corners that you really have to push. You think you just keep going and do it again and regain your confidence in that corner?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's got to come in. He's got to self-report to come in. Otherwise, his times don't count from here on out. Honestly, that wasn't a big mistake. Maybe it's slightly scary, but I doubt it will bother him too much. That's one of those things that you'll just shake off. I know myself and a couple of other drivers, if you're watching cars and watch after a small mistake, you'll see the driver just shake their head or do something that's just some little manifestation of putting that thing behind you, and then you forget about it.
TJ Ball in this 276 BMW. This is a really unique car with that kind of stubby tail on it. I don't know a lot about these, Alex, but I just know that you don't see a ton of them on racetracks, at least here in the States.
No, I mean, those are super common in Europe. Those old 3 Series compacts that had that weird-looking back end. So those all the time in Europe. But yeah, you don't see them a whole lot here on the street, and definitely not on the track. Despite how popular that E36 chassis is in just about every other form of racing there is.
Really curious also about the aerodynamics of this compared to the standard sedan. You know, with that stubby tail, is that going to cause you a little bit of strife? He's got some traffic to navigate here, but especially in a class like track mod where aero efficiency really starts to matter, if that stubby tail is going to create a bit more wake behind it, perhaps.
Perhaps, but you know, track mod just add more power. You know, when you get to street mod, track mod, unlimited, just the solution to drag is power. Just add more power.
I like that. You see the left front tire there on the rumble strips bouncing up and down. That's the other thing. So we talked about the curbs on the apexes there that are relatively smooth, though they're tall. But the exit curbs, they have that standard sort of ripple curbing, and they're very deep around this racetrack, and they will kind of rattle your teeth out quite a bit if you get too wide there. And you saw that with that left front tire bouncing up and down pretty wildly. But that one's not the worst one. I think it's the one at the exit of 5. That thing will get you.
Yeah, it's not something I've been too concerned with, the exit curbing here. I mean, Road America is definitely exit curbing that you have to be careful of. Blackhawk Farms, if you go beyond the initial curbing, there's some pretty nasty bumps out there. This one, I'm trying to recall. I don't really recall a whole lot of anything really upsetting the car. It's all about the apex curbs and how tall those are and how hard you can attack those.
Another GR Supra. This is the 131. I don't have this car on my entry list either. I think this was, I didn't see it roll through tech with the stickers on. So Luch V in the 131, thanks to Mike with the quick pull up on that car. But I don't know much about this driver nor this car, but I can tell you that there's a lot of chatter this year on all the various podcasts around Time Attack that talk about the GR Supra and how you see them kind of everywhere now. There's a standard strategy on how to go fast with them, but I think that something to be said about the chassis of this car and really the motor and how strong it is to just build it into a track weapon pretty easily. And though it might not be the most unique way to go fast these days, I mean, you're looking for a track car. I mean, it seems like, you know, do click the Supra button and do all the PhD stuff to it.
Yeah, I think, you know, Jackie really and the PhD team really proved that chassis out, really developed that chassis very well, and gained a good following for it. You know, I've never driven one, but by all evidence, it's an incredibly good chassis and has a lot of places it can compete. It's very flexible. We see street mod cars, we see track mod cars. I'm sure that it would be considered a street GT in some places. So that's 3 places in GridLife track battle it can race. It can race in GLTC, I'm sure. If you've got a 4-cylinder one, it could race in GT for sure. We see it a ton in WRL races. So just loads of places that if you have a Supra, you can go play with it.
There's Aaron Rekadal in that number 38, and then King Tao in the 23. Rekadal just went to a 32.258. I think that's the quickest he's done. That puts him 2nd overall of the cars that have run so far. For just for reference, we have 80 some odd time attack cars here this weekend, I think. And of the 60 that have gone so far, Peter Gramberg in a K-Series Subaru BRZ is the fastest of the first 60 cars. That's just crazy to me to think about. And honestly, there's 3 Club TR cars in the top 10. And when you look at the, I would call it the class index of the speeds that you'd expect based on the horsepower levels, right? You've got Club SC at the bottom, then Club TR, then Street GT, then Street Mod, Track Mod, and Unlimited. The fact that 3 of the cars in really the second speed index class are in the top 10, that just blows my mind. But again, this is a track that, without a lot of straightaway-like place like Road America, really benefits cars like this.
Yeah, I put Club TR and Street probably on equal playing. Depends on the track. On paper, yes, you wouldn't expect to see that after we're 3/4 of the way through the session. But are we that surprised? I'm not that surprised that we're seeing Club TR cars and up at the front, because it's not about the class, it's about the competition, and the more competition there is, the more you have to refine that car to the class and do everything that you can do in the class. Not that the other classes don't have great competition, but Club TR is fierce.
It is fierce, and so is Street Mod. This is going to be a fun one. We've got the Group A headed on track now. This is going to be the fastest cars that we have here this weekend. Street Mod, Track Mod, and Unlimited. And there's a whole host of unique cars out on course, but the battle that we really will be following this weekend is the Unlimited battle between Andreas Bertulis and Ernestus Pizelis. That's a championship fight between those two. I think they're only separated by 3 points. Actually, Jim Rauch is between them. I think he's here as well. I saw him roll in. Andreas Bertulis has a little ways to go to catch up to them in his Lexus RCF. You see it there on screen. And then also the Street Mod battle, not so much for the championship. Dewey's well ahead there, but for the weekend, you've got Dewey DeWitt, you've got Cal Fortner, Jamie Santos. I'm sure there's a number of others that we'll have to keep our eyes on as well. Let's see, Jeremy Selenius is here. Brian Tyson is in a car, that a Honda Civic that I haven't seen yet from JST Performance. So those 3 though, Dewey and Jamie and Cal, always put on a show. And we're going to see that here shortly.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think Dewey will have this pretty handily. I think that's a battle for 2nd place between Cal and Jamie. And is Ryan Matthews here in this program?
I didn't see Ryan Matthews signed up.
But I think Dewey is probably a lock here for this. Now, with that said, Dewey never comes here. It's not.
He's not fond of this place.
Right.
Either.
It's not the most. I wouldn't call it a difficult track, but it's not the most straightforward as well. So, Cal and Jamie have been here pretty frequently, at least with GridLife, so that they can be familiar with the tracks. They probably have an early advantage, but I expect Dewey will handily deal with this now. Unlimited is going to be interesting, and Ernesto spends a ton of time here. He's really fast here, so I think that he'll be a thorn in the side of the other guys this weekend up in Unlimited.
Jimmy Rauch is the first driver to take the green, by the way, in Unlimited, so he's just ahead of the M2 that's being driven by Jackie Ding from PhD Racing, and then of course Street Mods, Dewey DeWitt right behind. So those drivers off in the distance. There you see Cal Fortner in the Al's Auto Body Mercedes-AMG GTS, and Chris Smith is off pace, I think, just letting the car by, getting sorted up there, getting that 212 BMW set up. That's John Rode, I think he let by in the MX-5 Street Mod class car. And think back to Carolina Motorsports Park. He was the top seed going into the podium sprint in track mod, and ended up getting a little bit confused on flagging and went off at turn 1. And it was a big deal because I think that could have been a win for him this season. But there he is in that Orange 1 Series. You always know when he's coming. That's an easy car to spot.
It is. I like brightly colored cars. I think all of the cars should stand out and be super brightly colored. But yeah, he's a great competitor. That car it's a track mod car, but it looks like such a simple track mod car. I really like that car a lot, and you know, he drives it very well and has a lot of fun. Oh, with a big slide there into 11 though.
Cal Fortner to a 129.615 right behind Dewey DeWitt, and the track mod all-wheel drive, or sorry, I was looking at that street mod, but 127 for Dewey. Here is Bertulis up to second place. Jim Rauch at a 127.738. So time's coming in here early in the session, but some of these cars, especially Jim Rauch, we can see him get quicker and quicker on slicks, especially. It'll take a couple laps for those to really get good. And Tadas Karlinskis in the 313 up to the top of the board. Is that Lamborghini that we saw on track, or does he have a Porsche, I think? Go back and look at my list, because he always brings something kind of wild. He's in a Lamborghini.
Yeah, that Lamborghini is here. Yeah, that is Lamborghini. Those unlimited times will get a lot faster. That's around fast street mod times right now that they're sitting at. So I'd expect them actually slower than Jackie. Jackie's the fastest car on track at the moment. So yeah, I definitely expect that those unlimited times will come down significantly through the weekend.
I think this is a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, you know, sort of a one-make racing car. A blast by Dallas Reed there. Jim Rauch goes to the top 124.755. Do we have an unlimited battle on our hands here at Autobahn Country Club? This is going to be fun.
I think we could. I think there's a lot of fast cars up there that I think we could have a battle.
Dewey, by the way, 127.295, has broken the all-wheel drive street mod record already. So knocked that one off the list here in session number 1. John Road up to second place between DeWitt and Fortner, and this is a track I think will benefit that MX-5 build pretty well, so that's a strong start for him. Bertulis picks up right behind Ernestus Pazelis, still has 1.2 seconds to make up. And Brian Van Ordstal in the 290 Supra, also up inside the top 5. Chris Smith eking a little closer to Jackie Ding, but I think this is Jackie's event to lose in the track mod class.
Yep, I would agree. And we've got unlimited times up on the, or unlimited records up on the screen there. We've got 124.389 from James Hamilton from 2017. Is that the longest standing record we have for tracks that we come to every year?
It could be.
That's wild. That's an 8-year-old record that hasn't been beaten yet. I think it'll be beaten this weekend, but by Jimmy Rauch, but that's wild.
That is wild, and I think part of that might be, you know, we haven't really had massive unlimited class fields here in recent years, let alone front-wheel drive unlimited class cars, but, you know, you'd think that it would have come down at some point in the last 8 years, but yeah. I think Jimmy Rauch is in a good spot to break that.
I think so as well, and I wonder if Andy's overall record is going to be under threat as well. 22.9, I could see Jimmy beating that this weekend as well.
Certainly, and again, Tadas Karlinskis as well. Currently holds the rear-wheel drive unlimited record. That was from 2023. That, I believe, was in a Porsche of some kind. I think it's actually the thumbnail for this broadcast.
Okay.
so he's certainly very quick. And this Lamborghini Super Trofeo, these are cars that run over in the IMSA Championship side of things. But what tires is he on? Looks like he might be on Hankooks of some kind, based on the stickers on the car. But look at that thing across the stripe. And picks up 122.953, and that is within 4 thousandths of Andy Smedegaard's 2018 record.
So that time, yeah, is definitely in trouble this weekend.
I'd say. It's in trouble right now. But definitely locked in. What did Andy do that in, though? Compare. It wasn't a Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
No, that was his Evo, his white Evo that he did that in. And I believe at the time it was knocking on the door. I don't think it was quite, but it was knocking on the door of the fastest production base car around here, which I'm sure has been. It's not close now, but yeah, that's a 7-year-old record. But James Hamilton's an 8-year-old record. That's wild.
Yeah, and Jimmy Rauch doesn't look like he's pushing exactly at the moment, but we saw him at Lime Rock run a couple laps and cool things down and then go again towards the end of the session, so he might try the same thing there. And at 124.423, edging a little closer that time. That was a pickup for him. Dewey DeWitt, a 126.674 pickup for him. Pizzella's picking up green everywhere on the scoring.
Yeah, one car we haven't seen is Jamie Santos yet. Now, he likes to sit in the pits and wait to the end of the sessions to go and set some times very often. So I'm not sure if I think he's here. I think I've seen his car. And I wonder if he's sitting in the pits waiting to come out towards the end of the session, which is a strategy he's liked the last few events.
Oh, there you go. New track record for GridLife. Overall record in Unlimited. All-wheel drive. Tadas Karlinskis, 121.796 in a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. And that wasn't by a little bit. That was by 1.2 seconds. So job done, I suppose. But again, I have to give Andy credit. They ran that in Evo, 7-8 years ago. Still holding that for that long is very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And amazing. It's a record that stands for 7 years and then just gets blitzed by 1.2 seconds. Absolutely crazy.
Ryan Matthews is here, by the way, just in the Street GT class car. He just went to the top of the board there. Jeremy Boysen, you see him here in the number 62, so he's up to 3rd place in track mod. And I've seen that Porsche here before. I don't think he's run it in Time Attack yet, so it was just a DE class car. There he is.
Yeah. Such a good-looking car.
Is that GT2 RS? I don't know my Porsches as well as I should.
Yeah, same. I don't know that I can pick out a GT3 versus a GT2 just by looking at them, unless I could see the badge.
So track records falling everywhere. Jackie Ding, by the way, 124.357, has also broken the rear-wheel drive track mod record held by Kyle McHugh from last year. So every class on screen, I believe, has broken a record. I'm not sure about Street GT, though.
Yes, Street Mod broke the all-wheel drive record, not the overall record, though.
Records just falling left and right here in the opening session of the weekend. And Karlinskis, again, that was a yellow flash on the timing and scoring. Means no pickup there. It's like Jeremy might be somewhat of a cool down here, but throttling back up again to go for another lap. Jeremy's another driver that's done basically everything in GridLife. He's run with us in Ibach GridLife Touring Cup as well as in Time Attack and the GridLife Rush Series. Owns a GridLife Rush SR. 130.042. That was another pickup for him that time by. Or was it? I think it might have just been his best lap, not his most recent. A lot of fast cars here this weekend. I'm not sure why. Sometimes you get some events where there's hardly any unlimited cars or hardly any real pointy-end machines, but something about the way the championship's set up right now with GridLife Laguna upcoming and then our championship finals at Pit Race, it has brought out the mudslingers in track battle this weekend.
That's good. I mean, that's what we want to see, right? That's the exciting ones to see. And now and
there's Onassis Pizzella's right now up into 3rd place. And he has a little work to do to catch Jimmy Round for 2nd. He's chasing the rear-wheel drive unlimited record, and that would take another second or two to get up into the mix there.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not further ahead than he is right now, to be honest. He, like I say, we see him coming to this track fairly frequently. He knows the track very well. Looks like Jamie Santos has gone out on track now and has set a time. So he's doing the wait to the end of the session to go and set some times. But yeah, Ernestus, I'm surprised he's not a little bit further ahead than he is right now.
Again, Tadas reset. I was looking at the all-wheel drive record because that was the fastest one, but he is in the rear-wheel drive subcategory, so that record will update to 2025 later today. Ernestus Pizzella's on screen now, as we were talking about, across the stripe here. Needs a little bit more. Is it going to be quicker? It is not going to be that time. Jeremy Boysen picked up, knocked Chris Smith down the order. So Boysen picked up to a 127.822. And you mentioned Jamie Santos in that white number 82 1 Series. And again, coming out of Lime Rock Park a couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of excitement surrounding that last session and pushing really, really hard out of turn 7. And going back and watching, it was clear as day that car was off track, but from his onboard, he thought he had it Alex, and that would have been good enough, I think, for second in the class had he finished that lap out. It was a really good lap.
It was a very good lap. Jamie's come out a long way in the last couple of years. He's really, his driving lately has reminded me of early days Jackie Ding. He's really, really fast, a little bit on the wild side right now. If he can dial back the wildness without losing the speed like Jackie did so well, he's going to be a force in this class and a force in time attack in general.
So Jamie Santos in the number 82, that's the car that we're talking about. There's the 171 of Andreas Bertulis. Again, sort of on the outside looking in as far as the championship is concerned. That car's been quick. I have to give Andreas a lot of credit too. There's Jamie as he works his way through turn 1. Andreas, every time we see him, he's always on track the entire time, taking advantage of all the laps he's got. Here's Jamie working his way through Millionaire's Corner. Big slide again. You were talking about the wildness. And there was something about this car at Road America. It just didn't seem like it was driving right. And he drove through that hill handling. And then at Lime Rock, it looked a little bit more composed, but he was struggling with ABS problems. So we'll see if he's got things dialed in now. But it still looks loose in the rear for sure.
It does. I think as you start, and I don't know this, I don't know the car very well, but I'll speculate. As you start adding power to these cars, especially these rear-wheel drive cars, that's where it starts showing up. It starts becoming very easy to overdrive the cars, especially on the exits of corners and overpowering those rear tires. And like I say, he just needs to dial it back just a little tiny bit, and he's going to be so fast.
Tossing it in. Corner 2. The other thing is that short wheelbase as well. It doesn't have the high-speed stability as some of the longer cars, but nice controlled slide there. And when you watch Jackie drive the M2, you sort of see the same thing where, if you can kind of drive it a little bit of a controlled slide, you're just really at the limit of your longitudinal grip. So that's all right, as long as you're not bleeding off speed that way.
Right.
3 seconds to get up to Dooley at the top of the class. And yes, I think Jamie cares about the rear-wheel drive record and chasing Kyle McHugh, but I think that trophy would be real sweet as well. Across the stripe for Jamie Santos, and it is a pickup, a 129.380, but still has just a tiny bit to go, about 300ths before he catches Cal Fortner.
Yep. Yeah, and is that Road in second place right now? That's not a car I'm particularly familiar with, so I wasn't expecting to see that car up there, just because I didn't know about it. But it looks like, kind of as we expected, the Dewey's kind of ahead right now. We've got a battle right between Cal and Jamie Santos for Street Mod. Third place at the moment. We rode there, sitting in second.
So with that, we'll have a look at our results here for the GridLife Track Battle Championship, heat number 1 of the weekend. Let's go all the way back to Falcon Club SC. Mike Jansen, Leonard Radcliffe, Sam Dooling, Nick Berg, and Jack Coughlin, your top 5 pacing the morning session here. But in Club TR, this is going to be a brawl so far this weekend, Alex. Peter Granberg already out on top.
Yep, kind of as we expected. I think Peter's going to do very well this weekend, but it's not going to have it easy.
And looking up to street class now after a little bit of shifts and shuffles. Andy Holst right to the top, 129.117. Aaron Recadal, John Laughlin, Ruben Manrique, and Ben Sirik, your top 5 there in Street GT. As we move up the list, Ryan Matthews setting the pace here early. Not a huge field in Street GT this weekend. Adam Roman, Eric Magnuson in second and third in Street Mod. This is going to be another dogfight. Dewey DeWitt at the top there. John Rode, Cal Fortner, Jamie Santos, and Brian Van Orsdal. And then in the Track Mod group, Jackie Ding, Boysen, Chris Smith, Alex Roy, and Mason McGavick in the 409. And then Unlimited, I think a bit more of a fight than we expected to see. Tadas Karlinskis breaking the record overall here at GridLife, a 121.726. Jim Raukenes, Bezelis, Andreas Bertulis, and Dallas Reed running 2 different cars in 5th and 6th. Let's have a look at the highlights here from our first session in GridLife Track Battle Time Attack. We've got a lot more to go here this weekend before we get to the podium sprint, but going all the way back to the morning where we started things off with our Falcon Club SC group. Again, it was a bit of a slow start there for a couple drivers. Sam Dooling jumped up into the mix as well. There's Juliet driving the Jabez Honda Fit around course there to do a little bit of a sighting lap. And we'll get the track cleared up here before we head on track for the GridLife Rush Series, Alex, in just a moment's time. But first, thoughts after the conclusion there of Heat 1.
Yeah. We kept it all clean. That was job number 1. I think we only had 1 safety car, nothing in the barriers, nothing major to clean up, no oil spills, so that's always good. People setting some really fast times, actually faster than I would expect times for first session. and they, everything's starting to shake out in the performance order. I think we're going to build on this throughout the weekend and see these guys all go faster than they already have.
All right, well, Alex Moss, we'll see you later. Thank you so much, Alex. And up next will be the GridLife Rush Series, practice number 1 here in just a moment's time.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Chicagoland, round 7 of 9 in the 2025 championship. This is sort of a home event for us, just about an hour to the southwest of downtown Chicago, where the GridLife HQ is located. Kyle Heyer now joined by Dana Basinski for the first time ever on the GridLife broadcast. Dana, you've been the subject of the broadcast plenty over the years, but as of late, you've been driving, whether it be Falcon Club TR or Ibach GLTC. This weekend, though, you were planning on driving, but things did not necessarily go as planned.
Yeah, I had some engine issues on my own car, but still decided to come out and see all my friends at GridLife, so here we are.
And so this will be the GridLife Rush Series practice on track now. So you're a Falcon Club TR champion. Of course, you're super humble as well. So you're champion of Falcon Club TR, top 10 driver in Ibach GLTC. You're here this weekend just kind of hanging out, so I figured I'd bring you in for a little bit on the Rush Series and GLTT stuff. We're going to hear from Mike Bryant during GLTC, so excited for that. But the Rush Series, you actually brought up a good point to me before this session started. I believe this is the first time these cars have been here with the GridLife Championship. This is not a points round for them this weekend, which is going to change the math here a little bit because there's not a huge field, and without points on the line, it's really just about picking up the weekend trophy and race wins just for fun. And that brings the aggression level up because there's not really anything to lose.
Yeah, I didn't know this wasn't a points round, so that'll be interesting, but we'll see how everybody shakes out.
Yeah, so again, for the drivers here, their main points championship. Ooh, big lockup there for the 25. That'll be a big flat spot there on the right front tire. But again, these cars, they have a slightly limited points season in comparison to everything else here this year. But that 25, Mark Charganorski, really pushing the issue there on the entrance to turn 1. Talk about this racetrack. This is a place that you've done lots of laps at. You're pretty familiar with it, and you've been very successful here. I think for a while you had the record in Club TR as well. Take me through a lap around here and what it takes to go fast.
Okay, well, so it's a mostly flat track. There's really almost no elevation that you have to worry about except for only like a couple corners, but the curbing here can be quite tall, and you can use it to your advantage, and it can also be a disadvantage if your car doesn't like it. So these rush cars, which are really low, I can't imagine we're going to be seeing much curb usage here. But for example, the turn at the end of the back straight there, the chicane, that's a huge passing zone on this track, and you almost have to jump the curb. So I think we're going to be seeing some rush cars go for some airtime here on this curb if they really need to get that pass done.
And they seem pretty robust as well. We've had them kind of jump curbs here and there, and Andy Volkel took his for a little short flight. I swear the Wright brothers would have been proud of that in the 1900s, but that was at Road America. They have a pretty robust underbelly, but again, you mentioned the curbs here. The apex curbs pretty tall and smooth. We talked about that with Alex Moss, but the exit curbs are pretty gnarly around here.
Yes, exit curbs can be rough if you use them, and sometimes there's paved runoff after the exit curb, so you can even get on beyond the exit curb if you need to get back to smooth pavement. I can't imagine the rush cars would be using that. They're far too low to take advantage of any of that, but I guess we'll see.
Bryce Mersberger up to the top of the board there, the 114. Jumps up in the mix, Jalen Batley, Jason Ayler in the 74, also up inside the top 3. Ayrton Grimm in the number 121 is in 6th. Now that's a new to him chassis that they purchased. Dana, you built and modified your own car, and you know, it's not a rental, and that's something we see quite a bit in the GridLife Rush Series, where drivers will rent a car for the weekend. But Ayrton decided finally, we're going to buy one. We're going to control everything we can control. You know, in your experience with your car, you know, is that a blessing or a curse to have it all be your own?
I've never rented a car. I can't imagine that you would want to beat up on a rental more than you would beat up on your own car. But maybe that's these guys' strategy. Maybe they're going to rent it and just run it to the ragged edge and then drop it off.
And then drop it off. There you go. There's the 314 on course. That's Kraus. We saw him back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Again, that was another round that didn't count for points, though, so we didn't see him claw up the order. There's Jason Ayler, the driver that was sort of the dominant force there at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, alongside Bryce Mersberger, who won, I think it was race 2 there. And Ayler to the top now, a 132.291. And then Kraus goes to the top with a 132.088. Again, this is not qualifying. This is just practice here, setting the benchmark. But lightweight, about 150 horsepower from a 1-liter GSX motorcycle engine. Revs up north of 11,000 RPM. You want to get behind the wheel of one of these things, Dana, give it a rip?
They look like an absolute blast. I have never been behind the wheel of one, but I would definitely take the opportunity if it came up.
Again, they're very, very lightweight. And the whole idea behind these things is to just reduce the cost of running to something that's reasonable. You know, again, with racing being so expensive. If you just have a race car that's robust enough to withstand racing, and you can run it for a pretty low cost, and you don't have to have a massive trailer for it, you can fit 4 of these things in one garage stall. So that also helps. And then the bodywork all comes off with a couple kind of aero clasps, if you call them, and you can work on the thing pretty easily too. So a lot of good coming out of the Rush Auto Works factory. There's also got the Rush SRX, which was a car they debuted at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta earlier this year. But what's the key with adding aero there? Is Max Krause in that 314? You've added a bunch of aero to your car over the years. Tell me about that. With you know, driving your car in relatively stock form and then kind of easing up into the aero. These cars sort of drive like mini prototypes. What are the things you have to know?
You drive it slightly differently. You can lean on it more at speed. There's a few corners here where they will be taking advantage of the aero. Turn 6, turn 4. You'll be using aero most of the back of the track. And then this turn 1 here is likely not fast enough where you can lean on that so much. So you're going to be really delicate on the edge of the balance of the car. And then, for example, right here, turn 4 or 5, you know, a lot faster. More grip, more mechanical grip. These Rush cars are all the same though, so that's something different from what I'm used to. I'm used to driving in a field of cars that some have aero and some don't. So these guys are all going to be quite equal through these corners.
The other thing is slipstream to consider as well in a car like this. Again, you know, they don't produce a massive bubble in the air, but you're sort of, you know, you're limited by not necessarily a gear ratio per se, but basically your chain and sprocket combination. Of course, I think there's a 13 tooth and a 14 tooth or something like that. You can change the top speed of the car that way, but you sort of run out of gear, so to speak. And then that slipstream really comes into play. We saw that at Road America quite a bit, not so much at Lime Rock Park. And here, this racetrack is so similar to things like Carolina Motorsports Park. So I think, you know, in track layout and designed by the same guy as CMP and Barber and Gingerman and a whole bunch of other places, including Pittsburgh International Race Complex. So I think there's a lot of similarities that carry over from our round at CMP earlier in the year. Now, if I were to go look at the point standings for this championship, I think a notable drivers to mention that are not here this weekend. Ryan Leach, Andy Vogel, James French, Blair Hosey, Nico Bratz, Ethan Alexander. The top 6 in the standings are not here because it's not for points. So that opens up the door for drivers like Jason Ayler, Jalen Batley, and Bryce Mersberger to win the championship. So there's a look at Ryan Leach with points so far this season. None of those drivers are here this weekend, so it's really up to everybody else to just capitalize it and grab a couple of wins. A win is a win, even if the championship leader isn't here. It just won't count for anything other than the trophy at the end of the weekend. But Dana, you like those?
Everyone likes getting a first place trophy.
And there's Ayrton Grimm we talked about in the 121. Recent wrap on this livery with the sort of CRP racing colors. Matches the Mazda MX-5. I don't know that he's running both cars this weekend. I would anticipate him doing that, as he's done. But I love it. He actually asked me a little while ago if he should wrap it the same way as the GLTC car, and I was like, yeah, I think, you know, the one thing I will say about the Rush Series cars is so many drivers still have them sort of body in white. I was like, please just make it easy to tell who it is. You will not mistake that for Ayrton Grimm. I think he's, I'm going to get myself in trouble with the birthdays here, but I think he's 15 still.
That's incredible. He's very, very quick.
15 or 16. He might be 16 now. I think he's got his permit to drive at this stage. So how does that make you feel, Dana?
It makes me feel old.
Yeah. How old are you?
30.
So here comes the 121. They've been trying to find speed in this car a little bit here and there. This will be a good weekend to sort of dial things in. Jalen Batley up to 3rd place, knocks Max Krause down. Bryce Mersberger still paces the field at a 129.892. And the lap times these cars are generating with just 150 horsepower. Another light and they have aero, but 129 is still mighty quick.
29 is very quick. That is right below street class and just a little bit faster than GLTC pace Club TR. And I mean, in a car with 150 horsepower, you know, they're not making it on the straights really. They're quick, but they're not, you know, blistering fast. So it's all corner speed.
It is all corner speed. You got that right. Billingsley in the number 19. There's Kelsey and Nicholas Billingsley in the field here. Nicholas in the number 9, Kelsey in the 19. And there's a look at Jalen Batley, the number 88, going around Ayrton Grimm. And all the way down here at the far end of the course, turns 8, 9, and 10. Track kind of folds back on itself here. Again, it's relatively slow corners, so that arrow isn't going to be much of a factor. But then this long stretch heading into turn 11, it's a pretty narrow turn down there, though. Is that an all right passing zone, you think, even in a rush car?
It is a very good passing zone. Like I said, the inside curb here at turn 11, which is where the white car here is right now, it's a very steep curb, and as you can see, Grimm getting loose over the turn. And I mean, that's one of the best passing zones on the track. If you get a good exit out of 10 and you get a good, maybe even a slipstream down the back straight, maybe a gearing change advantage even, I mean, that's going to be one of the best passing zones. And if you can nail that on the last lap, there's not much somebody can do to get back around you before the finish line. So that could very well be a passing zone for the win of a race. But like you said, with the gearing changes, I'm really interested to see what they do, because that's pretty much the highest speed point on the whole track. So you're going to be gearing your car to turn 11.
Jalen Batley to the top of the board by a 1/10 of a second over Bryce Mersberger. And sort of same sort of top group that we saw at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but there's a look at things now. Batley by 0.08 of a second over Bryce Mersberger in that 114 car. Impressed with both of these drivers, what they can do. And again, not as big of a field as we've seen with the Rush Series this year, but I think that brings the aggression level up a little bit. You see these big fields, you have to be pretty conservative to not lose a bunch of spots and fall out of the points, but everyone in this race, all 4 races this weekend, will earn points as long as they finish the race, as the checkered flag comes out here on practice. So go for it. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? And also, I mentioned points. That's for the weekend, because you still will sort the weekend by your points that you've earned. It just won't count for championship points.
Yeah, these guys are going to be pushing hard to get a win. I mean, with 13 cars signed up, what was it, 13 entered?
For which?
For Rush?
Yeah, something about it looks like that. Maybe a few less here for the practice session so far.
That might be fantastic experience for cars that might not be normally up in the front. Now they're going to be able to get that battle experience, racing up at the front, possibly how to get a win.
So practice is complete here for the GridLife Rush Series. And as far as what the rest of the day holds for us here, again, I have to give the broadcast team some huge credit here this morning, because they were pretty far ahead in the game, and then porta potty truck took down a cable this morning, so they had to go sort that out, and we still got live on time, so I have to give them huge credit. And again, we're streaming practices. We haven't done practice streaming in a little while, Dana, so it's kind of nice to kind of get your bearings, understand the drivers, what the liveries look like and things, and kind of get everybody in the rhythm for the races later today, and really for the rest of the weekend. 3 full days of live coverage here at GridLife events this season. So really stoked to work with Project Prime. Great team behind the scenes there. Long days of operation, but Dana, we'll talk a little bit about this as we see the schedule there up on the screen. It'll be GridLife GT practice. We'll keep you in here for that upcoming. But as a competitor, what the value of the live stream, to a program like yours? It's fun to watch, but how valuable is it to a driver that's trying to make their way forward and sell sponsorship on the side of their car?
It can be very valuable depending how you use it. I mean, there's not much with amateur motorsports of this level that you can't really get this exposure anywhere else other than GridLife right now. It gets a ton of views. It's valuable for companies if you're trying to get any support for your racing program. This is a fantastic place to do it. The live stream is a huge part of that. I'm really glad you guys do it, and the quality. It's not just a live stream, it's a really good live stream. Like, this rivals some high-level racing series. It's fantastic, and all of us love to go back home and watch the races back too. So.
Me too. That's the fun thing for me. I get to go back and watch it all at the end of the weekend as well. So checkered flag there for the practice session, and everyone's going to roll back in. You see on the right-hand side of the screen, GridLife GT practice is up next, and there's a lot of exciting cars to talk about in that series here this weekend. Then followed up by Ibach GLTC. That'll be practice number 1 at 10:15, and then we'll have GridLife Drift for the first time here this weekend. And of course, we don't have an enormous drift list, but we're going to roll right into GridLife GT here, Dana, because cars are already headed on the racetrack. And out in front there, that is a Ginetta G56, driven by Clark Camburn and Anthony Pacelli. And that's a car that we've seen run in WRL before, but this will be the first time that they've run with us here at GridLife. We're really stoked to have them. They'll be splitting the driving duties this weekend between Clark Camburn and Anthony Pacelli. But here's the guy that was just chatting with us a couple minutes ago. That's Alex Moss in the number 150, which is basically a slightly depowered version of Super K. Eric Magnuson is on track as well, also running in GridLife GT trim this weekend, Chris DeLucia and more. So pretty good field with a lot of new cars and new entrants joining the fray.
It is the best GLGT field that has been here so far. So, and the first time GT has been at Autobahn. So we have no idea what lap times they'll run. It'll be interesting to compare them to TC, see how it's going to go.
So warm-up lap here for a number of drivers like Eric Magnuson. This is the first time that he's ever been here at this racetrack, so he has a lot to learn. That was one of the reasons why he felt like he wanted to give GT a try, knowing the field size would be a little bit smaller than the 30+ we'll see in Ibach GLTC. Learn the racetrack, get yourself situated before you kind of take on a mid-pack 30-car field. There's Colin King in the Chevrolet Corvette as well. Here's Camburn. I think it's Camburn behind the wheel. We'll see when the timing and scoring trip's over. They'll be swapping transponders for us this weekend to keep us up to date on who's inside the car. And a whole host of others. Eric Pilipchik we're expecting to see. Matt Cater as well. Working their way up onto the front straightaway here and beginning their first laps of practice. And it is Camburn behind the wheel at the moment. Gorelius right there in the 244. That's a looking BMW. Is that a M2 CS Cup? I believe it is.
Yes.
So you would see this car, at least in recent years, compete over on the SRO side of the house in TC America, but there's other places you can race them. Those are pretty well sorted cars from factory. And of course, Eric Magnuson's LS BMW in trail. So two very different ways on how to make BMW power go quick here in GT.
Yeah, absolutely. Two very different cars, but I mean, they're both matching power to weight. They've both selected their options for modifiers, for aero, no aero, etc., tire size, tire selection. And here they are racing against each other, as well as, a Jetta and an S2000 and Corvettes and you name it. Subaru, there's a Subaru station wagon here.
That's Matt Cater behind the wheel of that Subaru. Gorelius has Colin King right behind him, and also Hans Horpedal in the number 77 getting his car back into the mix as well. There's the silver C5 in the background. But kind of fun to see where things stack up here with a field like this. Adam Ulrich, another Ibach GLTC competitor, joining us this weekend.
A few of the GLTC V8 cars trying out GLGT this weekend. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see how they feel in this trim. But Clark Camburn first lap out, 1:33.220. Then Gorelius went to the top, or went to fourth place as Eric Magnuson jumped to the top, 1:33.126 in that LS BMW.
Not surprised to see him up at the top early. He just came off track from Time Attack in his Supra, almost the exact same lap time.
And Alex Moss, a 1:31.016, and that's a K24 S2000 is my understanding. Basically the same exact thing as Super K, just turned down a little.
I believe they took a lot of the parts from Super K, put it on Super Trainer, as they call it, and turned it into the GT car you see today.
So neat to see that car in action here in GridLife competition. Hans Horpedal up to 9th, hasn't yet set a time in that 77. So working their way through the backside of the course, turns 8, 9, and 10, and there's Colin King as well in the 21. A little bit of kick up in the dust there from Eric Magnuson in the gold BMW. He's third in the Ibach GLTC standings as well. That's another note, is that he's sort of giving up a weekend of points, knowing that he probably wouldn't be the quickest and earn any points worth keeping. So he'll just jump over to GT for now and be back with us at Pittsburgh International Race Complex in GLTC form. And there's Clark Camburn again, and picks up to second place, 1:31.727 in that number 78 Jetta. Really interesting thing about this, you'll note that Clark is sitting in the right-hand seat of that car. It's a right-hand drive vehicle with a twin-turbo V6. I was talking to him last night about some of the modifications and changes that he's made to this car. Originally, it didn't come with ABS. This was a sort of a Genetta Cup car. And he's made some modifications, added the ABS it would have come with, along with a couple other small changes to anti-roll bars. He has his own axles and things, reliability modifications. But just a really neat car. You don't see a lot of these in the U.S., even in competition where they're designed to run. So unique vehicle, and good to have Clark Camburn and Camburn for performance here this weekend.
Yeah, not a car I expected to see in GT, but I mean, it appears to be fitting well. I mean, he's second right now, so I mean, we'll see how qualifying and the races go later this weekend, but it's definitely going to be a competitive car.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's always great to see as well when you bring a new chassis and you're not exactly sure where it's going to fit in, but here comes Camburn up the back straightaway. And my understanding is that twin turbo V6 is a Ford-based engine, a 3.5 liter. Told me last night that he hopes to LS swap it next year, so throw a V8 in that thing. Why not? Just listening to that interesting engine note. Sounds a lot like the Ford GTLM car from a couple of years ago, just maybe not revving quite as high. And to the top of the board, 130.099 for Camburn. Colin King, no pickup. Eric Magnussen goes fourth quick. The other thing to consider also, just from a weight and balance perspective, with the right-hand side of the car maybe having a little more weight on a primarily clockwise circuit, Dana, that probably can't hurt, right?
It's not going to hurt, that's for sure. I would imagine that they have the weight balanced side to side on the car, aiming for, you know, a near 50-50 front to back and side to side balance. But, you know, coming to a track like this where it's a clockwise track, mostly right turns, you know, there's some strategy. Maybe they left some of the weight off the left side and, you know, moved it towards the right, and it could be an advantage. I know people do that for Lime Rock. I did it myself. I mean, this is the same idea.
The other thing that's notable also is Camburn, owner and operator of Apex Broadcast, who, if you've watched me on the SRO side of things with GT World Challenge or Toyota GR Cup, any of those other series, Camburn is responsible for those broadcasts over there. And what they've also given us an onboard camera perspective. He's got some cool broadcast equipment inside that car. I have yet to confirm and ask about if it's working or not, but I'm excited to see if we do get an onboard camera this weekend. It'll be the first time that we've had one of those in a little while. And a 1:29.336, picking up even more for Camburn at the top of the order. Very, very strong lap times. That's almost 2 full seconds clear of Alex Mawson's second.
Yeah, that's impressive. I imagine we're going to see a lot of cars start to pick up now. This is the first time a lot of these drivers have been here, and these cars have never been here either. So, I mean, we're going to see people learn the track, pick up, find the nuances of the track, learn which curbs to use, which curbs not to use, and so on and so forth. And
see a little pogo in the rear end there through turn 5. That didn't look super comfortable.
There is a drop right at the apex there, and it can upset the car. You have to expect it. You'll be able to see it in all of these cars from this camera angle here.
Just a big kind of bunny hop and skip, and Eric Magnussen jumped up to second place despite following very closely to Colin King. Alex Moss jumps up to second place in the number 150, the 130.390 for him, and Colin King's actually going to give way to Magnussen in the gold BMW. Correction, it's not a turbocharged 3.5, it's an NA 3.5. My mistake there. I was thinking of the AJ Hartman Aero Ford Mustang. That car has the twin turbo V6. It's basically stripped straight out of the EcoBoost sorry, not the EcoBoost Mustang, the EcoBoost F-150. So NA 3.5. Thanks for the correction there, TMB. It is going to be the same car. There's a look at the delta between Magnussen in third and Colin King in fourth. About a half a second between them at the moment. For Colin King, why not jump in behind Eric Magnussen, see if he can chase him around a little bit. And that delta is going to stay the same that time. No pickup for either driver.
Yeah, that's what practice is for. I know we've only have a few laps here for these cars ever, you know, being at Autobahn for the very first time, but already almost half the field faster than GLTC record.
Yeah, that's another thing to consider. Is a racetrack like this, you wouldn't really expect GLGT to be all that much quicker than GLTC with the extra power. It translates to about 120 to 150 extra horsepower, depending on the build. I think Magnussen told me that he's running about 385-ish, which he would typically run in the 270 to 260 to 270 range. So that's the difference between his GLTC and GLGT trim. Camber, though, pacing the field still, 128.804. That's another pickup for the 78 Ginetta. Big flame ball out the side of the 330. That was cool. Cars that shoot fire are better than cars that don't shoot fire. That's a fact.
Absolutely.
Ooh, big slip up there. Yeah. No time for Hans Horpedal in the number 77. I'm a little surprised at that. We've been working on some issues. There's another car out there I just saw as well. Jordan Wisely in the number 7 Veloster, working his way to turn 4 at the moment. Now, Wisely we last saw at Road America, and that car was involved in a little bit of an oopsie, and to fix it, they had to go to a tractor supply and replace a control arm piece with a tractor supply component that was not designed for a Hyundai Veloster. Magnussen picked up a little bit that time, 134.39. There's the 7, the Jordan Wisely driven Hyundai Veloster N. And again, this car, while it might look like a Gen Racer build that you would see over on the TC America side of things from a couple years ago, it is not. It's KTM Tuners that has put this together. And great looking car, a little understeer there into turn 11 though, Dana. Front wheel drive. These Velosters are kind of funky cars, but I really enjoy how they look, very low to the ground. Maybe not ideal aerodynamically in the rear there with that hatchback tail. But Eric Pilipczyk got on track at the very end here, and Jordan Wisely will do the same. I'm not sure enough to get a lap time because the checker flag is out. But across the stripe there, and won't trip timing and scoring. Might not even be set up in the transponder just yet. So we'll bring a conclusion to practice. We'll let drivers come around one more time. Clark Camburn across the stripe there. Really strong session for that car. About half the laps under the 130 range.
Fantastic. He's going to be looking really good going into qualifying later today.
The other thing to note as well, with the official data provider of GridLife GT, we also have most of these cars running the FireLapse FireLink, and we'll also take a look throughout the weekend at some of the data points that we have built into the broadcast, courtesy of the FireLinks that the cars are carrying on board. And here's a look at some of the cars that we've seen so far. This was the first lap out. Colin King at 83.5 miles an hour was the quickest. But if we advance this through the session, you know, you can kind of see the speeds should pick up here a little bit. And we'll kind of watch the transition over time here if we move on to lap 2 and 3 and just kind of take a look at the different cars that pop up again. I'm not sure everyone is running their FireLink this morning here in the practice session, including this number 78 Ginetta, but Clark Camburn paces the field here in practice. Now, the other thing that they'll have to do is put this car on the dyno at some point this weekend if they haven't already. He's got a pit limiter. That's cool too, Dana. Why does your BRZ have that?
Well, I bet that Alex Moss probably also has a pit limiter. I think they were bragging about that at one of the endurance races, but both very cool.
And there's lap 2, by the way, on the FireLapse hot stats there. Colin King 82.5 again. And Matt Cater. Lap 3, picking up a little bit more speed there, 83.5. So you can just see the bravery picking up there. And then lap 4, again, was even quicker that time, 86. So just as you get braver and braver, Dana, you start feeling out the car, feeling out what your car is capable of. Again, just seeing more and more drivers push the limits toward 90. What about lap 5? Colin King, a little bit slower that time, so not quite as much as we would have expected. So with that complete, Dana, thanks for sticking with me here. We're going to let you go for a little while, but we got GLTC practice headed on track here in a moment. right, welcome back to GridLife Chicagoland Autobahn Country Club. And just like that, off to Ibach GLTC practice. Pretty frantic morning between sessions there with the tail end of GridLife GT, where we saw our biggest field yet take to the racetrack for the first sessions of the weekend. Not everyone getting lap times just yet, but on track now for about a 15 to 20 minute session, and this time it will be for Ibach GLTC. Now for the weekend, I've got Mike Bryant joining me for who's a Falcon Club TR competitor. He'll be joining me for qualifying for the races, but I'm joined now by Chris Francione, who is a GridLife fan. You've been around quite a bit. I was really stoked after Midwest Festival. You went out and we had posters that we printed, and you went down the pit lane and got all the posters signed and had all the Sharpies on it. I was so stoked about that. But you're a big fan of GridLife. So tell me a little bit about what you've also volunteered for us in the past, but tell me about what your plan was this weekend.
This weekend I'm actually coming out to do media, doing stories on capturing the automotive community and stories that make the community the way it is. I think the people have really interesting perspectives in this paddock.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see how that goes for you here this weekend. But this will be your first time kind of jumping on the broadcast, seeing how things are handled on this side of the show. But Ibach GLTC, this has been an incredibly competitive series the last couple of years. You know, this racetrack brings out a lot of the hometown drivers, but Autobahn Country Club, hometown event for us in some capacity, hometown event for you as well. What do you like so much about this place?
I actually used to work here. I work here as a flagger. I love this track simply for the fact that the community basis of it is amazing. And every time we come here, it's a home away from home. The track itself is pretty amazing when it comes to the actual road course itself. The turns flow pretty nice. If you want to go short, you can go to the north track. If you want to go long, go to the south track. But really, where this track shines is full track. This full track setup is amazing with when they actually open up the link and we have connect both tracks and do a fun track day. Unfortunately, we're not doing that this weekend. South track is pretty fun, so it's a good show for us.
Yeah, as I understand, there's a jump over there where the tracks kind of connect, which is really cool to see. So practice session here is the very beginning of the weekend. There's Lena Chin in the number 917, and we talked to her about it on the GridLife drivers meeting a few weeks ago about why this livery. She finally reliveried the car after a couple of years, and it was just because the car had kind of gotten beaten up and needed to be repainted, so why not give it a different look? And she chose 917 because it was her New York area code when she lived in the New York area. But this livery, we've got a full course yellow here, Chris, but this livery sort of harkening back to the Gulf livery days, which is really neat for the 917 Porsche that ran that. As Dai Wynn has looped it at the exit of turn 10, so we're back rolling, but under full course yellow.
Yeah, turn 8 can be a real tricky spot if you're not careful. If you're traveling too slow, it holds up traffic. And you're able to lose out on position if you're not careful with the person behind you, as well as if you're taking a little bit too fast, it can get a little tail happy and have to take slapper. Absolutely.
There's Blake Korth back with us here as well, the number 614. It's going to get jumbled up here a little bit because everyone sort of had to bail out on their fast lap. Note the purple and black BMW M3, that's Zach Lavoie. We're so glad to have him back in the paddock. He's always a great guy.
Oh, he's an amazing mentor in the paddock. I talked to him a lot about his businesses and his mentorship, and he gives out some of the greatest advice.
This is not what I was expecting. I thought the yellow was for Dai Wynn. It was not. It was for the 510. Now, this is a driver that I'm actually not familiar with. It'll be their first event running with us here in Ibach GLTC. I don't even believe they got back around to the timing and scoring stripe, but 510 car this weekend driven. Oh, I do know the driver. It's Piero Pucci, making his first ever start in Ibach GLTC this weekend. Not the FRS that I'm familiar with him having. He has a dark gray or a black one that actually has the control arm from my car on it because he had an incident at Harlem Motorsports Park a couple of years ago. But he's being towed at the exit of Millionaire Corner. Now that's turn 3, so they'll tow him back around and turn us back loose. But limited qualifying time, 15 to 20, or practice time, I should say, 15 to 20 minutes. What are you trying to learn here? And if this is your first ever time in GLTC at Autobahn?
First time learning here, I think you're learning the biggest thing is your first thing that you want to learn here is you want to learn the people that you're racing around you. That is the most important factor, right? If you're not taking care of yourself with the people around you, I think you're going to come in with not a good mental standing, and you're going to think that this is going to turn a gunfight into a knife fight. That's not like this. This is a community aspect when it comes to GridLife, and racing with your friends is the biggest emphasis, when it comes to Adams meetings, right? I want to make sure that you are racing cleanly and we're not having any, boopings and, people having a bad weekend.
Absolutely. And again, we're seeing the field bunch up behind the safety car here. Not a strict requirement in the wheel-to-wheel or time attack safety cars outside of races. You don't have to bunch up, but they seem to naturally want to do that when the safety car comes out. So when we do get the green flag, they'll be turned back loose again. And at the front of the field, it's Matt Waldbaum in the number 90 ASM S2000. That's Lena Chin in trail, then Zach Lavoie, Michael Pagano in that beautiful 116i, the Japanese market BMW, one of the most unique cars in this field. And Michael Pagano is always a great guy to chat with, but I love when drivers build their car to sort of reflect their own interests, like Eric Cattell, who we actually haven't seen yet on course, interestingly enough. He is on course, but just at the back of this field. But drivers that will build their car to sort of reflect what they were interested in as a kid.
Yeah, I think a lot of cars themselves, like it's reflecting your personality and what you're interested in. You know, it's a blank canvas, and you can really show off a lot of your personality with a person's car. It's kind of like looking at a person with their shoes. You can tell a lot about a person with their shoes. So I feel like you tell a lot about their wheels and livery choice.
Yeah, I think so. The other car to note in this shot, just behind Michael Pagano, that is the black Honda Civic. That's Dakota Pionic. And I was chatting with Tom O'Gorman earlier this weekend. He told me that car is called Binny. It's an ASM parts bin special. So basically anything that they found that would fit, they threw at it. And as my understanding goes, that car is for sale also. So just throwing parts at it. It's debuted at Lime Rock Park, and good to have Dakota back with us in GLTC competition. But again, there's a little bit of everything. There's some drivers that will build their car to a dream that they've always had to build their car towards. And some are just like, all right, throw all the parts at it and make it work.
Yeah, I feel like, with GLTC, there's a lot of drivers that are reliving what they wanted to be when they were a kid. And the funny is that that's transponding into the paddock with the younger generation that's coming in, and now they're becoming inspired because of these GLTC drivers. It's really interesting what I've seen over the last 5 years, being the GLTC fanboy that I am. I don't want to say the #1 fanboy, but you see so many people that are becoming inspired with racing, with the grassroots mentality, with a lot of these builds that we have on track. We have S2000s, BMWs, Honda Civics, just simple builds that you see with cars that are what seem somewhat affordable. These are very expensive. But if you can transpond it, or you can transpire like the affordability aspect and the not accountability, but the accessibility, it allows, I think, a lot more people to be interested in this hobby. So we've had a huge influx here at Chicagoland. I do a lot of car shows, and there's a lot of people that are talking about GridLife this weekend. And if you haven't come out, you guys should definitely come out this weekend. I think we have an estimated 1,500 spectators supposed to be coming.
Yeah, I think even more than that. So excited to see that all happen. Interesting note that the safety car is pulling in, lights are out, but there are cars, including Andy Smedegaard, just ahead of the safety car, taking full advantage of the you can gap yourself strategy. So that will help them a lot get some clear racetrack for this restart. So green flag back out, Waldbaum's back on it, so is Lena Chin, Zach Lavoie, Michael Pagano, Dakota Pionic, green, green, green. It feels pretty frantic, like it's a qualifying session, but it's just practice. They're just setting the benchmark here for Ibach GLTC this weekend. And there's Pionic, Blake Korth, Louis Chatroop, Matt Beck in that 240, and then Eric Grimm, Natalie Letoz. But it's a pretty full field after 28 cars here this weekend. And this is sort of one of the events that we typically have a slightly smaller field, but the 30-car grid, as always, with so much representation of various makes and models, to your point. But this weekend, the one thing that we have to watch out for is the championship point scenario between Eric Cattell and Matan Rosenberg, because Matan Rosenberg is planning on going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So for Eric Cattell, that basically means if he wants a realistic shot at winning the title, he's got to win races, plural, between here and pit race, probably all of them, if he really wants a shot to win, because Eric Cattell has 4 wins this season, and Matan Rosenberg has 8. So if you are looking at the championship standings and you want to defeat Matan Rosenberg, you're going to have to at least match those wins to have the same amount of points as him. It's 320 to 304 right now coming into this event. So Cattell has to perform this weekend, or pit race is going to be a long shot.
I think for Cattell, I think he's got a good car, good setup for this track. It's going to accommodate him pretty well. But yeah, watching these guys battle it out this year has just been so exciting. We have a neck-and-neck race when it comes to point standing with the end of the season.
Andy Smedegaard to the top, winner at Lime Rock Park, took the overall win that weekend. in a couple of races in his FA24 swap car. There's Zach Lavoie in his BMW M3, but time's up on the board now. Just great representation. So we've got Subaru power, K-Series power, BMW power, and a whole host of other things, including that the number 614 Porsche Cayman that Blake Korth has. Jake Jornstadt's back with us here, but Tony Marchev is back with us after a crash at Mid-Ohio. So just lots of mixing and matching up front here as the revolving door of timing starts to sort itself out after that first lap. And trouble for Ronald Till. That's the 200 car. And again, this is practice. And this is where you find out all your reliability kinks, isn't it? Look at Catil up to second place, 134.196. There he is in the hybrid racing EG. We talked about him. His average finish this year across 20 races is 2.6, which I don't think anyone's ever done close to that. I look back in my records. The best average finish I've ever seen across the whole season was about 4.5, and that was Jeremy Swenson a couple of years ago when he won the title. So for Catil to be that good with his average finish just goes to show you, how consistent he's been. He has yet to finish outside of the top 5. The reason that Rosenberg is ahead of him in the championship is just because of those wins. That's 25 points to win, 21 for second. Those wins are very powerful. But Matan has had a couple finishes outside the top 5, including a 12th at Road Atlanta, a 10th at Mid-Ohio, and a couple of finishes outside the top 5 at Lime Rock, 10th, 12th, and 12th there. So for Matan, it's been a good season, but not quite as consistent as the driver in that 82.
Yeah, Catil really wants it. He is battling out for it. I remember seeing this man when he had his EG Civic hatch. He's always by himself with him, his dad, and his dog, and he doesn't have a full race team. He's an engineer for Honda, and he works his butt off and takes this seriously like it is a job. He's one of the greatest inspirations, I think, in the paddock to anybody. If you need to go meet this, you need to go meet this man.
And also follow him on YouTube as well, because he also will vlog these events throughout the year and show his perspective at his onboards. And Walbaum had pipped him for second place, but Catil goes back to second, just about 3/10 behind Andy Smedegaard. And I have a feeling that Andy is going to be the driver to chase again. He's got that FA24 FRS really dialed.
It's a local track for him. He's not far from Wisconsin to come to this track. He comes here often. I see a lot of his Instagram and Facebook stories. He comes here often. So Smedegaard's will probably be the one that we're going to be watching on battle out between Walbaum and I think Rosenberg here? Yep, Rosenberg.
Yep. And I haven't seen Matan yet in this session, which is interesting to note. P12 right now in practice. And again, it's just practice, so I wouldn't read too much into that. But there's that 212 that we talked about, the ASM GT 86.2 they call it, and Matt Walbaum beats him right at the end, a 133.077. But for Andy, again, owning Andy Smedegaard Motorsports and his performance shop, where he does a lot of work on K-Series cars, does a lot of engine swaps and building cars, but he's sort of moved on to this first generation FRS BRZ chassis. There's so many of them out there in the world that need a better power plant than the stock engine, the FA20 that came in them. So they paired up with, I believe, Leak ECU to do FA24 swaps in these cars, and that's what he's running in this. It's actually quite a simple car from its construction. It has been less simple in this. They had, I think, a paddle shift gearbox in it for a little while, but it's back to standard H-pattern transmission and that FA24 and some coilovers.
Smedegaard is another one of those people in the paddock. I tell you, you see and you become very inspired. 10 to 15 cars usually in his paddock. He's working on all of them, and he's usually drifting and also driving at festivals. This weekend, I think he's just driving.
Yep, pitting in, just checkered is out. So that'll be the end of the session here. We'll have a look at results for practice here for the Ibach GLTC session. Walbaum, Smedegaard, Catil, Lena Chin, Louis Chatrop, Blake Korth, and here's a look at it. Matt Walbaum to the top here in this practice session. Look at the time zone. 3 drivers within a half a second in the first session of the weekend. That tells an interesting story. Matan Rosenberg did improve up to 9th. And Julio Crispin back in his 350Z. Look at him up in 8th place.
I just bumped into him last week. He was doing a test and tune here with SCCA. We came on out. He said he was excited to be back in GLTC. And and raced with a lot of his friends.
Yeah, so job well done there. And then Lewis Chattrum up there in the mix as well. Looking down the rest of the order, Jake Jornsson is back, the number 32 car in 15th place. Eric Jensen, we haven't seen since Road America. He had a kind of a disappointing run there. Dakota Pionic we talked about as well. Dai Win had a spin, but came back to grab a 140.0 a little later in the session. And there's a look at the rest of the order. The only car that didn't get a time, Piero Pucci in that 510. Hopefully whatever he broke, he can sort out before the rest of the weekend here. So that'll do it for the Ibach GLTC series. And of course, next up on track will be Drift before we head out on track for Rush practice number 2. Let's have a look at the highlights for Ibach GLTC practice. And it started with a run out on this 2.1 mile course, 15 turns. But pretty early on, we had a yellow flag for a stopped car. Eric Catildo on the restart, charging up into the top 3, right up into second place behind Eddie Smedegaard in that number 82. Trying to defeat Matan Rosenberg in the championship, needs a little bit more speed to do it though. There's the 212, Andy Smedegaard, who topped practice here at the tail end of the day. I smelled a little electrical from outside. I'm curious about that as well. So maybe someone dealing with another problem that they'll have to sort out. But for now, that'll do it for Ibach GLTC practice. It'll be GridLife Drift up next on course.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS Zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
GridLife Chicagoland and Autobahn Country Club, and we're getting set for our first drift session of the weekend. And Kyle Heyer joined by Chris Francione again for the 2.1-mile Autobahn Country Club South Circuit. Drift cars on track. It's not the first time that we've done this, Chris, but happy to be back. And it's a relatively small drift field here this weekend, but that means lots of track time, lots of open track to try new things and really go for it around here.
Yeah, this is a perfect drift course. I think this is super fun. We got nice corners. We got some nice places to set up and be able to correct yourself, get ready for the next corner session. Yeah, again, not a ton of drift cars here, but the driver I know that's going to be sending it. We've got this Mustang here, as well as Pete Collins out there in his BMW there. He's absolutely going to be throwing it down this weekend, and Pete always is just absolutely sending it. I've ridden in this car before around pit race. Makes 800 some odd horsepower. It flies. And this New Edge Mustang digging here through Autobahn's turn 1 and 2. This is a really fun racetrack to drift because you get that back and forth here early on. It's a very flat racetrack as well, but again, with so much clear racetrack and open time, just have fun. Why not, right? Yeah. I'm actually starting to see these New Edge Mustangs a lot more. Pete ripping up the tires like it is making clouds. Yeah, I'm just curious how many laps we'll be able to do in a row. At Line Rock, you got 2 or 3 before he had to come on down, but you see him locking up the rears onto turn 1. But you're mentioning the New Edge Mustang, and we saw AJ Hartman and GLGT with one, but maybe we're seeing more of those as those chassis get cheaper. Yeah. I mean, as they get cheaper, I think a lot of people are utilizing them as a drift platform. The 240s and E36s are starting to get more expensive, and E46s as well. So a lot of people are looking towards New Edge Mustangs for their parts availability, the aftermarket that's already there, just probably an angle kit, and you think you should be set to start drifting and sliding, with a maybe basic V6 or their V8 if you're going to find it. Yeah, again, I think this was sort of, there was a lot of people that thought that this was the ugly duckling of the Mustang world for a while. But, I think there's kind of something endearing about it to me. I think, watching Hartman's in the GLGT side of things, but depending on how you build them, I think they're kind of cool looking. And again, they probably share some underpinnings with Mustangs before and after, which, again, you mentioned parts availability. Imagine relatively simple cars, a little off course there at turn 11, but again, relatively simple cars, stick axle as well, which, might be why you don't see a ton of them in road racing, and Hartman's in GLGT is converted to an independent rear suspension. But again, cheap, powerful V8 or even V6, not a bad place to start. Yeah, it's all about where you start. I think with these platforms, you're able to get in for a couple $1,000s. It's pretty good. You're getting probably a lot more bang for your buck than other platforms that are out there that are just the COVID tax and the drift tax, like if that's out there. You got to find something that you're not afraid to bang up, if you're especially drifting, if you're gonna throw it into a wall. You don't want that, but I'll bet you Pete is gonna get his money's worth this weekend. Just judging already by how much he's sending it early on here. And gonna give the spectators a show this weekend. I'm curious how many sets of tires he brought for this event. Dropping a wheel there, watch the rumble strips bounce that tire up and down. But Chris, the thing I love so much about drift at GridLife, even on a weekend with a slightly smaller field, is just the combination of all the different things in one event weekend. So you can go, if you're a fan of time attack or wheel-to-wheel racing, you can see those things and also get a little bit of a taste of drift too. Yeah, I love the drift culture that comes out to GridLife. It gets so many new fans to show up to our series and introduces them to so much other racing that's out there. And then on top of that, the culture that is out there for drifting, like they are taking so many parts from the automotive world and just adding this customization, this personality to their vehicles, and is, just really the definition of just hot rodding, if you've ever seen it. You talked about in GLTC, and we had a brief conversation about building a car to be your dream car or builder for whatever, but for this drift and GridLife, this is not competitive. There's no competition necessarily. So, you're just doing this for the love of the sport. And I think, getting to build whatever you want, however you want it, and going out there to hang with your buddies, but also do it in front of spectators, I think it's got to be cool for the drivers in GridLife Drift. And Gray Sitton, who works with us, calls it Bro-Am, because it's sort of a professional atmosphere, but it's really just drifting with your homies.
And I think that's a lot of fun. We've had, you know, conversations about having drift competition at GridLife, and all the drivers say, you know what, we don't come here for that. We come here to hang out. And so that's why, you know, you don't see any scoring. There's no judging. It's just out here for fun and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, it's a show at the end of the day, and I think, you know, adding that competition aspect, I think, is maybe a little too serious. I think with drifting, what we do here is it's just easier for us to come out, hang out with your buddies, have a good time. I mean, they're spending a lot of money these days. You know, the amount of tires that Pete's already ripping up.
I'm impressed that his first set has lasted this long, to be honest. I'm not sure what he's done, or I don't know about the track abrasion here at Autobahn Country Club, if it's going to eat up tires more or less. I know that Pittsburgh International Race Complex, where we head to at the very tail end of the season in October, is known for having a very abrasive surface. And I drove a pace car there last year, and when you do a couple of laps after the time attack cars have gone out, there's just marbles everywhere. It's like a cheese grater, but he's gotten quite a few laps out of those rear tires, and probably more of a heat issue than anything else.
This track, they definitely keep up on the pavement here. They spend a lot of money on keeping the track as up to spec as possible.
Look, you can see all the underpinnings on this BMW. Man, this E46 has got no rear bumper, and it feels like it has no rear body work. It's almost lifted off the ground in the rear. It's like a monster truck back there.
It seems to be a common trend, kind of doing this old aerodynamic kind of weight reduction setup and just kind of showing the exposed suspension bits of the rear end. It's kind of cool looking.
It is kind of neat. I haven't seen a car cut back that much. But let's see. Looks like just trying to get heat in the tires here. This is a misconception I had about drift pretty early on, as they're going to go right back to the pit lane. Is I had this idea that you didn't want grip when you're drifting, but as I've been instructed many times at this point, having grip is actually a necessity if you want to control the car. It's not that you're driving without grip; it's that you're purposely breaking traction and then controlling the car in that traction loss. So you need to have grip to point the car in the right direction and for the car to do what you want to do, which it's not going to do for Pete Collins there as he goes off at turn 1. And that's precisely what I'm talking about. He didn't have enough stick to keep the forward momentum once he got sideways. And so yeah, you're using generally inexpensive tires, but still like a sticky summer performance at the very least.
When you're dealing with as much power as Pete is, yeah, you got to have some grip. Make sure you're really pointing the direction where you want to go. So
yeah, again, they're just initiated and didn't get that forward bite just in time to move forward. Love the livery on this car, by the way. He's redone this a couple of times, but I think it's great with that sort of angled look on it. Might have tried to get another lap out of those rear tires. I'm just not sure that those were super happy with the speed carried into turn 1. I think one of the things I'd love to do in the future, again, we're working with Fire Labs as our official data provider for GridLife GT. I'd be fascinated to throw some fire links in these drift cars and see who can initiate the fastest, and we could get that data point. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So I'd love to continue with that into next year and see what else we can do to add some context to this. Pete Collins now is back digging here through the backside of the course.
Yeah, Pete's been drifting with us for quite a while. How many years has he been drifting with us?
Oh, a long time. And he's done all sorts of stuff with us. He's time attacked too. But, Pete Collins, I have to get, a little bit of a giggle. We'll be here on a Tuesday or Wednesday before the event, and Pete Collins will roll up on a 4x4. You're like, where'd you come from? He's just there hanging out, having a good time, and, lives the grid life to every sense of the word.
Yeah, these are the people that make the GridLife community. Pete is just an amazing person. Is always on his 4x4, cruising around the paddock, meeting people, saying hi, just always a friendly face, right?
Yeah, and again, Pete doing what he does, we had to giggle a little bit because he got real creative with his spectating before and started bringing in scissor lifts to spectate from. So we had to cut that out. But again, he's a great guy with a great sense of humor. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it adds to the motorsport community aspect of things, just doing the silly little things he's done. I remember the scissor lift, NCM. Was that like 2021?
I think 21. He did it at Midwest that year too, in the summer. Maybe it was spring kickoff that year, but same idea. But E36 sounds like a relatively stock engine in this car. But going back to your point, starting with in the Mustang world, a V6 or something with a little bit less power, if you can just get enough power to break your rear traction and you don't run super wide, crazy tires, you can sort of learn how to get up and over that limit without having to do 90 miles an hour to get there. And starting with a relatively stockish E36 probably isn't a bad spot either.
Yeah, I mean, the theory was proven with your platform that you utilized with your car, the FRS.
Yep.
Skinny tires, skinny little Prius tires, I think was OEM stock.
Yep.
And 200 horsepower was enough just to clutch kick it, give it a little bit of, maybe power over, and be able to really, throw it around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what made those cars so fun. But of course, the chassis is very balanced, and you can use the same chassis, just step it up in the power level and that sort of thing, and add some more tire and width. But to your point, the entry level drift, I think, is such a great place. 205 or 225 tires. 200 to 250 horsepower. That's why you see like Nissan 350Zs also, I think, are going to be more popular in the coming years. I think they're actually probably a pretty good place to start right now. That VQ engine, relatively strong as well. Maybe it's not the best sounding thing on the planet, but they are strong engines. So again, if you're looking to get into drift, especially with GridLife in a non-competitive environment, there's a bunch of places to start.
So I actually work at an auto auction, and I see so many people that are starting to bring in 350Zs and buy them. They are really good platforms if you're looking to get into drift. I do remember talking to some drifters that were drifting them, and they just said like an angle kit, and you're good to go. Maybe angle kit, tune, maybe an intake. A few little things to give it a little bit more extra power, but those seem to be like the next generation, like Nissan 240 SX.
I think you're right about that. I think maybe it'll go to the 350Z, but you also mentioned the FRS BRZ. It's almost like we skipped a generation of cars. Like after the NA Miata, like the default answer for track day is like GR86 FRS BRZ, and I think in the drift world, maybe that's true with the 350Z, but for sure, this is a conversation we talked about at Road America with the Lizard Brains podcast host Tom O'Gorman, where they had a conversation on their podcast about, is the answer still Miata for track driving in general? And the overarching answer was you can get more car for less money than that these days. Certainly there's a nostalgia factor in an $8,000 NA Miata, but there's probably better cars you can get at this stage. And that was kind of a funny joke, but at the same time, it's true, I think. There's a lot of cars you can get in the sub 7 or 8 grand range that offer you enough performance to get some angle and start putting parts on. And so you have to look at the cars that have a bigger aftermarket. I think the 350Z is a great place to be.
Oh yeah, right now, like $7,000 to $8,000 gets you, a pretty good track ready, or not track ready, but a more track spec, or I guess you can beat it up on track and you're not going to care about it. 350Z, you're looking at E36s, maybe an E46 platform, and that's like the 330M, as well as what else is out there? I mean, you could probably find a nice 240 or maybe an X11 car. Oh, and the Camaros. You can't forget about the Camaros. The B6 Camaros, the newer ones, like around the 2010 to 2012 range, those are becoming really cheap, and I've seen drifters are starting to utilize those as well.
That's a great point. I think that chassis, there's a lot left unexplored there, I think, as far as the V6s are concerned. But track is quieted down here for GridLife Drift. Carson in the chat says, what about ND Miata for the track? And again, I think that's one of those cases where the ND is a fantastic car. Again, if not that anyone asked me what my opinion is, but there's a bunch of cars you can get in the 30 grand range, and I don't necessarily know if they had to have one car that you'd pick in ND either. I think there's cars that offer you a little bit more versatility, like the GR86 BRZ. You have to also look at like the Hyundai Elantra N is a fantastic platform these days. But if you're looking for a second car, then I think ND is probably right up in that mix. But we're going to take a short break here for GridLife Chicagoland with the track sweep. We'll be back after this with GridLife Rush Series practice number 2.
How much time do we have?
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLabs is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLabs helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
GridLife Chicagoland back on track again on Friday morning for Autobahn Country Club's South Course. Kyle Heyer joined once again by Dana Basinski. Dana, we shook off the morning weepers out of the eyes here, and we are in practice number 2 for the GridLife Rush Series. So get a lot of time on track before things start to matter in qualifying and the races. But the cars are on course. What did we learn from that first practice, and will we learn anything different, or are you just getting more reps under your belt here?
Well, probably, best estimation of what setup you think the car needs to be, and then you're going to take what you learned from practice 1, going to go into practice 2, make any other changes, see if you improved or not, see if you went the right way or the wrong way with your changes, and see how everybody else is shaking up also.
Yeah, so again, we'll see. I think the driver I'm watching will be the 121 of Ayrton Grimm. I think we're expecting maybe a touch more pace out of him here. He's still sort of learning that car. That's a new chassis to him. Go back to the first year of the GridLife Rush Series, and Ayrton was really up in the top 5 anytime he ran that car, but has not quite been up at the pointy end as much as they know he is capable of. There's Kelsey Billingsley, the number 19, and the number 9 of Nicholas Billingsley. And they worked their way around to start their laps here in practice number 2 this morning. The temperatures are going to rise, Dana. How much does this track change throughout the day with the temperature rising and the drift rubber that's now on course?
Temperature and the drift rubber is a big deal. It will be up to, a second, maybe slightly more than 1 second slower. Maybe not yet because it's still 11 a.m. here. But, when the sun's been out for 7 hours of the day already and the track is hot, and there's been multiple sessions going on with multiple levels of, drift rubber getting down, the track will slow down. And you kind of have to take that and look at your times, and you might think that the change that you just made maybe put you in the wrong direction, but then you also have to look at the time and feel how the car, how it drove. You might have went the right direction, but the time won't tell you everything. You have to look at everybody else's time also.
So you mentioned the weather. We won't have track temperature here, but we do have air temperature and a look at the radar as well. So we'll get a look at that, and we're not really expecting to see much on the radar this weekend. Hopefully, we have had tropical storm GridLife come through once or twice here in the past. There's a look at it, 77 in the air. So it's definitely warming up. Humidity is climbing as well. But look at the bottom. That is live radar, and there's not a drop of green on it. So that's good news for us. But the sun is out in Joliet, Illinois, and it's going to continue to cook us throughout the afternoon. And by the time we get to the end of the day, the track's going to be real greasy. So probably the best conditions you're going to see for the day, maybe the weekend, as the track rubber's in.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a time attack driver, you're watching the weather and you know exactly what session you're going to need to put it down in, and that already passed probably. So now if you're in rush, it doesn't matter because you're all on track at the exact same time, but you need to put it down in every session, race all of the races and qualifying.
Yeah, Bryce Mersberger to the top of the board, Jason Ayler. Charganorski in the number 25, Ayrton Grimm up to 4th place, and Max Kraus, who was very quick in practice 1, up into 5th spot. Seeing a couple more cars there on the entry list, including John Howe and Jalen Batley. Batley has not yet scored a time here this morning, but John Howe is, I don't think we saw him out there in the first session. But Dana, tell me a little bit more about this racetrack as far as when it gets greasy. What are the trouble spots here you got to look out for?
Well, the whole track will change, but I mean, especially the high-speed corners, so turns 4, 5, turn 1, 2, you'll have to change your approach to it. And I mean, the whole track, you'll just have to drive differently, slightly under the edge. You don't want to, like that, see big slide there, caught it up, but I mean, the lead onto the back straight, is going to be particularly slippery. You're going to have to be defensive so you don't get past, during the race. You're going to have to set up for the back straight. Every corner you'll drive just slightly differently because you expect a little less level of grip.
So drivers kind of attacking the turn 11 and 12 curbs here. Here's John Howe in the 17. And Nicholas Billingsley sneaks to the inside. A little bit of a miscoordination there. That was almost a touch as they came through the last corner. Oh, and across the line there. I feel like I just had a stroke there. I felt like the bodywork just came off the 9 for some reason. I don't know if I just saw a frame do something weird, but that was very odd. I could have sworn. I said, oh, like something had happened, but nothing had happened, Dana. So I blame it on not having had my morning coffee just yet.
That's right.
Big bumps going off into turn 4 as well. What's that like out there? There's a repaved section before turn 4.
Before turn 5, I think.
Or maybe it's 5, yeah.
There is a repaved section. It's after turn 5, and it's right where you're seeing all the cluster of cars right now. It's smoother and higher level of grip. Previously, it was rougher. There would be a bump near apex, and now that's seemingly smoothed out quite well. And it does change the way the track drives, so that used to be a place where it could catch you by surprise, but it's quite nice now.
Still pretty busy out there. John Howe's got a couple of cars on his tailpipes here. Bryce Mersberger in that 114 is in this mix. Novak in the 256. That's a new name to us here this weekend in the Rush Series. I think he was a late registration as well. So John Howe's going to let the group of cars on by. There's Charganorski in the number 25, the blue and red car. Ooh, Mersberger in a little hot there. Gathered it up, but pushing pretty hard here as the grip levels seem to be a touch lower than this morning, but a 130.007 is the quickest time that we've seen so far. And I am a little curious to see if I've got practice times from, they have actually given us practice times from earlier, but this was practice 1. Thank you. So we were in the 29s earlier, so we're about 7/10 slower than that now.
So far, a lot of these cars may have been caught in traffic, so we'll see if they improve from here.
Thanks. I was looking to see, because we don't typically publish practice results, so that was why I had Dana over here showing me the speed hive data. Ooh, Mersberger up the inside here, little late lunge, kind of got squeezed out. That's the 99 of Anderson. Jared Anderson behind the wheel of that car.
Turn 5, they're not a great place to pass. You'll see in the races that's very high speed, and there is very rough exit curbing. So if you have to go too wide through there and you have to end up using that exit curbing, you don't want to, especially in one of these rush cars, very low to the ground. They're not going to like those curves.
So what about the passing zones? Turn 11, or turn 11, the right-hander at the end of the back straight. That's probably your primary one. Turn 1, though, I've been told it's tricky, but what are your thoughts? Where are you going to aim for if you're setting up for a pass on a driver ahead of you?
Turn 1, you can definitely try to get them offline on turn 1, try to take the inside line. Outside likely won't work unless you have the car to get it done. But you likely won't get it done in turn 1. If you're passing another, like-paced car, you will likely end up too wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and probably all the way into 6, and it'll get decided into 7 or 8. And by that time, you hope that you're not too wide anymore, because you have to go down the back straight. Set up turn 10 is especially important, and then if you can set up turn 10, turn 11 is a very good passing opportunity as well.
There's Jared Anderson. This is the bumps I was talking about on the entry to 4. It looks like there's some kind of grip strip or something over there. That's pretty rough.
Oh yeah, it does look like that.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of catching these guys a little off guard in these cars. You see Troganorski kind of hustling there through 5. There he is in the blue and red car.
I do wonder with these cars, I'm used to a GLTC car and time attack cars here. The surface might feel completely different for these rush cars with very short wheelbase, very narrow, smaller contact patch, less aero. It makes you wonder. I don't know. They probably drive the very subtle elevation, but the bumps very differently than we would.
And off into the braking zones as well. The other thing to consider is that you have no ABS in these cars, so on those bumps, as you're kind of putting load in the tire and unloading it, can be really easy to lock up the front right in particular. We saw actually that earlier in the day. With a right front tire locking up, Dana. So tell me a little bit about the challenges of bumpy racetracks without things like ABS and traction control. Granted that you've had that, but probably not all the time. Did you ever run TC on the BRZ?
I do not have traction control on the BRZ, but it's most likely not needed in GLTC power level. However, there's been cars, time attack cars that you don't have ABS, traction control, any of that, so you just have to make do without it. So yeah, you are thinking about stuff like curbing, where to use it, where not to use it, just elevation, how the car is pitched, bumping. It's a lot to think about, but it's there and most people have it. These rush cars, none of them have it, so they're all thinking about it, and it's a big advantage to be good on a car with no ABS.
I've got my morning coffee, so I'll stop seeing phantom bodywork, and again, watching Troganorski in the number 25 navigate his way around the 2.1 mile course. Jared Anderson right behind him. And then I think behind that is Mersberger in the 114, who's the quickest car on track. That was a 129.442 last time, so a little bit closer to the times that we saw. Basically the same, only about a 10th off from this morning. So track conditions still seem to be there. I think the other thing that'll help this weekend, typically you see the track conditions fall away pretty significantly with the drift cars on track, but there's not that many of them this weekend, so I don't know it'll be a huge deal. It's not going to make it ideal, but it's not going to necessarily rubber in a messy, offline area like we would see at something like GridLife Midwest Festival.
Yeah, not too many drift cars here this weekend, so it might not affect quite as much as they're used to. So that might actually make for some interesting racing, because the grip level usually drops down every single race. It's slightly lower than the race before, and that is something in your brain. But I mean, here it might not play a huge factor this weekend. The temperature certainly will. As the track gets hotter, it will get slower, and everybody knows that. But here, I mean, we see Mertzberger only a 10th off of the morning session, which was very good conditions.
Yeah, they're actually going to practice another time at 2 o'clock later today as well. So they're going to have 3 full practices before they go qualifying. They'll be the last thing on track for us today at 4:40 local time. It's about 5.5 hours from now. And by that point in the day, you actually might see the temperature start to tail off again, maybe just a little bit. It'll hold more temperature than it would early in the morning. So it'll still be a little warmer, but not by a lot. So keeping our eyes on Jalen Batley up to second place again. It's Mertzberger, Batley, and Ayler. It's the same 3 drivers we saw at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but Nick Billingsley's right there. Troganorski's right there. The lap times are really close, all things considered here.
That's a good thing, and I noticed most drivers are just slightly off of their morning pace, so it'll be interesting to see if that continues all the way into qualifying, or if they're still playing with possible setup changes. Possibly some of these drivers are on older scrub tires just for the practice sessions.
A little push there. I think that was Anderson in the 99. Caught it. We got all the way to the edge of the racetrack. Caught those rumble strips. And Billingsley up into the 130s now. And there's Ayrton Grimm in the purple and orange car. Struggling to find the pace. And this is an opportunity here this weekend to pick up potentially his first win in the series, given that those juggernauts of the series are not here this weekend. The top 5 in the standings not present. But I think still hunting to kind of dial in this car. It's new to them, not completely new. But there's some tips and tricks. Like there were some drivers that were telling us at places like Road America where you want a little more speed, they had the oil a little too full. And so the car didn't seem to like that, didn't generate enough power, so they pulled the oil back just a little bit, and it seemed to pick up a mile or 2 an hour on the straight line. So I don't know if that's a thing you want to do in the long term of the engine, but it seemed to reduce the drag inside of it a little bit.
Probably not a long-term play, but you know these guys are competitive and they will do everything they have to do if they're trying to get that win.
It's like in one-make racing in general. And again, watching things like Spec Miata or GR Cup, you know, when your engines are roughly the same, or in theory they're the same, you have to start looking at how you reduce drag. And that's not always necessarily aerodynamic drag. You're looking for drag in bearings and in the engine and things like that. So how can you reduce drag? Well, again, I don't know what the situation is for oil in this car, but if you can run a lower weight, that would help too. But again, these are just minutia of the details here. If you can find any little advantage, that will stack up over the course of a lap. But I think that stuff you really only get to once you've run every other option as far as driver mod.
Yes, there's very limited things you can do here. I mean, there's adjustments and, like you said, gearing changes and tire selection. But beyond that, it's a full-on driver's race.
So into turn 1, little slip and slide there for Grimm. Charging turn 1. They have picked up the checker flag now, so this will be the end of the session. Big curb jump there at turn 3. And there's that grip strip I mentioned, the bumps there again. Seems a little worse offline, I'll have to say. So maybe the drivers on the attack will have to take mind of that. There's that bump in the middle of 5 you were talking about with the repave.
Yeah, very noticeable from that camera angle, and it will probably affect these smaller cars even more. And a lot of them are driving around sideways through this track as they try to find the limit of grip.
So checkered out, and the drivers will head back to the pit lane here. Dana, wrapping up here with practice number 2. We'll have a look at our results before we change on over to the GridLife Track Battle Championship, because things happen pretty quick here. But Bryce Mertzberger at the pointy end of things. Matthew Novak, second place. Jalen Batley, Max Krause, Jason Ayler, and Nick Billingsley, your top 5. I think there's 2 firsts there. Matthew Novak, I think, should be at the bottom of the order there. I think that car is showing up in a different category, so we'll have to talk timing and scoring about that. But John Howe down there in 12th place didn't get the laps he was hoping for. But final thoughts there on the GridLife Rush Series practice, Dana. Finding a little speed, but kind of matching what they did earlier this morning.
I think the drivers are all going to be going back, looking at their data, talking to their competitors and friends that they're teammates with, and they're going to make some changes, maybe even just how you drive the course. They might not even touch the car. And then they're going to go back into the next practice and see if it worked.
All right, well, checkered flag is out for the GridLife Rush Series practice. We'll step away for a brief moment, and we'll be back with GridLife Track Battle Championship. That is going to be Group D coming up in just a moment. All right, well, we're back here at GridLife Chicagoland at Autobahn Country Club, and it's time again for GridLife Track Battle Heat number 2 in our Track Battle Time Attack Championship. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss once more. Alex, we saw records fall in a number of categories and subcategories this morning, especially in Group A, but on track now, mostly Group D with our Falcon Club SE class.
Yeah, and at the end of that session, you'd asked if, if what we saw was surprising, and I said not really. I mean, the general order, I think, was about what we expected, but we didn't expect, or I didn't expect them to be as fast as they were this morning. And seeing records fall already is mightily impressive from these guys.
So we'll see what the second heat of the weekend has to offer. Again, all qualifying towards that track battle podium sprint. And this is where it's going to start to become important to reference times from the previous session. And I think the driver that was leading in Club SC before was Mike Jansen, to really no one's surprise. But Sam Dooling was really excited about breaking his previous record and now has to go back out there and do it again and by more to get on top of Mike Jansen. And this is critical because Jansen is hoping to just lock up the championship this weekend. If he wins this, I don't think there's any realistic path for Sam to win the title. So Jansen's trying to keep that distance. Right now, it's about 0.2 of a second. So certainly not insurmountable for Sam in the 370 fit.
Sure. So yeah, the pressure's really on then to get it done, and that kind of what you mentioned there kind of highlights something that's unique for time attack. Most forms of racing, when you pull in, you know where you stacked, right? If you're wheel to wheel, if you're at the front of the pack, you know you won. These guys only know what they have done in isolation from everyone else. So Sam came in breaking his record, absolutely thrilled with that, without knowing that his competitor had actually gone faster than them.
So on course now, this first group of cars, and this is the number 519 of Malinba Sampa in Falcon Club TR in the 350Z. I was chatting a little while ago during the drift session about the different chassis that you'll see kind of pop up and drift, the cars that are getting cheaper and cheaper. And I think the 350Z and 370Z are platforms that have kind of come down in price the last couple of years and start to look like a pretty viable option to go quick. Maybe they're not necessarily the best suited stock, but I think they have a great aftermarket and they seem like they're pretty well suited to this time attack stuff.
Yeah, I think so. They're very popular. There's a lot of them out there, which is good. They're pretty stout, and as you said, a lot of aftermarket support, which is kind of what you need for a good, really a good track car in general, but especially a good time attack car.
So Malinba working his way up the back straightaway towards turn 11 and 12. Mike Jansen on track, you'll see there in the number 156. No time for anyone so far. But this time through, they're going to start laying down times, and we'll get a good look at what Heat 2 has to offer as far as lap times. For Mike Jansen, it was a 1:43.006, so that's the time to chase, the time to beat in Club SC. In Club TR, you'd have to look all the way up to Peter Granberg's 1:31.413. We will not see that in this session for this category, but Sampa at a 1:40.898 first lap through. Subaru BRZ tacking down us, the number 970 of John Chan, another Falcon Club TR car in the Subaru BRZ. A little bit of aero on this car, otherwise looks like maybe just coilovers and brakes, relatively simple build. And Alex, Club TR has been a class that we've seen explode in popularity. You talked about the competition level in that series. And, you know, we see a wide variety of prep level within that class. I mean, cars like Peter Granberg's no longer look like a car you can just drive down the street. You know, it's got a half a cage in it, and it's all gutted and everything. It's got all these aero bits, and it's got a livery on it. And then you have cars like this that look a whole lot more like they put some coilovers, some sticky tires, and a rear wing on it and went out on track. But, you know, there's that wide variety of prep comes down to understanding the rules very well.
Yep, it comes down to understanding the rules, comes down to how far do you want to push it, and how, you know, much do you let that competitive side of you take over your rational thoughts, and building those cars out. But the nice thing about all the classes, but especially the really well-populated classes, is you've got someone to compete against. No matter what your prep level is, there's somebody there to compete against. And sure, maybe, you know, as you said, you're not bringing a street-driven or daily-driven, let's say, car to Club TR anymore and expect to be competing for trophies. But as long as there's cars around you and somebody that you can compete against and better yourself, something to drive you forward, I think that's valuable. And I think that's something that gives, you know, drivers and competitors a lot of satisfaction.
There's Mike Jansen, and 143.961, so that's about 9/10 off of where he was this morning, but just hustling that car. CG Honda Civic, and double wishbone suspension on this car, which is different than a lot of the cars you see in this class, whether it be the Honda Fit or otherwise. That carries with it now an extra modifier for performance. So it's similar to Ibach GLTC, where you have percentage weight modifiers for complicating your car. There are modifiers that hopefully will kind of drag you back into the mix if your car has something that is deemed advantageous, like double wishbone suspension. But Nick Berg, however, in the 216, has jumped up into first place. I believe, is that also a Honda Civic? He has run both in the past, but I think I didn't see him on track earlier.
Looks like that's a Fit.
It is a Fit. Oops, trouble for the 592. And I don't think we saw that car on track earlier today either. So some new drivers sneaking up onto the list. And the 592, Persaud Antonio in the Acura RSX, his first laps of the weekend after not getting any this morning. David Best in the 134. New partner on the side of that. That Seb's logo's new. Always love to see cars gain sponsors throughout the year. And David, you know, perennial competitor in our Club SC class. And good to have him back again here this year. I'm going to check out where he is in the championship standings, because I know he's been with us quite a bit this season. And the answer to that question is P6. Right behind James Smith in the 130. A little bit of dust kicked up there in turn 11 and 12.
Yeah, just went 2 wheels off there. Just about kept the inside wheels on the curb, and so lap time should still count. But came pretty close.
Oh, look at Lennon Radcliffe in the Corolla up to 143.15. That's within a 1/10 of a second of Mike Jansen. So we might have a fight on our hands here in Club SC this weekend. This has always been one of the closest fights that we've seen in any category or division. And there he is, Lennon Radcliffe, in that 116 Corolla. Again, such a unique car. We don't really see a lot of Toyota machinery in this class in general. On occasion, you might see a Yaris here or there. But getting after right now, 143.15. Time to chase, 143.006.
Yeah, it's such a cool looking car. I mean, that looks like, I don't know when that's from. Probably, I don't know my Toyotas. It looks like a mid-90s car, and it looks in absolute great shape.
So Lennon Radcliffe and Nick Berg, there's the delta, half a second between them. Nick Berg always helps us out here in the paddock as well on our crew, volunteering. But right now he's got to volunteer that car to gain a little bit more speed to catch up to Lennon Radcliffe, who's just hustling that car right now, really just dialed in. It sits very low in that car, as well as had that seat mounted to the floor, giving a point by. And there is Nick Berg. And I think that, maybe it's not Nick Berg. He has a Civic on occasion. I don't think this is his, though.
Looks like a little bit of smoke coming out the back of one of those cars coming off the turn there.
Also, the Lincoln Mark 8 people have spotted out there. That thing's easy to spot from a mile away. It's like watching a battleship pull into harbor.
Yep, very unique build.
That's a Street GT class car that we'll see hustling around here this weekend. And I might have been wrong. Maybe Nick Berg is in his Honda Civic if he trips the scoring there. And yes, so it was Nick in the Civic with the white hood that just went by. There he is, and then there's Lennon Radcliffe right behind. So, especially in a competition this tight, Alex, is there ever a thought in your mind that if you're a little bit quicker than someone in trail, do you ever get out of their way just because you don't want them to learn where your car's better?
No. I mean, maybe some people do. I don't. You know, I think Time Attack and the mentality of Time Attack is you want everybody to be able to put their best foot forward. And yeah, you might not go out of your way to help competitors, but you certainly don't want to do anything to disadvantage them. Now, is teaching them your line and stuff like that going to be disadvantaging them? I don't think so. All these drivers are good enough that they know how to find the line around the track. They know how to get the best out of the car. So yeah, I wouldn't. It's not something that would concern me too much.
Mike Jansen in that 156 Honda Civic, now third in this session. So again, still on top of the weekend as far as the times are concerned, but given how things, actually Lennon was a little quicker in the first session. We didn't catch this at the very tail, or maybe we did. Lennon's time in session 1 was a 1:43.021, so this isn't the fastest he's gone, and that was only 15 thousandths behind Mike Jansen in Heat 1. So those two are just absolutely tooth and nail. And then Sam Dooling would still be third overall ahead of Nick Berg. So Sam is on course right now, but hasn't found the same speed that he did in session 1.
Yeah, it sounded like that you were seeing the same thing in the rush cars, that they're just not, or right around the same pace, maybe slightly slower than they were in the morning session. I would suspect, you know, that conditions are deteriorating a little bit. The sun's been out for a little bit longer, the track's heating up. Conditions maybe not quite as good. That's offset by the drivers getting more into their rhythm and probably driving a little bit better than they were this morning, even though they're going a little bit slower. So lap time's not quite where they were.
And also noticing that the 823 of Dave Laps, that Cobalt, just a car that I think is really, really neat, just up the road from there. We talked about this morning how the batteries in the trunk by default, which is kind of interesting just for weight balance. There's look at Nick Berg again as he hunts some more time. EK Honda Civic, I believe. I don't know my Hondas as well as I probably should work at GridLife, Alex, I'll admit, but
yeah, I'm the same. I'm not up on all my Civic chassis codes and what have you.
But you see him tuck it in there, just getting back on power. I love that. You see, there's his fit in the picture on the bottom right of the screen. So he's run a couple different cars here this season. But again, this Civic would be a little bit less frontal area, so that'll help on the long straights with keeping the car out of the drag, and especially at some of the longer tracks, that could be a big advantage. I'm not sure it'll be a huge deal at a place like this, where there's only really one long straightaway where you're getting up probably anywhere, you know, close to 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what kind of speeds these Club SC cars are hitting. I imagine it's not that fast, maybe around 100. Like you said, honestly, I've driven a Club SC car. I drove DJ's fit at Lime Rock Park a couple of years ago. And I want to say that the fastest we were hitting there was like 95 maybe, but it was almost just keep your foot flat on the floor for the whole lap.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I also love his plate says Club SC. That's good attention to detail there. So I'll give him 7 out of 10 points. Hood and trunk don't match, but the license plate it certainly fits the part there. And again, you'll notice that track record up there will update a little bit later in the day. Emma's on her own in timing and scoring today, so she's a little busy at the moment, she told me, but we'll have the records updated. And I'm really excited, Alex, for next year with the graphics project we did this season. I'm hoping to tie all that together live so that when we see a track record, we'll actually get a notification about it and it'll update the graphic in real time.
Sure.
I got 6 months to play in the off season, so it's going to look like Sky Sports when we come back next spring, I bet.
Well, just like all of these builds and all of these cars and drivers improving year over year, what you guys do on the broadcast also takes leaps and bounds from one year to the next, and even event to event, and sometimes.
Yeah, we're working hard in the background to try to push things forward and tie things together. This is a neat car. 245 street mod class car. I don't even. It's
an old Accord.
It looks like an Accord. Yeah, the 245. Street mod, and yeah, it's a Honda Accord, Noble Del Mar behind the wheel of that thing. And a very interesting car for street mod. I would venture to guess that it's nowhere near the limit of the rules, and probably either tire choice or some kind of interior modification has put him in street mod. But man, there is no excuse to not run in track battle, Alex. There's a class for everything.
I mean, there is somewhere to run for everything. I mean, as we've mentioned before, that I'm not so sure that car's going to be competing for trophies, but it's out there running what he's got, having fun, and looking good doing it.
Yeah, so 245 Accord. I know someone who really is probably enjoying this car at the moment is Eric Cattell. I saw him searching the internet for Honda Accords. Now, if you're an Eric Cattell fan, you have to bully him a little bit, because I wonder if he's got space in his life for maybe some turbocharged Honda power and build another low-slung, wide-bodied Honda contraption for maybe GLGT. So I think he was looking at Accord specifically to emulate another, classic Japanese touring car. So I'm in.
Certainly, the two cars I'm familiar with that he's built to this point look the business and certainly performed the part as well.
It would probably kill a lot of the creativity in it, Alex. But there's part of me on certain days, I'm like, man, it would be really cool if we just basically were like, you have to use a car from the 90s and it has to look cool, and just basically turn it into DTM or something. I think that'd be kind of rad, but then you'd lose a lot of the contemporary cool stuff that you see.
I don't know. Before that, we can get 99 S2000s. That'll work for us.
There you go. Okay, 95 or sooner. No. So Checkered Flag here on Group D. It'll be Group C up next. And again, it'll be primarily street class, and Club TR will be focusing on for that one. And that's John Chan pulling off track. Malimba Sampa in the 519 leading the Club TR category here. And, Club TR is a rule set, Alex. It's developed over time. You talk about the competition there and the prep level that it requires. Why has that class been so well subscribed? We see fields of 30 plus.
I think the competition brings people in. I mean, as we start getting tight competition, we start giving it a lot of attention on the broadcast and what have you, and that brings people into the class, I think. It was, I don't think it was ever intended to be from GridLife's perspective, but it was seen as a little bit of a feeder to GLTC. So I think, the builds are often similar to GLTC builds, although there's quite significant differences. But obviously the cool factor of GLTC is huge, and it could be, that Club TR draws those people who would love to be part of GLTC, but maybe are not ready to commit to a fully caged car and getting rid of all of the streetability of their cars. And then otherwise, the types of cars it brings in, it strikes that balance of barrier to entry and performance. The cars are fast, and they're not super expensive builds. I mean, I don't think there's any such thing as cheap motorsports, but they're much more accessible than a street mod car, a competitive street mod car, for instance, and it only goes up from there.
Yeah, here's a look at your class overview for that Falcon Club TR category, and purpose-built track day cars, and you can basically do some engine swaps. There's some displacement restrictions if you go down this path to less than 2.5 liters naturally aspirated, or less than 1.6 liters if you go to a turbocharger. But example cars at the bottom of the screen there, 3 cars I believe are here. I haven't seen Jeremy Bailey yet, but I've been told he's here. Mario Moroni and Mike Bryant, who will have doing some GLTC commentary with me later today. So you get a great variety, front drive, rear drive, front engine cars with 4 cylinders. And there's a couple exceptions for some 6-cylinder cars as well. But again, you're going to see a lot of aero on these cars, suspension, and then those engine swaps that we talked about. But dialing these things in is really where the speed is found. And I think why the class seems to be so well subscribed is it lands right in the power to weight category of some very popular cars like the FRS, BRZ, GR86 things, MX-5s, S2000s, and older Honda Civics with engine swaps, sort of designed as a track rat class, which is where the TR comes from.
Yep, exactly. So I mean, a lot of these cars were on track anyway, and going and pounding laps in HPDEs around the country, and it's a place also for them to just maybe not drop into, but with limited modifications get involved.
So Ivan Afranichik in the 371 370Z is going to be the first driver to bring us to the green. Jeremy Salinas in the green and blue Corvette and trail. Jake Rawson in that 3 Series BMW. That's a Falcon Club TR class car. Here's a look at some of the representative classes we have on course at the moment. Of course, we've seen the last of Club SC for now. So Leonard Radcliffe, Nick Berg, and Jansen were unable to improve on the times from this morning, but Radcliffe ahead of Jansen in similar conditions. That will factor in when we get to podium sprint on Sunday. But Afranichik in the 370Z, love the livery on this thing. Has yet to put the banner on. I've already put up a flag about that one, so he'll have to put that on at some point. But down into turn 4 and 5 here. And 370Zs, we talk about 350s. You know, Alex, I'm not really super familiar with the generational changes or how similar they are in the underpinnings, but I have to imagine just a bit of a step up in power and performance.
Yeah, and I'm no expert in this, so I'm sure I'm going to get this all horribly wrong. But directionally, you know, I'm pretty sure the underlying chassis between the 350, 370Z, and from what I understand, even the newer 400Z is pretty similar. The 350Z obviously had the 3.5 litre that also was in the Infiniti G35. 2008-ish, Infiniti went to a 3.7 litre in their Gs, and that's where the 370Z then got that 3.7. But power differences, not very much difference. I think maybe, you know, 2 or 300-ish horse on the 350 stock and 330, I think it was, on the 370. 400 obviously added turbos then and had a pretty good bump in performance.
So coming back around here to put his first laps on the board for Heat 2, Ivan Afranichik. Matthew Morehouse is out there as well in a Subaru. Afranichik 138.119. Salinas to the top of Streetmont for the time being in this session. And Jake Rawson 36.3. Ryan Seiler, let's talk about him for a second. It's been a long time since we've seen Seiler on course. He's in a Honda S2000, number 755. Last time we saw him in GridLife Track Battle 2021.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That car, so he bought that car 2016-ish. That was a car I wanted. It was a flooded car though, and I believe it was a tough car to get registered for the road, which is why I didn't. That what held me back from that one, and I wasn't quite ready to commit to a full track car at that point. But it's a beautiful car, really good car. He actually just bought some wheels off me he'll be running on those that allow him to fit some pretty big tires under that chassis.
And there's Jeremy Salinas. Love the livery on this car with sort of the sketch vibes and the Dare to Dream Motorsports logos on the rear there. We've seen Jeremy in all sorts of cool stuff over the years. But this Corvette he's had for a couple now and competing in the Streetmont class. I think he also had that crazy looking Mustang a couple years ago that he ran in Unlimited, I think. Like a 1965 Mustang that had no Mustang left in it.
Sure, yeah.
But now running a C5. You know, interesting little data download. Just last week was putting together a list of what models we've seen and how many of each. And the Corvette, no specific generation, but the Corvette, 42 unique Corvettes in GridLife this year, and it looks like Jonathan Denk has gone off track there and nosed in, and looks like he's got no power, so trying to get the thing rebooted, but doesn't look like it's going to do it.
Yeah, that's going to be full course yellow, I suspect, while they retrieve that car.
Matthew Morehouse is off as well. That's that Subaru. Love that car. That's a really neat thing to be time attacking. Again, probably tricky to find that towards the front of the order, even in Club TR, but again, unique builds. So we'll see if Jonathan Denk can get going. This is Noah Jank in the Toyota MR2. And this car had an oopsie. You'll note the left side damage with the bandages on it. Love the humor in the stickers there, but that car found its way into the Armco at turn 7 at Lime Rock Park. The tail end of August, and good to see that he got it repaired enough to drive on track at the end of the weekend there, but having a little fun with the stickers on the side.
Yeah, I always like those cars. I think those are really neat looking cars. I've heard they're a bit of a handful to drive, and so not maybe the easiest thing in the world, but I think they look cool. Super small, super tiny. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, right now one of the more fun YouTube builds I'm following is the Gears and Gasoline Toyota Unlimited Racing development build that Ben Lynn is doing over there. And he's basically jammed a 3.5 liter V6 out of a Toyota Camry or something similar. That 3.5-liter V6 is basically in everything in Toyota's lineup.
Yep.
And turning it into an unlimited class time attack car. And it's been really fun to watch his process on that. I think the video, I'm sure it's happened by this point, but the videos were just about to get to the on-track driving. So if you're not familiar with Gears of Gasoline, friends of GridLife, they haven't been with us in a little bit here, you know, focusing on their builds and getting some cars together. But man, some impressively well put together YouTube content every Saturday morning. You get blessed with them in their inbox, and you've got about a half hour carved out for them. So well, we missed the Benz, but behind the safety car here as they go extract Jonathan Dink out of the weeds over there.
Yeah, they always have, the Gears and the Gasoline guys always have interesting builds, always have something fun to do. Obviously were staples around GridLife for a long time. One of the Benz was a staple around ASM for a long time as well, always at the shop with a KE series going into something. So yeah, it's been a little bit since we've seen them in person, but always around, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think that he was sort of tied into a story. Ben Thorne was here a couple of years ago. I think it was true when Ben's when he competed with his Civic in street class.
Is that a camera helicopter?
It'd be super cool if it was.
Circling there?
Yeah, our budget is as such now that we have helicopters.
Perfect.
Alex. No, there's Ryan Seiler, by the way,
yep.
The blue S2000 we were talking about earlier. But Ben Thorne tied into a little bit of a storyline here from a couple of years ago. I think it was 2021, I want to say, when Tomo had his K24 S2000. I think it was the beginnings of Trainer 3, if I recall, and had an engine expire. And Ben Thorne had actually given, they had basically traded engines. I think Ben Thorne had put his engine into Tomo's car because his had a built engine. He was going to Club TR with that car and couldn't have all the internals. And he felt very guilty about that, even though it obviously wasn't his fault. But that was a really impressive feat that day because ASM and the entire team tore that motor out of the car. It was still like beating hearts, like oil coming out of it.
Yep.
And just still hot on the ground. Well, they put a new engine in Tomo's car where he got back on the track and completed the weekend. So just a really cool story from a few years ago of ASM coming together to in an impressive way. Tom was ready to put the thing back on the trailer, and ASM jumped into action.
Yeah, I don't think he missed a session with that. The whole team getting involved, the whole team, as you said, working very hard there. I did my part of making sure that happened on time by staying well out of the way, not interfering in any way. But yeah, it was, I mean, that team always amazes me by what they can get done in a short amount of time and how they're never out for the count.
No, certainly not. And it looks like they're going to have to flatbed this car, unfortunately, for Jonathan Dank, who didn't get a lot of laps in this session before finding himself off course at the exit of turn 10. By the looks of it, the motions he was making didn't seem like he was confident it was going to roll. There's Dan Mai, E30 BMW.
That's another cool looking car.
Look how narrow it is. This is something that these older cars that you don't really understand until you see them compared to these wider, lower cars. But man, that thing's little.
It sure is little. Just a little tin can.
It makes the Supra look enormous, and the Supra's not a very big car.
No, it's not. It's not.
But yeah, Dan's car, he's also got a similar sort of sketch style livery on that. Makes it look the part. That's another Falcon Club TR car. It's just great diversity in the Club TR class. It's by far the most well represented week to week. I think we've had a field size of over 30 cars at some events in the past, which that's a wheel-to-wheel field, not a time attack class.
Yeah, that's great.
We're spoiled if we have 10, you know.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
But under yellow here, about halfway through track battle heat 2. Qualifying for our podium sprint, which will be on Sunday afternoon, where we'll put the top 5 from each category up against each other in a 3-lap dash, and whoever comes out on top of that will win the weekend. And they're just trying to get Jonathan on the rollback here at this stage.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be tough to extract, and this shot from our helicopter here really shows actually some of the tricky part of this track. Those corners there, and from this angle, they do kind of look like 90-degree corners, but they're not. They're a lot more than 90-degree corners, and that can trick you going in. That first one of those is called patience, and the idea is it's called patience because you need to be patient going through it and not use all the track out on the exit. Otherwise, you're going to pinch yourself off for the second half of that. So just that shot gave us a good insight into some of the technical nature of this course, where it's not quite what meets the eye when you're driving around it, and certain angles looked a little bit different than others.
Jonathan trying to assist the crew here and getting on the hook, but kind of dug in the weeds makes it a little tricky to get at everything you need to get at. And my bet is that if it's going on the rollback, it's not, it won't, flat toe won't do, is my guess. And you just hope it isn't something terminal where he's leaking fluid or something of the sort.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't put anything down on the track. It wasn't a bunch of smoke or steam or anything like that. Very often there's good evidence when a car is leaking, because everything's hot and it will either burn or it will, or not burn, but smoke, or it will evaporate and create a bunch of steam. But not seeing that on the car, it just looked like it lost power and looked like it lost power, but the way it's parked doesn't look like an intentional pull-off as well. So it's in an odd spot, I would say.
So they're going to try to get that car back up on the flatbed. And I'm curious now if we'll get another lap or two here in Group B. Just watching the time tick away.
Yeah.
It looks like this is going to be a bit of a lengthier cleanup. So that puts this Group B group at risk of losing a lap or two. They'll try to maybe get them one more, as Dan Mai looks like he's going to head back out on the racetrack under control of the safety car. Of course, we still have Group A to sort out. Actually, this is Group C, isn't it? So Group B and C still left to go, which makes me think that if they get a lap, it'll just be the one.
Yeah, I would bet something on the right front of that car broke, suspension or something like that, just where it's parked. That's not where you would park if you were having a mechanical. That's not the way you would go off. And I also, if you made a mistake driving, you're not going to end up way out there. That looks like the car just wouldn't turn left.
So Jan Wilder in the number 311. That's an interesting car that we didn't really. I think he wasn't on track earlier. He was late to registration, but he is in the conversation as far as the points are concerned. Up in the top 10, I believe. It's been a little while since I've looked, but maybe not. But he's a P11 right now and scored 9th at Midwest Festival, 10th at Mid-Ohio, and then 6th at Road America, actually. So that car, that 240 SX, which isn't a super common car in track battle, seems pretty well suited for the straightaways, at least, based on the Road America conversation.
Yeah, those obviously very common drift cars, not super common in time attack. I don't know exactly why. I'm not super familiar with them, but it may be that the drift guys are buying them all up and making them too expensive for time attack cars. But yeah, this one obviously is good to see.
Yeah, Jonathan Dank's car still working on getting up on the rollback. Just trying to get that thing without hopefully damaging the front of the car too. It's not usually the priority to keep the splitter in one piece when you're trying to get it off the racetrack, but they'll do everything they can not to just drag it like a scruffed cat up the side of the rollback.
Yeah, obviously the retrieval guys or the recovery guys, their primary focus is getting this track ready to go racing again and letting people go fast. But they genuinely and genuinely do have sympathy for the cars that they're pulling up there and do what they can to not damage them.
Interesting note on the rear of that car, on this EK Honda, is the way the wing is mounted. It has sort of the rear trunk mount coming up from the bottom and then also from the roof of the car.
Yep.
I can't say that I've seen that before. Usually it feels like it's just mounted to the rear, but I'm sure that kind of mount is common on a hatchback like this, but I'm not sure I've noticed the way that it's mounted before.
Yeah, and probably a good reason for that. I would imagine getting it back behind the roofline lets that air flow in down behind the car, which gets the wing more in that clear air, but is well lifted up off the actual back of the or off the what would traditionally be a deck lid on a car with a trunk. So a little bit unique for that design of a car. The way it's a hatchback, but the roof slopes down so aggressively. Because you're right, typical, if you think about the Golf or the later Civics that drop down a lot more steeply, you see them more where that roof spoiler is on the car, the stock spoiler.
Yeah, for sure. Also notice the rear end plate had a track map pit race on it. So that's where we're headed next, at least east of the Mississippi. We have WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in a couple of weeks' time before we head to our season finale at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And safety car still working around. We might have to do one more lap with the lights on before we turn them loose. And let me get the rest of this group one more go at it. We also saw the number 247 GR Supra. That's the car fourth in line. That's Eric Pilipczyk. He's also running in GridLife GT. And Alex, you were out there, well, we got a lap. You were out there in GridLife GT Practice 1. Any learnings to take away from that?
Well, part of the reason I was able to stay for the whole session earlier is Andy took the car out to shake it down. It's a new build, took it out to shake it down. It was second fastest car with him driving it, but it overheated after like a lap and a half. So, you know, new build teething troubles that we're going to have to deal with. But the performance looks like it's there, and it's got the potential to do what we want it to do.
That's good, and Andy obviously went to the top with the Ibach GLTC practice as well, so went near the top in GT and then to the top in TC. So Andy doing Andy things, that's typical. So looks like they brought the field down pit lane under the checker, so we'll move on to Group B now. It's unfortunate, but that's the way she goes sometimes. And there's a problem.
Yeah, that's what I suspected, that something on that right front had broken and the car just wouldn't turn left, which is how that car ended up where it was.
So that's definitely some kind of suspension damage, and that was in a left-hand corner. You're kind of pounding the curbs over there a couple times in a row, so it could have just broken control arm or something of the sort. But Franachik pulls in, Eric Pilipczyk's going to pull in, Matthew Morehouse in that Subaru. There's the NOS Energy trailer over there. Free NOS available if you're here at the racetrack. You can go on down to the NOS truck and pick up a note from a number of different flavors. I'm a really big fan of the NOS Zero, but they've also got a couple different flavors. In the past, they brought like a green apple flavor that's super good, and then also the grape flavor I'm a huge fan of. But NOS truck down there on the far end of the paddock. Always great to have them hanging out with us. Enjoying what has been a pretty nice weekend so far. Usually it feels like the surface of the sun here, and it's getting warmer. But a nice cool NOS can keep you hydrated and cooled off, give you a little boost throughout the afternoon when you get those 2 o'clock struggles, like I'll probably get later.
Yeah, Grape One's the Grape One is my go-to for sure.
Yeah. GT Grape, that's convenient.
Is that right?
I didn't even plan this, but I just realized that GridLife GT is also purple, and GT Grape is the flavor. Look, I'm not going to pretend like I just also decided this color for GT.
Take it.
So.
Just take it.
So cars on track now. This is Group B for the GridLife Track Battle Championship. All right, this will be more Club TR and more of everything else. I'm not sure that we have the pointy end of any particular field in this group. Aaron Reckadal in street class. I guess maybe the pointy end of street, I suppose, right?
Yeah, street we should have. And did Club TR move up to, Peter Gramberg, did he move up to Group A?
I think they already were in Group A, and that was just based on the lap times. Also because, let's see, maybe not. Peter Gramberg was 16th overall, so maybe they've shifted things a little bit. I didn't see him on the grid for this group.
I'd expect him to be right at the front of Group B if he was in B. So you're right, maybe street, I think we probably have the pointy end of.
I think so. Yeah, I actually ran into Peter in the bathroom, and he goes, I had to do it before the track gets bad. And so that he goes, I have to get it done in these early morning sessions before the track gets greasy. And it's not always because of the drift cars. So, we don't have a ton of them here this weekend, but the track is just naturally going to get hotter and slicker as the day moves on. But street class as well. We're also looking for Andy Holst. So maybe Andy Holst is probably in Group A based on his time, which was 9th overall out of everyone here. So Aaron Reckadal, I believe, was 2nd in street. So almost the pointy end. Watch the cars come on through, tripping through turn 13, 14, and 15. Fast end of the lap here. And look at Reckadal just on it. Little counter steer even through turn 1. That turn 3 millionaire corner, and didn't take it all the way to the edge of the road on the opening lap. But there's Aaron in that Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah, a little bit scruffy, a little bit of counter steer, a couple feet off the apexes, not using quite all of the track. Probably adjusting to the fact that the track has got a little bit worse than it was this morning, and the grip not quite what he was expecting. We'll find out though. I'm sure I'll be proven wrong with him going like 2 seconds faster than his best here.
Yeah, 32.258 is the time that he's chasing. That was his personal best from earlier in the day. But if he wants to beat Andy Holst, he needs 3 seconds better than that. So that'll be a tall task, I think. You know, the all-wheel drive will definitely help with the grip, leaving some of these tighter corners. But this Honda Civic Type R platform, a little wiggle from the M2 in the background. The Honda Civic Type R, great performance platform for the money. We see a ton of these things. I mentioned the unique chassis we saw so far this year, 42 Corvettes across everything. We've seen 23 different Honda Civics in track battle as well. Which maybe isn't as many as you'd think, but they still are a popular choice.
Yeah, a lot tidier second half of that lap. First half was a little bit scruffy, but from patience onwards, actually a lot tidier, a lot nicer looking lap.
33.0. And Roman in the 787, that's the M2 behind, a little wide there at the exit of turn 1. Jumping the curbs. It's also pretty narrow over there, I feel like, between turns 1 and 2. The track, the width kind of necks down a little bit, but the track drives very narrow. And those rumble strips come up on you pretty quick.
Yeah, they do. Turn 1's a tough one. Not a lot of reference points there. Once you get past sort of the pit wall, and it's a slightly odd corner but a deceivingly odd-looking corner, I would say. So one that's trouble for me to be consistently quick through. Yeah.
There's Rekadal jumping down in the corner. There's Roman in the 787 BMW M2. Which again, that's a platform that PhD Racing has been developing for some time with Jackie Ding in the track mod class. We'll see him next group. But just like he did with the Supra, trailblazing a long list of performance parts, especially the aero category. And already, when they built that M2, this was the first track that they tested on when they first got it. And immediately it was within a couple tenths of a second of the Supra, in its stock form. And though it is a much heavier car, in some respects, I think the performance capability is a little higher. So, they've really done a nice job at PhD Racing, kind of setting up a standard path forward to find speed in these cars. Not necessarily for time attack, but just for track driving in general. And although this car looks relatively stock, and it has to be an aero form for Street GT, still great cars from factory.
Yeah, I mean, BMW's been making, really good track cars for years and years. From the fact that we've seen, E30 BMWs, what's that, 5 generations of BMWs ago that we've got on track with us today, up to the latest generation. I would say the M2 or the 2 Series is more similar to the Zastec Lamborghini off track there.
Yeah, it's Zach Zhao, I believe, in the 574. I don't remember seeing this car out earlier today, so it might be his first laps.
It is, yeah. He wasn't out in the first session, or at least if he was, he managed to hide from the cameras very well, which is hard to do in a Lamborghini like that, I think.
Yeah, that's not exactly, driving a Lamborghini is not an art of subtlety there. So this is great. We've seen Zach plenty this year in the track mod class with this car. And I believe his first event was back at Midwest Festival. And he's run, I think it was actually just that one event. Scored points there, but just 4. So looking for a bit of a better run here. And it's just crazy. We have 2 different Lamborghinis in GridLife Track Battle this weekend.
Yeah, we don't see too many supercars show up to these events, but so unusual to see 2 of them at the same one, but such cool looking cars. I think they look so neat. We need more supercars, I think. Not to turn this into a series that's the same as the professional series with all the supercars, but we should have a little bit of or get some supercars out there, if nothing else, so we can watch some of these home-built machines go head-to-head with them and sometimes even best them.
Absolutely. Actually, Zhao's running an unlimited this weekend, so might be stepping up to a slick tire, would be my guess. Martin Maroney on track in Falcon Club TR. Again, the points battle here shaping up as we trail off to the end of the season. Maroney at one point was leading the standings. He's fallen to 4th. And, you know, he's had basically everything but a win, and he's off course there a little bit at turn, it's at turn 10. Turn 11 rather, just charging a little bit too much and fist out the window. He'll go self-report that, but he has to push.
Yeah, it's so easy to do that. You get a long time to think about that after you come out of patience, which is somewhat of a frustrating turn. You've got that long run down there. It's a little bit downhill, and it tips a little bit more downhill in the braking zone. You've got the curbs on the right that you can attack. Really tough to pick the right braking point, and so easy to overshoot.
One of the drivers out there in that gray Supra, that is the number 890. That is Eric Magnuson, who you're familiar with watching Ibach GLTC, and now this morning, GridLife GT. So running the Supra for the second time in track battle competition. Ran it with us at Pittsburgh International Race Complex last year. Interesting discussion on the internet forums earlier this week about boost pressures and things of the sort, and what's legal for Street GT, and just, you know, based on what trims of the car were available and that sort of thing. But again, Street GT designed for 5, 6, 8, and 10 cylinder engines, but stock aero. And again, you're not going to be touching a lot under the hood. Generally, just bolt-ons a little bit deep there into 11.
Yep, kept it on track, but obviously ruined his lap time there. And again, just exactly what Mario did. Just misjudged the braking point, I think. It doesn't look like there's anything on the track that's affecting the braking there. Just two drivers doing what is an easy thing to do and out-braking themselves.
Curious also, you know, for Magnuson to reset the brain, to jump back in a very, you know, road-going car after being in his LS Swap M3 for GridLife GT. Have you had the opportunity to kind of jump back and forth between a street car and effectively a race car in close succession? And how hard is it to recalibrate?
I haven't gotten to, you know, a pure street, just, you know, 3-point seatbelt type car between race car, but I have jumped back and forth between a GLTC car and my Time Attack car in the same event. Road America last year, I drove both cars. Now, both S2000s, just a very different prep level at that point. Wasn't too difficult. It's a little bit of, you know, muscle memory when you're familiar with the car. So it wasn't that difficult. I think I would have a hard time going to a full interior, no harnesses, stock seat type car versus a race prep car at this point now.
Ruben Manrique in the Porsche Cayman. And this is another kind of car that I anticipate seeing more of, especially some of the older generations of this car, where the prices are coming way down, the performance level's very high. And if you want 911, you better be ready to pony up. But for Cayman, I feel like, you know, that's a little easier platform to get started with. And there's a lot to love about these cars.
Yep, a lot of support, a lot of aftermarket support. These cars get tracked all the time. I don't know what class is he in Street GT? Street class, okay. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if the 718s or any of the 4-cylinder ones would fit into Club TR at all, but that might be an interesting look at those if they get small enough on the engine size. I think they're turbo, so I don't think they can, but yeah, these cars are great track cars, and so not surprising that we're seeing them show up as the prices come down on them.
And actually, there's a couple of them. Brad Moore in street class in particular has been kind of paving the path for them in the championship standings. You know, based on how things are running right now, Brad Moore is P9 in the standings, 43 points on the season, but that's only because he's run 2 events. He was third at, make that fourth at Midwest Fest. Big wiggle for Ruben at turn 13, gathers it up.
Yeah.
But that was a win at Road America, by the way, for Brad Moore in the Caymans. And Zach Zal's around again, that time that's over at turn 11 as well, I think.
Odd place to be off at turn 11, way on the inside there. That does look like a braking problem.
Sorry, that was turn, no, that was turn 3. That was Millionaire Corner. Getting my bearings here still. A couple sessions into the day. But, you know, it was talked about in the drivers meeting this morning that turn 3 area, that tire wall on the exit on driver's left, has claimed a lot of body work. So that's one of those spots that you got to leave a little extra margin. The track narrows down there through the woods. And a step off course is not a good time. Look at Eric Magnuson in the green there, picking up again, 132.635. Closing in on Roman in the 787 M2. And And so right now at the top of Street GT, it's M2, Supra, Corvette. So that's a pretty good fight to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And Magnussen 32.6, you said, in his Supra, which I think he was about 130-ish in Street GT. Street GT, sorry, and GLGT in his GLTC car that he's turned up for GLTG. So interesting that Supra looked like a pretty stockish Street Supra, just 2 seconds off what the same driver's doing in one of the pointy end race cars. You know, not just a GLTC car, but a leading GLTC car.
Zach Zhao there across the stripe. Curious now, you know, at the top of the unlimited board at the moment, but if he had gone 4 off there, that time would get deleted until he self-reports. So again, we caught that a little bit late, but I feel like that car was all the way off.
That was clearly 4 wheels off, yeah.
So that's unfortunate there. As Aaron Reckidahl works his way around here, and I bet you we'll get a checker in just a couple minutes' time. There it is, checker flag.
Yep.
That will bring the end of Heat 2 for Group B. That leaves us just one group left in this second heat, which will be the pointy end of basically all of our classes, Sans Club SC. We saw a lot of records fall this morning, but you know, even though the temperature's a little warmer than it was, you've got a session underneath you now of experience. Yep. So I still think there's a lot left in the racetrack this morning, and a lot left in the times for the drivers now that they've got an understanding of what the conditions are.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, I think the deteriorating conditions, and we'll make it sound like, you know, it's pouring with rain or something, but the track getting worse, which is a thing. The track is definitely slower than it was this morning, and will likely be slower this afternoon than it is right now. Will be offset by the drivers getting more into the zone, being more in rhythm, knowing what they've got underneath them, and just driving a little bit better. Now that may not show up directly in the times, but it'll show up in the times not dropping by or not increasing by as much as they would have if this was, you know, day 4 of the event.
So also should note that Track Battle Podium Sprint will be at just about 1 o'clock on Sunday, and we're about an hour sooner than that right now. So the conditions on Sunday for the session that will set your podium for the weekend are probably very similar to what we're seeing. So while ideal conditions are great for setting those lap times for track records, you know, I think it'd be really interesting to note where you are head-to-head with your competitors on a similar racetrack. So, you know, tomorrow and Sunday, right around noon, I think that's going to be interesting. Track Battle Heat 5 will probably be the closest analog we'll get, provided the weather stays the same.
Yeah, Track Battle Heat 5 will be the one, because that one, the big difference between this session and the previous session is we had rush between the drift cars and these cars, and so rush would have been the session to kind of clean the track back up from the drift cars. Tomorrow and Sunday, we just have a lunch break, which nothing's going to be cleaning up for that between drift and track battle.
So we've got until about 12:20, so 18 minutes to get the rest of the track battle in here. That will be Group A coming up next. And again, the cars to follow. We talked about Dewey DeWitt, Cal Fortner, Jamie Santos in particular. He's been fun to watch for sure. And then you've got, the Tadas Karlinskis in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. That thing is wild and already has broken the GridLife track record overall with a 121 earlier this morning. So Unlimited's got some good fights. So does Street Mod. You know, Track Mod, I think, is Jackie Ding's to lose, as we talked about in his BMW M2. And I think the interesting note about Jackie Ding and the M2 is that, you know, he asked me earlier if Alan Patton had wrapped up the championship. And the answer to that is basically, but not quite. And why I say that is Alan Patton has run 4 events. He scored 103 points. That's 1 short of perfect. And the only reason he didn't score that extra point was at Road Atlanta, where we used this is a new track mod rule set. We did have a slightly different rule set before. So the track record didn't count because there was no record to break. It was a setting of a record, not a reset, which is where you get that extra point. So in theory, Jackie Ding could still beat Alan Patton if he were to win this event and Laguna Seca and pit race.
And set records at all of them.
Correct. That is hard, and I don't know if Jackie was planning on going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but if he wants the title and to beat Alan by 1 point, he would have to.
might be an easy sell to get Jackie to get an additional car out to Laguna Seca. Now, what if they tie? What's the tiebreaker on that?
The tiebreaker would, I think, first it goes to head-to-head wins, which would be Alan Patton.
Okay.
But yeah, so that would only be the case if Jackie were to win an event but not get a track record.
Sure.
So, which I think he's already reset this one. So if he were to win this and keep that record, then he's good. Has another 26 points in the bucket. So again, this is what I love so much about Time Attack is, you know, the kind of the mudslinging that happens. You know, Jackie asked me that question because I think he will try to justify how to get out to Laguna Seca to go win that event, get a track record, and defeat Alan Patton in 1 point in the last race of the year. And Ernestus Pizelis has come to a stop on the backstretch.
Yep, and that doesn't look good. That looks like a car that's going to need to be towed, and that's everybody's first lap. It's going to be kind of ruined by that, I think.
Yeah. And again, they don't see it just yet. So that is sector 3. There will be a yellow waving over there for the time being.
Which a yellow's okay, right? Everybody should be sorted out in the right order right now. Where it's parked doesn't look particularly dangerous. They're just going to have to get recovery vehicles on there to go and get it, and that's when the double yellows have to come out.
Yeah, and there's Jeremy Boysen in the number 62 Porsche. There's your unlimited record. Thomas Garlinski gets to see top of the screen, 121.726. He reset that earlier today. And Andy Smedegaard's time, while still the record in all-wheel drive, no longer the overall record. You see that now purple is the highlight for the quickest of the class in history.
Yep. Yeah, and that's right. So the 7-year-old record does get to live on, just not as an overall record anymore. And James's 8-year-old record also living on as well, which is just wild.
And there is the full course yellow for Ernie over there, stuck trackside. That car's been fairly reliable, actually, so it's a little bit of a surprise to see it stuck over there on the straight line. And he stopped on course as well, door open.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that couldn't have been limped back into the pits, unfortunately, but you know, such is life with Time Attack, all part of the game. All of us have been stuck out on track at some point, and nobody wants to do it.
No, and you know, even Dewey at Lime Rock Park, we heard him talk about this on his podcast, Heat Exchanger, where at Lime Rock Park he had a session where laid down a little, they were blowing some oil out and it caused a yellow flag, and he hated that. And as a competitor, you're never excited about that, but at some point, you know, you'll be frustrated that it happens, or someone else did it to you, but at some point, it'll come around. These Time Attack cars are on the pointy end of builds and parts, and every time you go out is a test session to some extent, right? Not that you're treating it like a test session, but you're testing new parts and combinations of parts that maybe were not designed to go together, and you're bound to break something somewhere. And at least for Ernie, this will be a pretty easy flat pull back to pit lane.
Yeah, we hope so. You're right in that these cars will break at some point. It's important to maintain perspective as a competitor when that happens, and understand that you know it's just one of those things. Even though it will often happen at the most inopportune times for you. It certainly feel like the universe is conspiring against you at times when these things happen. But you're right. You know, we all do it. I've been stranded on track. I don't think I've ever caused a black flag situation like this. But that's a lot more than skill, that I've broken at the right point where I can get myself hidden or get myself out of the way so the session can continue. But just is what it is, really.
So we talked about Jackie Ding and his pursuit of, you see Jamie Santos giving a point by there to Jackie. That was gentlemanly of him there. Jackie Ding will be going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So I think there's a safe bet that Alan Patton will probably have to go to pit race if he wants a chance to hang on to this championship lead. We have not announced him winning it yet because mathematically he has not.
Yep.
And again, if Jackie were to not win any of those events, that goes out the window. But if he wins this and goes to Laguna, where I think that car will be good enough to win. You know, you never really know what the California audience shows up with, but that car is very pointy end for the rule set. But then pit race, it's a toss-up. I mean, we saw Alan Patton there last year. He brought a car, I think it's Street GT, and won that in the C6. But again, that's a very tight, twisty racetrack for these big, heavy cars. It'll be a slugfest between those two if it comes down to that.
Oh, for sure. And one thing I've learned over the last 6-7 years is don't ever count Jackie Ding out. No matter what, he is a competitor. He will do what it takes to win and do absolutely everything he can to win. Alan Patton, I'm sure, is the same. I don't know Alan personally, but I'm sure is the same. And obviously, he's got a very, very fast car.
So on the restart, hopefully we'll get it here pretty shortly.
Yeah, it looks. Are the lights out already on that pace car? It looks like they might be. No, they're not. They're still flashing,
on, yeah. So Dewey just sent me a message and said that Alan Patton's car is already torn apart for upgrades. And Dewey said that they've been, kind of chastising him a little bit because of the potential of someone like Jackie Ding sneaking in there at the end and stealing it. But this would be a really fun story in the time attack world that, he got such a big lead, thought he had it locked up, tore the car apart for upgrades, sort of stranded with the thing in pieces. Meanwhile, his competitor now no longer has that competition and has enough rounds left to potentially sweep the last 4 rounds of the year and take the championship by 1 point. That would be the story of the last 5 years in track battle, I would think. I mean, on the same level of Jackie driving to Mid-Ohio to steal a win from Dewey before driving back from a couple years ago.
Which was amazing.
And he did almost the same thing at Ibach. I mean, he ran. We didn't have podium sprint there, so he too went out and ran the track record and drove away and went back to another event in Poconos. So, yeah, and Jackie is just the king of the underdog. Well, not the underdog story, but the sneak in and steal it story. He's a pickpocket.
So what we've learned here then is, one, why is Dewey sending messages from in the pits and not out on track with these guys? And number 2, I now have a platform where I can speak to Dewey and he's listening to me and he has no recourse whatsoever. Is that where we're at with this?
It sounds like it. And Dewey just said, ouch. Probably bringing up the Mid-Ohio thing. But yeah, so you bring up a great point that they're in the pits right now. But again, what's the goal for Dewey? Just to pick up the points? Well, he's already run a lap time that will absolutely be good enough for the podium sprint seed. So I guess you can learn some things, but he's already put himself in a pretty safe spot.
Yeah, I mean, Dewey's basically got this championship wrapped up, but like as we've just been talking about with Alan Patton here, right? It's not wrapped up until you have 104 points, or somebody else can't beat your time, or beat your point score. So soaring up here is smart. Banking some points is smart, and doing, it's not won until it's won. Do we expect Dewey to win the championship? Of course we do. This year he's put together an incredible package. They've done an incredible effort this year. What's he doing while he's there? I don't know. Probably that Subaru is broken. Dewey's not sitting in the paddock, in the pits, because he wants to be in there. It's broken. It's junk, and it might be on fire by the end of the weekend. But he'll win the championship with it.
You're correct. He's not sitting there because he wants to be. He says we cook some ball joints, easy fix, and we're here to prevent anyone from winning, is what he said. So Dewey, as always, being entertaining, even from when he's sitting in the paddock. So great story there. We should get the restart here. We still have about 5 minutes, so that's 2 or 3 laps worth of time.
Plenty of time for these guys to show what they've got. Now, interesting thing that Jamie did that we didn't talk about here is, as we kind of said that earlier, that Jamie likes to sit in the pits and wait till the end of the sessions to go out. I don't know if he changed that plan, but I think when the flag came, or when the double yellows came out, he basically followed that pace car out onto track. And what does that do for him? It gives him #1 spot and clear track as soon as that pace car goes in. He's got a clear track, nothing ahead of him, and he should be able to set a good time without being impeded in any way. Jackie obviously came up behind him and he did the smart thing. He recognized that Jackie's probably going to be quicker than he is, and rather than driving his mirrors for a lap, he'll let Jackie go first. But he still has that clear track, so I think that strategy has worked pretty well for him here. Sit in the pits, wait, see if double yellows come out, or wait for the end of the session, and the pace car's coming in here, so they're going to get going here. But now, totally clear track. The cars that are going to break at the start of the session have broken, and he can go and get it done.
Here we go. Green flag, Jackie Ding, Jamie Santos. Jackie already reset the track mod rear drive record earlier this morning. hucking that PhD Racing M2 through turn 3, and Jamie Santos following suit, chasing one of the faster cars here this weekend in that 1 Series BMW. He was 4th quick in Street Mod. I'm not sure if he stayed there at the very tail end of the session, but both these cars hunting right now.
Yeah, and the car ahead of Jamie now that he's looking at, that's the driver he needs to emulate. He needs to drive like Jackie drives, and he can drive like Jackie drives. Just get that aggression dialed back just a tiny bit without losing the speed. But that's what he's shooting for. That's the car ahead of him.
Jackie charging turns 8, 9, and 10. And Jamie into the shot here in the 1 Series. Looking pretty tidy, I have to say.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, a little
there
sideways there. He's playing pitch and catch with it right now, but it looked better until that point.
But a little sideways is fine. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The car was never in danger of going off track. He's learning about the grip limits and so on. So that was a safe place to be doing that kind of thing. But he looks good through this lap. Looks tidy. Dare I say, looks a little bit slow, but when it looks slow, often it's really good.
Notice he's got some blue tape in the center of the windshield, right in front of his eyes. And this is something that I saw him do with the simulator as well. Vertically.
Oh, vertical? Okay.
And basically, that's sort of the center of his vision, so he can sort of point out, where the center of his line of sight is. And with that, a 128.954 for Jamie Santos. And that is a full second quicker, well, half a second quicker than he ran this morning. Yep. So that's a great lap for Jamie.
Good for him.
And Jackie Ding was about 3 seconds off his best lap, but there you see the delta between those two, both in different categories, but 1.7 seconds between the track mod leader in this section and the street mod leader, and I think that'll change and shuffle. Cal Fortner can't quite match Jamie that time. That bears well for Jamie.
Yeah, it does. And I think Jamie's in good position here, in good shape, and man, losing my train of thought here. Jackie's car looks so good. It looks so good going around the track, and always has that little bit of slip angle. Always looks aggressive. Looks so good.
So charging now, leaving out of turn 10, and we're giving a point by here to Jimmy Rock in that number 927. He was the 3rd quickest car overall this morning with a 124.423. And he's exactly 1 second slower than that right now, so we'll see if he can pick up a little this time.
And I think it was his 2nd lap this morning was his fastest. So they've not done a full hot lap yet. Oh, they've done 1 full hot lap, sorry. Didn't do one before the pace car. And he looks like he's on it right now.
Yeah, that wasn't quite better than before. You see the slicks he's got. I think he's backed it down now, but I think he's on Michelin slicks, if I recall. Didn't quite see the blue stickers on it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But it looks like he's knocked off. Jamie Santos comes across the line. No pickup that time for him. Jackie might be back on it again. Ryan Matthews tickling down into the 131s once again. And Matthews ran at 131.689 earlier, so that's 3/10 pickup for Matthews.
Hope Jimmy sees Jackie coming up behind him, and he does out the way, so that's good.
Was that in time and enough? It looked like, that was Jackie just dropping the left rear tire in the dirt, but I don't think it held him up any.
No, I think that's okay.
Trying to decide if he's on it now. I think he's definitely backed it.
Yeah,
backed it down. So Nick Hendricks to the top of Street GT, 131.244. That puts the C6 Corvette up into the top of the order. And Hendricks, this is an interesting run for him because he's P3 in the championship, just 4 points behind Ryan Matthews. So if Hendricks were to win this event, you'd actually tie Ryan Matthews in the points. So that might be a fun dogfight between those two. And then you've got Eric Magnuson, sort of the wild card driver, new to Street GT this weekend, just a couple tenths back. And there's Brian Van Oersdahl. That's a Street Mod GR Supra. This car had a little bit of an underhood fire back at Midwest Festival, and good to see that they've repaired it in time for the tail end of the season. A little tank slapper there, leaving turn number 8 and still sliding sideways.
Yep, he's pushing hard for sure. Patience, Ryan White at Patience. Looks like, I don't know, it's tough to say. It's always tough to tell with some of these cars. But if they're on it or if they're backing down, but he's on it for sure. 2 different colored headlights. That's kind of cool looking.
It's kind of neat. But he'll come come back to a checker flag because the checkers are out. Jimmy Rauch, Andres Bertulis, and Carter, the top 3 at the moment. We did not see the return of Tadas Kurlinskis in this session. We saw him out at the very beginning, but I don't think he stayed out past the full course yellow. And John Rode in street mod, look at that, 128. 929, that's a very solid lap.
About the 4th lap as well that he must have done that, which is unusual for street mod, I would say, to get the fastest lap several hot laps in.
There's that Mustang, that's Carter, the 424 car. Results here for GridLife Track Battle Heat number 2. We'll start all the way back with the Club SC category here in just a moment's time, because we saw a pretty fun dogfight gearing up in that class as well. So again, Mike Jansen, as we go back through it and look at Club SC, Club TR, and we'll kind of go through the list here in just a moment. And there they are, Lennon Radcliffe, a 143.150, went to the top of the board there. They're all still chasing Mike Jansen from Heat 1, but just relative to their times from this morning, Radcliffe looking really solid, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, Club SC, not the top, or not the fastest in the group in the world, but definitely a tightly spaced set of results there. So you can see, you know, top 6 cars there, all separated by just 2 seconds.
Yeah, looking at Club TR now, going up the list, Peter Granberg, Arthur Dvorkson, Mario Moroni. Granberg again didn't break the record all over again, but just watching Arthur Dvorkson claw his way up the Over King Tau as well inside the top 5. And then in street class, this has been fun. They didn't get a lot of laps this morning because of the yellow flag in their heat, but Aaron Reckendahl, John Laughlin, and Jan Wildner in the number 311, Ruben Manrique in the Cayman, Isaac Ambrose in the number 600 inside the top 5. And in Street GT, this just got very interesting as we move up the order a little bit more, between Nicholas Hendricks kind of stealing a spot from Ryan Matthews. That's going to be a dogfight this weekend for the points title for 2nd in the championship. And then in Street Mod, really impressed by John Rhodes' lap time, and Jamie Santos getting a solid representative lap in there. That's going to matter for podium sprint for Rode and for Santos. Cal Fortner at a 129.54, and then up into track mod, Jackie Ding setting the pace again, not quicker than his time from this morning in the 124s, but Jeremy Boysen up in the mix there in the number 62, and then Unlimited, not quite as spicy as we saw earlier today, but Jim Rauch, Andres Bertulis, and Derek Carter, your top 3 here. Alex, final thoughts on Track Battle Heat 2?
Yeah, I think the pointy end of the overall field definitely went slower than they did this morning. Conditions obviously not quite there for us. So at the pointy end, definitely a lot slower. Jackie was, what, 4 seconds off, 3 seconds off. The Unlimited cars, a couple seconds off as well. And then the really, you know, the big news is Dewey sitting in the pits fixing his broken car.
Yep, so we'll have plenty more of this coming your way later today. It's going to be lunch up next. So for about an hour, you're going to hang tight with us here on the live stream, and we'll see you for GridLife GT practice number 2 at 1:20 local time. So about 60 minutes from now, we're back on track with GridLife GT. Alex Moss will take to the racetrack. I'm Kyle Heyer with Alex Moss. We'll see you in 1 hour right back here on GridLife Live.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might take you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle.
Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GridLife Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, to turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
first of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one.
Sorry about that. It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like, this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind. I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice!
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right, yeah,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw
okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling and you're right up next to another car and you got to figure out what are they thinking, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Gets running, is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Walbaum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Walbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, I expect me on it, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .149.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last like 6 laps were all 148s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. Like, this is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber, on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, and it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was gonna stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're gonna try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm gonna fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this gonna be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GridLife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think
anywhere.
I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know. It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GridLife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GridLife Touring Cup, race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can he hold it around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6, and Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
That is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GridLife Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction.
Yeah, I saw that. I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan. And there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GridLife Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GridLife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and then sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hole next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah, looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Maton, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Maton.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like, when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that?
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end. Come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person. So it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Waldbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GridLife Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend. But
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So.
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GridLife. You guys are GridLife. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
Have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GridLife Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GridLife than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who've come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GridLife. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to. Because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost of confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GridLife Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
It was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. Just trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies, and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GridLife Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. What you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy.
Oh, I want to be here all the time. Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GridLife Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race, they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight, determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes and torque. Went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GridLife spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the Ibach GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the pulse grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time.
Welcome back to Joliet, Illinois and GridLife Chicagoland. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Dana Basinski for the afternoon of action here on Friday, the first of 3 days in round 7 of 9 in our 2025 championship. Dana, welcome back. It's more practice for the rest of the afternoon, at least until we get to qualifying at the very tail end of the day. GridLife GT Practice 2 up next.
Yeah, we don't normally get 2 practices, but it's going to be advantageous for these guys to dial in their setups, especially since GT has never been at Autobahn before. It's going to be real interesting to compare their lap times to GLTC, who has been here 5, 6, 7 times now.
Yeah, so Ibach GLTC, of course, has been with us since 2019 and here since 2020, but this is the first time ever that we've seen GridLife GT on track, so it's sort of an interesting comparison with an additional 120 or so horsepower. And the other thing is practice also gives us a good opportunity to kind of walk some more laps. Of course, we have Fire Laps here. Of course, Fire Laps is the official data provider for GridLife GT, so we'll have the Fire links on board most of these cars and get a look at some data points throughout the session, minimum and maximum speeds. We've also got a speed trap set up at turn 4, so we can watch who's going the deepest and bravest into that tricky corner over there, as well as braking and cornering force. I was taking a look during the lunch just to make sure that we were getting everything coming through, and man, there's some interesting data points to talk about once we get cars on track. There's a good look at Colin King and the Viking Performance number 21. Alex Moss is headed back out on the racetrack here. It was actually Andy Smedegard that was in the car earlier doing some data laps. They told me the car was overheating about a lap and a half into that practice session, so they've made some changes to see if it will improve it. And of course, right behind is Eric Magnussen giving GLGT a try in his Ibach GLTC car with the engine tuned up a little bit.
Yeah, it's his first round in GT here with that car. He normally runs it in GLTC, and I think this is the event that we have the most GLTC cars switching over into GLGT to give it a shot. At least 3 of them, I think.
Yeah, you mentioned, so Eric Magnussen, of course, Adam Ulrich in the number 4. That's that white Corvette in the background there, and Matt Cater as well in the Subaru in the trail of the field there. So a couple interesting data points to follow as we see GLTC cars sort of uncorking their tunes. All those cars, with the exception of Subaru, are V8s. So they have a little bit more headroom. Magnus had told me about 380 horsepower in his car in that trim with his LS engine. He'd be running closer to 260 in Ibach GLTC trim, but cars are headed out of the racetrack here, and we should also get a look at an onboard camera courtesy of Camber Performance and the Ginetta on track there with the Apex broadcast logos on the hood. So it'd be fun to see what an onboard camera looks like there. Of course, Clark Camber, who is one of the drivers of that car this weekend, has his own broadcast company that you might be familiar with from watching SRO or Ferrari Challenger, things of the sort, but he's kind of a broadcast wizard and has some cool electronics on board that car that should give us a nice look inside the car at some point. And there's a look at it. It also has data on board as well. This is really, really cool. Super low latency. You can see the throttle inputs there. And also the driver is on the right side of the car in this, and it's a naturally aspirated 3.5-liter Ford-sourced V6. But all this data you can see on the screen as well. This is a really neat look. Dana, we don't often get an onboard of this quality, this low latency here in GridLife.
Yeah, that's really nice right there. You see him just going through the turn 4-5 complex. We're going to see Fire Laps data to see their min speeds through there. That'll be really interesting to compare between the different cars.
So we're going to work up to speed here on this opening lap. You see him at full throttle there, and then of course speed on the left. And watching it climb up over 100. It was just kind of getting a rough idea of what speeds we would see in the GridLife GT cars. But once we have a couple laps under our belt, we'll take a look at the Fire Link data, and we'll really see who's got the most performance of the cars here in the field that are running the Fire Links, which is most of them. And up onto the back straightaway now, there's that Ginetta G56, low slung, and quite small actually as well, which it was very quick in practice number 1. Curious to see if it'll hold that advantage throughout the rest of the afternoon. Pretty decent field size here as well, and probably the widest variety of cars that we've seen in GridLife GT, even though we are missing 2 of the front runners in the championship, that being James Howard, who's done for the season with his events wrapped up, and also AJ Hartman, who plans to return to us at Pittsburgh International Race Complex.
Yeah, we see another onboard view of the Ginetta here going into turn 1. Breaking way, you even cross over the blend line, breaking into turn 1, coming all the way back out, and then going through the turn 2-3 complex they call $1 million corner, because there's a tire wall right there, as you can see, and it catches a lot of cars as the Corvette goes 2 off there, saves it.
Yeah, that's Adam Ulrich there testing the limits of the track. That car was gold in the past. That was one of those Ibach GLTC cars that you mentioned. But right now, in the number 70, I didn't see it trip the timing and scoring there, but I would imagine that we saw Clark Camber in the car earlier, but he's also working with Anthony Pacelli this weekend as a co-driver, so it's possible that he's the driver behind the wheel at the moment. And just love the perspective on the onboard here, and just watching them navigate. He's going to pull over to the right and maybe jump on the brakes a little early and let some traffic on by. There goes Ulrich around the outside. And looks like Chris DeLucia as well, the driver that we've seen since the beginning of GridLife GT back at Midwest Festival, compete with that BMW M3. Now, it looks nice and tidy, but that car has been backed into a wall at Lime Rock Park in July. And within a matter of weeks, dug another shell out of the woods and basically glued on the rear end of another M3 to the back of it, and was back at Lime Rock for our event a couple weeks later, and ran up inside the top 5 most of the weekend. So good to have Chris DeLucia back with us. His lap time's on the board now. We were in the high 128s in practice 1. The track's a little warmer right now, Dana.
Definitely warmer. We're going to see times drop off just a little bit. There will be people adjusting their driving styles and their setups just to, you know, get any extra traction they possibly can. And you're going to see the times hopefully improve a little bit throughout the session here as they're getting everything up to temperature. A lot of these cars won't run their best lap immediately. They're probably going to come in over the second or third lap. And then they're also warming themselves up because GT has never ran here before. So a lot of these drivers have probably never been here. And these cars may have never been here either. So they're changing everything just to get the lap time.
Yeah, there's that 78 car now showing up on the screen, 78X. That tells me Anthony Pacelli is behind the wheel of the car for this session, getting his first laps of the practice. It actually helps this weekend that we have more than one practice session. Typically, that wouldn't be in the schedule. So they'll give both drivers an opportunity to practice the car before qualifying a little later today. And again, love the look of the dash lights and everything on the far right as well. And we talked about having the driver on the right, maybe not a bad thing here with primarily right-leaning corners, so you can get right up to the edge of the road, spot your apex. Maybe they're hidden behind the A-pillar a little bit. I haven't sat in that car to understand what the visibility is like. But again, as we talked about this morning, there is some modification done to this car than what you would get straight from Ginetta, custom axles and things. Here's a look at some of the Firelink data from Fire Laps. Eric Magnussen, maximum speed on lap 1, 124.3 miles an hour. And you can kind of see where everyone else stacks up as they sort of build confidence and momentum in their cars. Alex Moss sort of tentative on that opening lap. But really the data point I'm really interested in is that min speed at turn 4, our speed trap location here. That's really going to be an interesting fight to see who is charging that turn the hardest. We'll get a look at that a little bit later in the broadcast as well. But Pacelli up to 6th place, a 134.775 that time through with the green wipe on the timing and scoring.
Those max speeds are quite good. GLTC, the max speeds going into turn 11 is typically around 113 to 115 depending on the car and how good of an exit you got out of turn 10. So I mean that's a full 10 miles an hour faster here.
Yeah, I see Chris DeLucia 118 miles an hour on lap 2 now. And I think, you know, with Fire Laps and the working together that we've done with them this year, the Fire Links provide drivers live data that when they go back to their paddock afterward, they already have a list of things that they can do to improve. You can overlay your data on other drivers. There's an AI coach that will also help you sort of figure out, you know, where can you brake later, accelerate sooner, where are you losing time relative to your competitors. And really neat tool because there's tons of devices on the market, Dana, that will record your data, but very few that will actually interpret it. So that's what the Fire Laps will do. Of course, Firelink enabling the data to happen in real time, so you don't have to worry about downloading post-event. There's Colin King, minimum speed at turn 4 on the opening lap, 82 miles an hour. And this is really where you start to see the drivers who might have been here before, who have a bit more confidence there. And look at lap 2, Eric Magnussen, 82 miles an hour. DeLucia, King, Cater down up under 80 miles an hour. See Gorelias there in the 244 BMW M2. Must have been back down there at 46 miles an hour.
Yeah, maybe just letting some traffic by and setting up for another flyer lap. Here we see 82 miles an hour for Gorelias.
Yeah, so again, just really interesting to see all the data powered by Fire Laps here in GridLife GT as we continue to watch practice number 2. Eric Magnussen still up on top of the order. Pacelli improved up to 5th place. And there's Adam Ulrich in 4th right now with that Chevrolet C5 Corvette. And, you know, talking earlier with Alex Moss, I mentioned how we did a bit of a data download earlier this week to sort of see what different models we've had all year long. 42 unique Corvettes in GridLife competition this year, which is a lot. It's 42 cars. That's almost 10% of all the cars we've seen this season are C5 or C6 Corvettes.
That's incredible. Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer chassis. You know, it's an obvious choice. If you're trying to be competitive, you can definitely be competitive with a Corvette. The recipe's already there. You can just copy it and dial it into your own unique needs. Here they detuned them for GLTC. You might need to add power for some of the setups for GLGT, making high 300 horsepower, depending on what engine you have in it.
So what do you make of this here, looking at the braking force from a couple laps ago here? Colin King, almost 1.4 G on the brakes. Eric Magnussen, though, interestingly, though he's the fastest car on the racetrack, only 4th best on that lap in terms of braking G. So, you know, Dana, how can you relate? You know, is braking harder always better at a track like this?
Well, yes. There's you know, you want to minimize your brake zones, but there's also strategy to backing up the brake zones, maybe braking slightly later for slightly longer to try to focus on a better exit. That's going to be the case in like turn 11, 12, the chicane at the end of the back straight. Try to get a good exit going into turn 13, 14, and then into turn 1, setting up for a good lap or finishing a really good lap even. But I'd be interested to see the data of the weights of the cars relative to their braking forces. Some of the lighter cars were the ones near the top there.
Yeah, interesting. The Magnussen did catch up a little bit the next lap around. And Eric Pilipczyk behind there as well in the BMW, the 247 car in trail. Hans Horpedal did cross the timing loop, but again, hasn't gotten a full lap worth of time. And here's where your speed's really made, is that consistent cornering G. This is peak cornering force from lap 4 of this session. Look at Magnussen pulling 1.4 G in a left-hand corner of all places. I would bet that that's also at turn 4 or 5, where you're carrying a lot of speed and you're leaning on a little bit of that aerodynamics, which of course in GridLife GT you've got significantly more aero allowance than Ibach GLTC. So Magnussen's running a much bigger splitter and a much larger rear wing on this car.
Yeah, I didn't notice the larger rear wing, but I see it now. Yeah, that's very interesting. I do wonder what other setup changes the GLTC cars have made to transition over to GT for this weekend, because we have Magnussen, we have Ulrich in the Corvette. Alex Moss ran that S2000 in GLTC several times last year and now strapped the turbo kit onto it and running it in GT. I don't know what other changes they made other than power and aero. Maybe tire advantage in GT.
Yeah, again, you can run a little bit more tire, so the tire table's sized up a little bit, and that has helped the pace as well. You see Anthony Pacelli up to 4th place with that number 78 Ginetta. Alex Moss, P7 at the moment. And interesting to note, look how close everyone is. The top 6, Sans, Eric Magnussen, are all in the 132 mark. So very tight amongst the front runners. And this is why, if you've got that Firelink on board and you're recording this data live to Fire Laps, you can go back and look later and see, all right, where are they gaining those 2/10? Is it in the braking? Is it in the corners? Are they braking later, deeper, different lines through different areas? And I think one of the things we talked about at Lime Rock Park was corner speeds at a place like turn 13 and how that correlates to your end of straight speed, maybe going into turn 1, or similar coming out of turn 10, how that will affect you going into turn 11.
Yeah, getting good data and looking at it and knowing how to interpret it is pretty important. Magnussen actually double driving this weekend. He's running GLGT in this M3. He's also running a A90 Supra in Street GT, so he's getting a lot of data to look at this weekend.
And also, again, looking for trophies. Stack them up. Here's a look at Eric Magnussen versus Colin King. 2.6 seconds quicker right now in practice as they charge through. And now are 12 minutes into this session, probably running out of time there. There's Anthony Pacelli in 78. And this time across the stripe, it is a pickup to a 132.574, but stays 4th quick of the cars on course. There's Colin King that is trying to encroach on Eric Magnussen, but has some time to gain. This car was very successful at Road America, though there was a slightly smaller field there, Dana. So this is probably a bit of a better representation. And Alex Moss, 133.7. So closing in on Hans Horpedal, who finally got a lap time on the board.
Well, he didn't run the first practice, so this I think is his first look at the racetrack in that Corvette, the silver 77.
Yeah, you're right about that. It was Smedegaard behind the wheel. So Colin King working his way up the back straightaway now and headed down towards turn 11. Big braking zone here. Great passing opportunity. The brake rotors are glowing in that car as the checkered flag comes out. Hans Horpedal up to 2nd place, 130.834. That's a strong lap. King will improve to a 131.1. So late in the going, I'm actually a little surprised with the temperatures like they are, that we're still seeing pickups and improvements that late in the showing. And Jordan Wisely, again, didn't get a lot of practice laps, just tripped the timing right as the checker comes out in that Hyundai Veloster N for KTM tuners. But has gotten the car on the road at least, so that's good to know. But his next laps will be in qualifying when it starts to count.
He must have been struggling with that car. I think he was late to the first practice as well, so he hasn't gotten very many practice laps. So hopefully he can get it together get it there right at the beginning of qualifying, get some good laps in for the races.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how tight things are in this field. Again, we were expecting about 14. There's still a couple cars that are here this weekend that we have yet to see on the racetrack. There's Jordan Wisely, finally got a time on the board. First timed lap of the weekend at a 1:35.136. And I'm curious on fire laps if wisely that most recent time around was in the top 5 in any of the categories. That big rear wing, that front drive car kind of hip hops and skips around at times, but been fun to watch. Here's lap 7 a moment ago. The drivers that are kind of winding down. Not sure if he's running his fire link yet today, but here he is 10th on the board. And max speed's Colin King a little bit quicker than Eric Magnussen, but look at the minimum speed there on that lap. King at 42 miles an hour versus 43.5 for Eric Magnussen. So carrying better corner speed for Magnussen and better cornering force. That's how Magnussen has found a little bit more than Colin King around the laps here in practice. Just great insight to kind of figure out why cars are running similar lap times in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, even just a little bit of min speed can add up. There's 14 turns here. If you want 1/10 quicker through each turn, you know, that's 1.5 seconds. And Magnussen's 2.5 seconds up.
A little wide there at the exit of turn 10. And checkered is out. Jordan Wines will be the last one to pit lane. And he'll head back around and get set for qualifying a little bit later today. So that'll be the next time these cars are on track. Dana, what did we learn? And who do you expect to be on top here in qualifying?
Well, judging off of the second practice session, I think Eric Magnussen looks very strong, and I think he's going to have a really good qualifying session. He's certainly going to take a look at the data and see if he can even find more time on top of that.
So the session's already turned on over. So checkered is out for GLGT. It'll be Ibach GLTC practice already. Green flag for that. And we should have Mike Bryant joining us here in just a moment's time. But Dana, if you want to hang out for a few more minutes, you might as well. As the cars roll out on the racetrack, Eric Jensen, the pointy end of that in the number 184 FRS. It's an LS swap FRS. Andy Smedegaard right behind him. And a handful of others. Matan Rosenberg, he was only 9th quick or something in practice 1. Didn't really get a lot of representative laps. So Lil Shukla in that black M3, then Louis Chatroop in a K-Series E36. Wait to see if Mike Bryant was out the door. He's not, so. Anyways, Matan Rosenberg, championship leader, 320 points to the 304 that Eric Catil has, Dana. And we talked earlier about the championship implications for the rest of the season, because Matan Rosenberg is planning on going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So that, you know, I don't want to ever say that it's guaranteed wins, but certainly puts him in a really good spot to pick up a couple more wins. And here's the championship points as they run. With Rosenberg over Catil. And all Catil really needs to do now is win races, and he needs to win a lot of them to have a real good shot at beating Rosenberg in that title fight. So joining me now is Mike Bryant, one of our Falcon Club TR competitors, goes by Track Mouse, at least on the fire laps data. So Mike, welcome aboard. And we're just starting GridLife TC practice here. Just talking about the championship situation. You know, you're kind of in the mix in the top 5 in Falcon Club TR, but you've been watching GLTC for a little while. This championship fight's been a lot of fun.
I've been watching this stuff since 2019. This is what got me excited about GridLife in the first place. Watching back at Mid-Ohio, I remember watching Emil and Aaron Lichty and Eric Catil going at it. And yeah, this is the inspiring stuff. This is what all of us want to strive to, I think.
Yeah, certainly. And I know you've got your NC MX-5 that you run in Falcon Club TR.
Yep.
So far, been a pretty good weekend out there. How's the track feel so far?
Track felt a little slick this morning. I missed the first session, dealing with some power steering stuff, but the second time out there, you know, this is my second time visiting the track, and so I don't have a ton of expertise here, but it felt a little slicker than last year, just a little bit.
Yeah, and the track continues to warm up here as we get throughout the day, but pretty sizable field, just under 30 cars here. So I think that was Shukla that just dragged a tire through the grass. They're leaving turn 5.
Just using it all.
Just using all the racetrack. And we talked about the rumble strips this morning and how rough some of those things are out there.
Yeah.
But let's talk about your NC. It's in Falcon Club TR now. Is there an eventual goal to move into wheel-to-wheel, or is Time Attack your spot?
I think Time Attack's probably my spot. The level of commitment and cost, I think, to go to wheel-to-wheel racing, even if everything goes right, is a little bit higher. And then, you know, you've got that added risk. It was the initial goal, and now I've realized what it takes to be competitive in just Club TR. And then I see what the boys are doing in GLTC, and it's pretty wild. You know, they're doing lap times that a lot of Club TR guys are doing with cars that are theoretically slower, right, because of the power to weight. So I would love to get myself out there, but I think it would take a little bit of different life choices.
There's Matan Rosenberg, be one of the first laps in the session, a 1:34.482. Note the rear spoiler on this car. This is a little smaller than he would typically run, and he's also run with a wing at times. But this is the smaller wing option that he has. And I'm a little surprised at this racetrack, Mike, that he would run a smaller aero piece.
I'm a little surprised by it as well, but maybe it's, given that he doesn't have the big front splitter on the front end, maybe this is a little bit better balance, and if he's feeling confident in the grip that he's got, because they're running huge tires on these things too, on the Corvette, right? It kind of looks like Houghton's approach, the old spoiler that Houghton made up with the little slits in it. This is pretty slick.
Yeah, really neat. And I love the ingenuity in the field here as well. Matt Waldbaum was quickest in practice 1. It doesn't take long to launch that number 90 to the top in the K-Series S2000. And looks like Eric Cattell has also vaulted Rosenberg, and so has Lena Chin. So Matan struggled relative for Matan at Lime Rock Park, 10th, 10th, 12th, and 12th. So that was not a round for him. And I mentioned the championship fight. He's going to Laguna Seca. So provided, you know, the strength of the field there is usually a little bit less than we see in the Midwest. So that will help him. But Cattell needs to win races. Cattell's won 4, Matan's won 8. It comes down to your best 14 finishes plus the results at pit race. So for Cattell, he really needs to come away with a couple wins here to get more on the level playing field with Matan.
It's just so amazing that you've got a big, heavy C5 making a whole lot of power as far as GLTC goes compared to Cattell's, you know, lightweight formula. Now I saw on his YouTube channel, he's changing that up a little bit. He's going to a little bit more power. He's adding some weight ballast to it. But it's still pretty wild to see how close they are in lap time.
0.003 of a second between them, between Matan, Rosenberg, and Cattell. I know it's only practice, but when you look at these two and how much they've been just mudslinging the last couple of seasons, I mean, this is unbelievable. There's that hybrid racing EG we talked about across the stripe here. You know, there's the 3000s, but look at that, to the top of the board, and by 0.8 of a second over Rosenberg. This is the back and forth that we expected to see. And for Cattell, to your credit, you know, watching his vlogs, he added some weight and some tire for Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Didn't like how they felt in the car, so he went back for Lime Rock.
Oh, he did.
And had success there and won his first race since CMP all the way back in April. So back on a light formula, I think that will actually play very well here at Autobahn.
I think it will too. This is a really flowy track, right? You've got to connect these corners. It's basically the polar opposite of Road America, right? Where it's corner straight, corner straight. This is very technical, very flowing. So I think you're right. That weight is probably going to be an advantage.
Zach Lavoie will let Cattell go on by. And again, that's top of the board by 0.3 of a second over Matt Waldbaum as well. Lena Chin, have to give her a lot of credit. P4 in that 917 S2000. Jim Smith is back with us in Ibach GLTC down there in 7th place in the 1.3, and Eric Jensen in that LS FRS in 9th place. Didn't have a great Road America, so glad to have him back here at the very front of that shot. But also Blake Korth, that Porsche Cayman that previously belonged to Aaron Lichty, up inside the top 10.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Grim pull up. That's another NC, right? So I've always got to have our NC boys' backs. Luke McGrew, he and Eric Meadows were inspirations for me to run the NC in GridLife, so I just love seeing him on track. I'm excited to see what kind of laps he puts down.
Here's Cattell again with that JTCC-inspired EG Civic sedan. 32.8 was his best time previously. Didn't really go quicker that time. He will not, but Korth and Smith both pick up 5th and 6th. Only half a second between them.
See, this is what I'm talking about. They're running Club TR times, but they're, you know, underpowered or overweight in comparison. These guys are just unbelievable wheelmen.
Yeah, it's great. Again, we've got Fire Labs, which is our official data provider for GLGT, but when I go and look back post-event at the corner speeds that some of these cars are carrying, they are consistently some of the fastest in all of GridLife, let alone in just the wheel-to-wheel stuff. And Cattell sliding around a lot at turn 5.
Who drifts front-wheel drive? It's unbelievable.
Cattell does. And Tom O'Gorman. I rode with Tomo in a TCA Civic where he was sliding that thing around, put slicks on the front and pumped up the rear tires, and
that's awesome.
That was a blast. That was all the way back in 2019 now. But there's Korth and the Porsche Cayman. That's a kind of a heavy car for this racetrack. Again, it plays so well to the lightweight builds. A relatively short track as well, just 2.1 miles.
Jim's out of his Sunday Cup and into an S2000 now. Jim Smith in 6th place there.
Yeah, he actually debuted this car here last year. He purchased it from Zach Lavoie, who's out here in his purple M3, but popped the motor here last year, although he was running top 10 most of the weekend, so good to have him back. Cattell hammering the curbs down there at turn 11, and he's very comfortable hitting the curbs in this car. Here's the 2nd place car on the racetrack. The S2000, driven by Matt Waldbaum, a K24 under the hood of this thing.
It's cool to see the S2000s up in the mix again. You know, they were prominent for a couple of years there, and I just haven't seen them as dominant this year.
No, and I think a lot of that was, you know, looking at the extremes of the rule set here in Ibach GLTC, it seemed like the way to go for a while, as drivers are really sciencing out the way to go fast, is to go really light or really heavy. And the S2000s are sort of in the middle. They're about 2,800 pounds, where the heavier cars are closer to 3,300, the lighter cars closer to 2,600. So, you know, they were just sort of, you know, Goldilocks wasn't the answer for the S2s for the last season or so. But Waldbaum looking really solid this weekend and was up in the mix at Lime Rock Park as well. We're going to let Lena Chin go on by, but 2 of those S2000s inside the top 5 and 3 in the top 6.
That's cool to see.
Yeah, so going the right direction.
I like Lena's livery this year as well, the classic Golf style.
Yeah, we talked about this on the GridLife Drivers meeting. I mentioned it this morning that I wondered where the Golf livery came from, and she had mentioned that when she couldn't use the number 212, which is her preferred number, when Andy Smedegard took it, she took 917, which is her New York City area code.
Oh, perfect.
And
Porsche.
There you go. The Golf Porsche is where that came from. And there's a look between the two S2s, 7/10 of a second between Waldbaum in second and Lena Chin in 4th place for the time being.
What tires are dominant that you're seeing in GLTC right now? Are they doing the Falcons? Are they?
So it's really a mixed bag at the moment. There's drivers trying all sorts of things. I know that Waldbaum had been playing with the Maxxis tires as of late, but the Falcon RT 660 Plus is still the choice from a lot of the front runners here. You know, Matan Rosenberg's on the Falcons. I think Catil has been on the Falcons at times. The Kumo's still a strong choice. Honestly, when you look at the tire table across the board, it's designed in such a way that you have a choice. And what we found with the tires in the last couple of years is that, you know, all the drivers will tell you that one tire is better than the other, but someone else is running quickly on that tire. It seems so chassis dependent and build dependent, which is great. You want to have a choice, but absolutely. I think sometimes the choice is a little bit limited by the car that you've picked and how it applies power to the ground and you know, the aero balance and things of the sort. But really, there's a mix of everything. I wish I could put the logos up on the ticker for you, but I'll bet you there's 3 or 4 different choices in the top 10 right now.
That's really cool. I mean, that's the beauty of GLTC is the diversity that comes from the chassis, the engine, you know, everything. And so now you're into tires as well. Your aero's completely different. You got folks running no front splitter, some small front splitter, big wing, no wing. Like you said, Matan's spoilers. It's awesome to see the different builds that are incorporated here.
Tony Marchev is back with us. He must have 2 transponders on the car at the moment as well. Sitting in 3rd and 3rd with a 133-351. That car has been out of commission since Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, where it was involved in an accident that kind of delayed his run. A little bit of smoke coming out of Lena's S2. Looked kind of blue to me, didn't it?
Did.
So hopefully, and
looks like she noticed it.
Yeah, so she's going to pull off.
That's a bummer.
Looks like, I can't tell if it's coming out of the exhaust or from where the diff is. This could be gear oil or something too, but she'll head down pit lane. Unfortunate, but this is what practice is for. There's Joe Tulo in the 43 car, the Scully Motorsport E30.
This is what I'm talking about. This is so cool. So cool to see.
I had a conversation this morning with Chris Francione, who was helping me out, about how Ibach GLTC lets you build the car that you want to build. And whether it's an E30 or a JTCC style build or sort of Le Mans C5, you know, there's a number of different ways you can go about it. And, you know, Joe's had this chassis for a couple of years. It's seen some major changes. It actually had a crash here a couple of years ago that sort of involved tearing out the whole rear end of the car to rebuild it. But, you know, something as simple as an NBMX5 just up the road from him as well.
Right.
So, Michael Pagano's 116i, another great example of a car that, you know, to represent BTCC. Just pick a car from your childhood and run it.
That is the beauty of it. And you always have somebody to race with in here. You know, I know there's kind of a split with the top 10 folks, but on track, it's always wheel to wheel. These guys are always door to door. It's really awesome to see.
So Joe Tulo will pick up the checkered flag, as will a number of other drivers here at the tail end of practice. And in a moment, we'll have a look at results. A couple cars that didn't get lap times, or at least representative lap times. You mentioned Ayrton Grimm in the number 2. They've been struggling with that car for reliability He is running his Rush Series car as well this weekend, but didn't get any laps in practice there. And Piero Pucci as well, chasing a wiring issue that they thought was a fuel pump problem. So they spent some time, Dana Baczynski did, with him trying to sort that issue out, but they did not get any laps in practice. Good news is they have a couple of hours until qualifying when things really start to matter, Mike.
Yeah, they'll get it figured out, and that's one of the cool things about this is you'll see people coming from all over the paddock to try and figure out the issue and come to a resolution for you. I've got full confidence Piero will find some time out there.
Yeah, so looking down the order, Eric Catil top of the board though by 0.3 of a second. That bodes well for his weekend, and ahead of Matt Waldbaum and Matan Rosenberg critically. It doesn't really matter if Matan is in the top 5. If Catil can just pick up those wins, that will be what he needs for the championship. He would love to pick up at least 2 or 3 this weekend, and then 2 or 3 more at pit race. And as long as Matan doesn't sweep the weekend at Laguna, that'll be a fight going into pit race.
Well, I think here, if Eric can keep that kind of pace up into qualifying as well, the track is a phenomenal track. It's not the easiest to pass on in a lot of situations, so that might be critical for him to stay out in front there. I know he does tend to come on real strong towards the end of the races, but if he can get out that open lead, keep the car wide, that could be really good for him this weekend.
Yeah, Jim Smith down there in 9th place, Eric Jensen in 10th. And looking down the rest of the order here, Louis Chatrup, Solo Shukla, Jake Jornstad back racing with us after a little bit of a hiatus for the first half of the year. Matt Beck, 15th place in that 240 SX.
That's awesome.
That's really cool to see Matt Beck back in at Zach Mortimer and that really neat looking sort of DTM style BMW. Dakota Piontek in the parts bin special from ASM. Natalie Latos, top 20 there. Rory Lonergan and Richard Sawicki. Missing about 5 cars from this practice as well. Didn't see which cars didn't go out, but there's certainly missing a few from practice 1 earlier today. So I bet you there's some drivers that are wrenching right now. But that's the grit of grassroots racing, Mike, and you know it well. Having to at times wrench on your own stuff.
Oh my goodness.
And fix it.
I'm at a point now where I don't think I've had a session to just relax, to take a break. The NC that you had mentioned that I'm driving before, we've got the K24 in it. It's one of the early K power swap kits for that. I think maybe I'm their second customer doing that, so there's always growing pains. And, that's just kind of part of it. When you get to the tippy end of the field, right, you're going to be fighting tooth and nail for every 1/10 of a second, and sometimes that comes with making changes in between sessions. So
there's Rory Lonergan in the 594, bright green Mazda MX-5. Easy to spot that one from a mile away, and that will conclude Ibach GLTC practice number 2 here from GridLife Chicagoland and Autobahn Country Club. And some more action for Ibach GLTC. Mike, we'll have you back at around 4 o'clock for Ibach GLTC qualifying. Appreciate you joining me here.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me.
Of course, we'll see you then, and it'll be Drift on course up next here from GridLife Chicagoland. About 50 miles southwest of the city of Chicago, you'll find the tiny little town of Joliet, Illinois, but it's expanses of container and shipping yards all around. And in the middle of that, you'll find Chicagoland Speedway, and just nearby, you'll find Autobahn Country Club. That's where we are today for round 7 of 9 of the 2025 GridLife Championship. Welcome back to Friday afternoon action. This is practice number 3 for the GridLife Rush Series. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski. Dana, lots of time on the racetrack today to get practiced up. This is the first time these cars have ever been here with GridLife, so you're just logging a lot of data right now and trying to dial in your stuff before qualifying at the very end of today.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys have been looking at data, reviewing it, figuring out where to go faster, because later today in qualifying, all of that's going to be important, and they're probably going to use all of that information right now and see if it actually worked in practice number 3.
So getting a great look there up close and personal with the GridLife Rush SR car. These cars are the Rush SR built by Rush Auto Works. They about 150 horsepower from a GSX 1-liter motorcycle engine. They don't weigh very much, and they're capable of speeds about 140 miles an hour. They will not be doing quite that here at this racetrack with the relatively short straightaways. They start around $45,000, and Dana, the whole idea here is to have very low running costs for a very capable and robust racing platform. Drivers like Ayrton Grimm, 16 years old, just getting his mirrors configured here for this session in that CRP Racing liveried car. There's the 314 getting set up to go here in just a moment's time as well. So as cars head to the grid, again, this is just practice. So again, it'll be 15 minutes of just logging data laps, figuring out what the track is doing, how the temperature is changing, how the grip level is changing, and if you need to dial any adjustments in for qualifying. So, you know, Dana, what are you doing in these practice sessions prior to qualifying? Is there anything specific that you'll do to the car, the tires, the setup to get ready for that important session later today?
I'm not sure what's all adjustable on these cars, but I would assume they're going to play with any aero balance depending on how the car feels, if it's pushy or if it's oversteery. They might be playing with tire pressures, with the splitter angle, with gearing. I mean, all of these little fine-tuning things are going to add up in the end, and with how close the times are, because they're all the same car, every little bit matters. And then, of course, looking at data and trying to figure out where, as a driver, you can improve.
Yeah, 84 degrees air temp. That's come up a long ways from this morning where it was kind of in the low 70s. The humidity is dropping though, and there's a little bit of a breeze, although this weather station nearby doesn't give us wind information like some of the other ones here this year. Looking down the list, a handful of other drivers, including the 127 of Peter Dale. This is his first GridLife Rush Series event. Brand new livery on that car, Jalen Batley at the tail of the field. And it's the 114 of Bryce Mersberger at the front. The car we were getting a really nice close-up look at was the 314 of Max Krause. And a number of others that we saw up at the pointy end of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in June earlier this year. So watch that blend line there, Dana. That'll get you as well. Going to keep all 4 tires, 2 drivers left of that white line until you leave turn 1. That's to keep cars off the apex when cars are approaching at speed. But once again, just practices getting set up there. There's Bill Dorrance in the number 20. We have Bill back with us again. With a slightly smaller field than we've seen in previous rounds, this event not for championship points, but there still is a big trophy on the line. Opens the door wide open for someone else to steal up there. It was Jason Ayler that won at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Bryce Mersberger also won a race there. So those two I'd expect to be the favorites once again. But you know, we'll see what we learn in this session. I think for Ayrton Grimm, opportunity to use all these testing sessions and practice sessions to get that 121 into tip-top shape as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He said he just picked up that new chassis, new to him at least. So they're going to be learning a lot about that in his first 3 practice sessions, and they're going to use everything they learned, and they're going to try to put it on pole for qualifying.
I'm not exactly sure how much experience Ayrton has at this racetrack. If I recall, he was here last year in Ibach GLTC, but I can't necessarily remember if he's been here before that in any of his other racing prior to Wheel with us here at GridLife. But now working their way around turn 13, Jason Ayler at the pointy end, and it's Mersberger, and then I think that's Mark Jordanowski right behind in the 25, the blue, red, and white car. Here's Ayler across the stripe, and he'll be the first one to trip the timing and scoring and start the clock here for Rush Series Practice 3.
Really bouncy over the first turn there, and then loose through turn 2. He saves it.
Yeah, a lot of counter steer there on to the right, but Again, loose is fast to some extent until you have too much slip angle that you're killing your exit speed. Big bumps again on the entry to turn 4. It's a topic we talked about earlier. These cars are relatively compliant given how small they are, you know, as far as they have to be fairly stiffly sprung, but that will probably send you for a little bit of a ride in the cockpit, I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean, with this camera angle, you can even see in turn 6 there, the big bump right at the apex, a couple bounces going out to the exit curbing, which is really rough. You're going to try to not get all the way onto that, especially in a really low rush car. But then, you know, I mean, try to avoid the curve at the same time. So there's really a happy medium of where you can place the car.
So Ayler leads into turns 8 and 9, and then into 10 at the left-hander. That'll set up for the run down to turn 11. We'll get a decent idea of where lap times are expected to be. We're in the 129s earlier today, from what I recall.
Mersberger did a 29.4 in the second practice, and I think he was slightly faster in the first practice as well.
29.3, if I recall. He was a tenth slower in the second practice of the day. So another 10 degrees of air temp. I think we would see this fall a few more tenths. So maybe for some drivers, the advantage will come back their way on a slicker racetrack. Ayler's first time at 31.5. Given he's leading the field and the first car out of the pits, I imagine he'll probably have that top spot here for a lap or two. Ayrton Grimm, a 133.252.
I've never driven one of these rush cars, but I do wonder how long they take to come in. The tires, you know, will all react differently in some of the other classes, but all of these are on the exact same tire, and I don't know if those come in early or late.
Big bumps there through turn 5. That lead car, the 74, really took a hop and a skip there with the rear tires. And I'm actually really impressed that they're not losing grip there, at least enough to throw them offline. Maybe it's a bit more violent when you're following closely in behind and you can watch that lead car. But you know, these cars do generate some aerodynamics with the underbody. And anytime that you're bouncing and changing the clearance of the car to the ground, that will sort of decrease the aerodynamic efficiency. You know, you're kind of creating a low pressure zone under the car by accelerating air out with the diffuser and all the underbody. And anytime that you create more air under the car or you rapidly reduce it, that can really cause an unpredictable handling characteristic. But they seem to be pretty well set up right now to handle those changing ride heights.
Yeah, pitching forward quite a lot there, and then loose through turn 11 as well. I mean, it might be track temperature just getting hotter and hotter, and they're just trying to adapt.
So yeah, we're about 29.3, so we'll see if Mersberger has anything more for Ayler this time. Ayler does pick up. We'll see if Mersberger does the same. Charlie Nagorski, 131.904. And Max Kraus to the top, 130.159.
Kraus with a 30.1 is almost identical to the lap he did in practice too. So the temperature is certainly not affecting him, even though we're about 10 degrees warmer.
And to your point about the tires, you know, there's about as much as you can fit under the fender wells of these things, but they're not particularly huge. They're 13-inch rims, I believe, on these cars. So you're not dealing with a ton of contact patch, and that's sort of the good thing about them. They offer a lot of high performance capability, but the limit of grip is low enough that they're pretty approachable. And we've seen a lot of drivers from the drift world in particular, between Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt and Grant Anderson. See, there's Peter Dale spun out there at turn 1. The limits of the car are relatively low, so you can experience them without having to do Mach 3 around the racetrack. But Peter Dale stuck there in the grass at the exit of 1. There'll be a yellow at sector 1 for the time being. We'll see if you get that thing turned back around. We'll have to maybe potentially go full course to pick up that car and bring it back to the paddock.
With how low these cars are, I wonder if he's stuck in the tall grass.
It's possible. Is he still? Well, he is. I think he might have pulled away. We'll get a look at it next time around. The 74 works his way through, and it looks like he has gotten it fired up. So cleared the yellow there. He's all set. So Max Kraus at the top, and Jalen Batley, P3. He was at the tail of the group of cars on the green flag. And John Howe in that 17, been a little bit of a slow start to the day. Went down to 149.5. There's Max. Running a different car this weekend than he did at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. You see the example on the bottom right of the screen there on the graphic, but He's in a red car this time around.
Do most of these drivers rent the Rush cars?
I think it's a pretty even split between the rentals and the purchases. Again, with the relatively low cost of use, it's a pretty good rental case, I would say. But I think having your own, probably not a bad idea. I have seen also, teams come together, like Team Rapscallion is a big one. Ooh, big lunge up the inside of their bike house into turn 11. But, I've seen cars come out with bodywork from their teammates' cars after an incident, things like that. So there's safety in numbers as well. And sometimes just dealing with the logistics, even though it's a little easier on cars like this versus a full-size, full-bodied car, I still think there's an advantage to, plausible deniability of not having to deal with the bodywork or if anything were to break if you're jumping curbs or something. But Kraus really dialed in this event. He's present at Mid-Ohio. Was there a little bit of smoke or something from the right rear of that car? Maybe run over a plastic bag. Something was dangling off the rear of that. I don't know if it was smoke or debris. And here's Bill Dorrance in the number 20. Right behind him is the green car of Novak. That car typically run, I think, by Sam Reed, judging by the livery, but Sam not here this weekend.
Kraus has found some time throughout the morning practice sessions. He has not been the top time on the board for the first 2 sessions, and now he's about 4/10 up from where he was. So he must have been doing some research and finding time.
Yeah, Nicholas and Kelsey Billingsley, 9th and 10th right now, and the 99 of Jared Anderson just picked up a spot there. There's Bill Dorrance. You see him there with the 12th spot, and then he's about 4 seconds back from Novak in 6th place in that 2:56. So definitely time left on the board to eat in here. And just note the big gap between the front half dozen or so are within a couple tenths of a second. And once you get back to 10th, 11th place, that's where those gaps really start to pick up. Where do you find time around here, Dana? Is it just everywhere, or is it braking zones in these cars, or what's the commitment? I would imagine that cornering speed, especially some of those higher speed corners, would feel a little nerve-wracking to work up to.
I have never driven one of these cars around here, but I'm going to have to guess it's about the same as driving anything else around here where you find time, and it's pretty much everywhere. I mean, min-corner speeds are going to be a big deal, and then also exits of key corners that lead onto longer straights.
Look at Jason Ayler there. I think that was Ayler in the 74. Yes, it was. Big lateral slide. He's getting after it. He seems very comfortable in the car. Here's Peter Dale back on track again after coming to pit lane, post spin at turn 1. And there's that big bunny hop again with the rear tires. It's a nasty bump over there. And I think these cars show it off maybe better because they don't have as much weight to cover it like some of the bigger cars do, Dana. So you can really get a sense of how rough the pavement is in that section of the racetrack.
Absolutely. Every single car, you can see them do 3 distinct bounces and then they settle. And I mean, the drivers are they know that bump is there, so they're turning in and they're expecting that bump, and they're working that into their strategy of how they're taking that corner.
Can it catch you off guard?
Maybe if you forget it's there, but if you're going too wide through that corner, that's definitely becoming a thing on your brain. You have to think about that. Look at them taking all the rough curbing on the exit of 10.
These cars are relatively compliant. I was actually blown away at Road America by how much curbing they were able to run over without really seemingly upsetting the balance too much. It feels like you'd lose these things in the teeth of the curbs at a place like Road America, but they are rough enough to make your day suboptimal if you run out too wide there. They get increasingly rough the further off you go.
I'm so surprised how many of these cars are sliding around and how well the drivers are composing them. They're so short. You would think that would be an absolute handful, but I mean, all of these guys are right up to the limit.
Well, I think that's what, we talked about the relatively small tire size on these cars and how the limit's low. And even though they have a short wheelbase, I think the grip level is such that it's a predictable slide. And, this is what we talked about watching Chris Forsberg, Nate Hamilton, TJ Hunt, Grant Anderson jump into these things with drift experience. They actually do really well because you're driving on slip angle a lot of the time. And it doesn't seem to really hurt the pace as long as you're not hurting your drive off the corner. So, yeah, I mean, driving these things in slip angle, I think is half the fun, and these drivers get after it. And I think being comfortable out there is how you are fast in a car like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how much the aero balance has to play with that. I don't know how adjustable everything is, but certainly they look quite well balanced.
Kraus catching some traffic there. That's Peter Dale again. The black, red, and blue 127. And then tuck up behind here and maybe look to the inside. John Howe just hit the road in that sort of oil slick paint car. That's easy to spot from a mile away.
I think you're going to see that exact same move during some of the races, getting a really good exit out of turn 10, using any slipstream you can, and making the move on the inside into turn 11. That's going to be a good passing zone.
I think you're right about that. And Kraus, pretty quick work of that group. Navigating through, and expect a checker flag here maybe next time by. Here comes Jason Ayler in the 74, kind of practicing some racecraft here at this point. So much practice on the day. I mean, how much of this is just running around getting data for yourself, and how much of this is practicing your passing and racecraft?
Depends on if you have been here before, I suppose. I would imagine most of these drivers have not been to Autobahn, being as Rush has never been to Autobahn. So they're probably getting as many laps as they can, just to familiarize themselves with the track specifically and any nuances that they have.
Matthew Novak up to 7th place in the 256. And Jason Ayler a little bit off of where we saw him earlier in the day. He was sort of pacing the field alongside Merzberger and Batley, but Max Kraus pipped them all with that 130.159, 400ths quicker than Bryce Merzberger, the driver that beat the 74 of Ayler once at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Ayler did the rest of the winning that weekend with the other 3.
The first practice session that we have not seen a single time in the 29s. And I also wonder if they're waiting to put on a set of fresh tires for qualifying, or if some of them are using a fresher set right now and scrubbing them in for qualifying. I don't know how the tires react on these Rush cars, but I'm sure they all know. You know, the ones driving teams, they know exactly what to expect.
A lot of lateral slide there from Ayler when he jumped off that curb and landed. It sort of skidded sideways. And this will be coming back to the checker. They'll stay on the racetrack all the way to the end. Does anybody improve on this last lap of asking? Max Kraus does. There's that 29 you were talking about, 129.7. And it looks like Peter Dale also picked up to a 31.8. So there was a 29 in it, just took all the way to the end of the session. A little bit lighter on fuel maybe to grab that by a couple tenths of a second. John Howell also improves. Eric Grin, no improvement, stays 8th for now, the 121. And with that, let's have a look at our results here post-event for GridLife Rush Series practice number 3. And just as the ticker shows, Max Kraus, he did dip into the 29s right at the end there. Bryce Merzberger, 130.195. Jalen Batley in the top 5. Then Jason Ayler, Mark Charnogorski in the 25. Then Nick Billingsley. And looking down, Jared Anderson down in P10. Dana, so some time for these 3 to find Kelsey Billingsley, Bill Dorrance, and John Howe. Have a little bit of work to do in qualifying, but now you've got all the practice out of the way, and now things start to matter. So going into qualifying, how does your strategy change, your aggression level? I imagine it all picks up a notch once you get a banker lap in later today.
Yeah, you're going to have to recognize what the car wants. If the car will put down its best lap early in the session, you have to turn on early in the session. And if that's later in the session, then you have to plan for that and make sure that your car is in good condition, you know, lightweight, you know, low on fuel, warm tires, and make sure that you can throw it down at the end of the session.
Let's have a look at our highlights here for the GridLife Rush Series practice number 3. And started with a group of 13 cars heading on the racetrack. Jason Ayler, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course winner, one of the first cars out there with Max Kraus in trail. Lots of slipping and sliding around until they built tire pressure and temperature. Then Max Kraus led most of the session, shot out of mechanic pretty early on in that 314 car, and just getting very comfortable on the limit, especially through turn 13, carrying so much speed through there. And then navigating traffic, got a little dicey here. John Howe, Peter Dale moving offline. That was Bryce Merzberger that charged his way through, and at the very end, at the top of the board, it was Max Kraus topping the practice number 3 for the GridLife Rush Series. We'll be back in a moment with GridLife Track Battle, heat number 3. Track Battle Heat 3 from Autobahn Country Club is on course now at GridLife Chicagoland, our 7th round of 9 of the 2025 competition season. Kyle Heyer once again joined by Alex Moss, who is getting prepped to jump back in the GLGT car later this afternoon. But the temperatures have warmed up here, and the opportunities to go quick are dwindling this afternoon. But this is the last time on track today for the GridLife Track Battle, guys. So, Alex, what's the goal now as the sun has climbed about as high in the sky as it's going to get?
Yeah, I think the goal is just to work out any kinks, try any of the experimentation you want to do with the track. If you've got different lines you want to try, you want to adjust braking zones, things like that. That's what you want to do in this session. I don't think fast lap's going to be top of mind for anybody, really. Just about getting that muscle memory and getting the track ingrained in your mind and being ready for tomorrow morning.
And looking at the air temperature, we checked this at the beginning of the Rush Series practice. It was 84, so it's come up 2 degrees since then. And just a light breeze out of the southeast here as the humidity continues to drop throughout the afternoon. Again, we're going to see primarily this is Group D, but the cars we're focusing on are the cars with the pink stickers, the Falcon Club SC group. And at the top of the order, it's still 15 thousandths of a second between Mike Jansen and Lennon Radcliffe. Jansen in a Civic, Radcliffe in a Corolla. There's Radcliffe in the Corolla, then there's Sam Dooling. Dooling right now is third, just 2/10 behind those two. So it's going to be a dogfight between these front three. There they are on track right now. And there's a good look at Dave Laps in the 823 Cobalt SS as well in street class. There's a little bit of representation from some other categories here, but that black Honda Civic, the white Corolla, and the silver Fit. Alex, those are the cars that we're watching at the pointy end of their respective field.
Yeah, and certainly with the car in front of you, while fast lap is not going to be top of mind, you're certainly going to want to beat that car. You want to catch that car, get closer to it, bully it a little bit, and make sure that you compare favorably to it.
So working their way around for their first time lap, and it really didn't take a long time earlier today to see quick laps. Again, we talked about the Club TR category. Peter Granberg's best lap was the second of the day. And navigating their way around the course on the far backside here, heading down into turns 7, 8, and 9. Watch Lennon Radcliffe close on the brakes. Not spending a lot of time on the binders in the Club SC car, but when you do, generally just dragging on them lightly to get the nose to rotate, and after that you're back on power again. I'd venture to say that 80 to 90% of a lap you're on power, probably full power at a Club SC car.
Yep, I imagine that's very true. Certainly was true when I got to drive one. It was either full power or trying to get the car to turn in a slow corner. But yeah, I think 90% probably pretty accurate for how much time you spent full throttle here.
Radcliffe closing up on Mike Jansen, excuse me. So we'll see if this is going to be times that are better than what they had this morning. I'm not sure that they will, but again, getting a good understanding of on Sunday's podium sprint, Radcliffe big time sideways, and he's going to eat the curb there on the right. That was about as much counter steer as I'd like to see in a little Corolla like that, with not much power to pull itself out.
No, not much power, but it did pull itself to the inside of the turn, which was kind of interesting. You don't often see that as cars get sideways. It dives to the inside.
And despite that, he still is the quickest of the Club SC cars until Jack Coughlin pips him that time with the Mini. But that was still not a bad lap considering the conditions and that huge moment. There's Sam Dooling in the 370, but he's going to go again. There's Jansen. Took a round off at Lime Rock Park from running the Club SC car to go play in Street GT, but leads the championship points by a fair margin with 95 total on the season.
Yeah, so Club SC, we're about 2 seconds slower than we were in the first session, I think. So that really shows how the conditions have changed and how the grip levels have dropped for everybody on track, really.
There's that 156 with such a low profile, and we saw those cars in line last time up the back straightaway with the Civic, then the Corolla, then the Fit, and sort of progressively increasing in that frontal area. See, Dooling actually has dropped behind Kevin Wendt in a Honda CRX behind, but that's third in class right now for Jansen in this session, but he's still the driver to chase on the timesheet, 1:43.006, the best he's done so far this weekend. Radcliffe on the brakes, a little bit braver, a little deeper. He seems to be gaining a lot of time there. And if he can just straighten out this turn 13 complex and not almost chuck it into the inside armco like he did last time, I think he'll have a pretty good gain again.
Yeah, much tidier this time around, and he's very close behind that Accord, or that Civic, sorry, as he comes through there.
And that time through it will put Jansen to the top, but only for a moment because Radcliffe goes 0.4 of a second quicker. A little lock up there for Jansen as Nick Berg now goes to the top. So here's the interesting thing. In ideal conditions, Jansen was quicker, but just by a little. But since this morning, it's been Radcliffe, Berg, and a couple other drivers that have really given Jansen a run for his money. So we're not going to do the podium sprint in ideal conditions. So is Jansen maybe the underdog now, given what we've seen so far?
Could be. I think it's tough to say. I mean, there's a whole number of factors that could go into it. It may be that Jansen just was more comfortable this morning, knows the track better, knows his car very well. All these guys know their car very well, but it could just be that he was ready to go hot right out of the gate this morning, and now everybody else is kind of catching up to him and putting themselves more in the natural order of things. But it could be also just that he knows that he's not going to set the best time in this session, so he's holding a little bit in reserve. Could be a number of different factors, I think.
Also, I'm curious if slipstream will play into effect a little. We see that quite a bit in some of the bigger tracks. I wouldn't really put this one in the category of bigger track, but Mike Jansen going to jump out of the way and let Lennon Radcliffe go on by. And then there's Kevin Wendt in that CRX behind. That splitter on that CRX sort of kind of nosing down towards the ground. That doesn't quite look like it's doing what it should be doing.
No, you want to keep that stiff and keep that parallel with the ground, really, rather than having it droop down in the middle. It's probably not doing exactly what you want it to do, and certainly causing some drag there, I'd imagine.
It's Radcliffe again charging through turns 14 and 15. This last kink to the left is turn 15. And Nick Berg and his Civic went to the top the prior time around, a 144.117, so he cuts that distance in half to Berg, but isn't faster than him.
I just noticed that Corolla have a Lexus badge on the front end.
It does, and I don't know much. Again, this car is a little bit before my time in the automotive world, but I don't know if there was a Lexus variant of this car or if he put that on as a joke. But either way, the underpinnings are Corolla. Ooh, he got really wide there, had to kind of correct back on track. He seems really comfortable at the moment. And he's in pursuit of Dave Laps in that Cobalt SS just up the road. He's really catching him. That's a momentum show there. I think Dave might also have knocked off. He's going to give a point by here, but again, the Corolla, hard to get the power to drive by basically anything else. So kind of a neat car.
It is. It's a cool looking car. Very clean. Looks new, really. Even though it's obviously 35 years old, 30 years old.
There's Ross Ligabell in the BMW, the number 45 in street class. We haven't seen Ross in a little while. You want to talk about clean? That is a very shiny BMW E46.
Sure is. Classic shape, those cars, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and the E36, E46, all those cars, just timeless designs. And Ross's is just, you could eat off that thing. It's so reflective. And I can't remember, it's not Ross's car, but there is a car out here. This is just an interesting aside, because this car is so stark white. There's a car here that's, it's an S2000 that's painted with aircraft paint. And I've been told it's heavier, but it's also much stronger than automotive paint. And he said he painted it 5 years ago, and I could have sworn that it was painted yesterday by how clean and shiny it is. So maybe there's a little tip and trick for the track people out there to use some aircraft paint, although Adam Jabay was joking. He goes, I think it isn't just the same thing, there's more of it. I'm not sure, but just an interesting aside for trying to keep a race car white and pretty. It takes some effort in the paddock.
It sure does, and yeah, I hadn't heard that before, but I don't know. According to the evidence here, it seems to be working.
A little smoke out the tailpipe of the 216. Again, sometimes that is really a non-issue in these Hondas, but other times it leads me to believe he might have another issue that he's nursing at the moment. There's Nick in that Civic. Again, you see on the graphic there, he's run a fit in the past as recently as this season, but has switched over to this Civic with a double wishbone thing. Sam Dooling trailing him in the 370. Just look at the side profile of those two cars, so drastically different. Not only in front design, but also just the arrow shadow from the side, the profile of the car. It looks like a school bus in comparison.
Yeah, it certainly does. You've got to believe that more coupe-like shape has got to help it cut through the air and let the air release off the back of that car rather than the more wagon-type shape of the fit.
A little grass in the grill of these cars, this PhD Racing Supra.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone for a little ride through the grass. I wonder if that would cause overheating issues for him at all, having that grass in there. Yeah, probably not. It's not a whole lot in there.
It's just in the center grill as well. Sometimes those side vents, depending on how you set the car up, will be brake ducts more than they will be engine or oil cooling, but really just kind of center punched it. That's the other thing to consider. You know, we've been to a lot of tracks as of late that have fairly significant paved runoff. You know, places like Road America have a little bit of both, but if you run wide at a place like Road America, you're generally saved with a little extra road, but not here. You've just got grass. So even if you go 10 feet off the course, you're going to fill that grass with grill, or fill the grill with grass, and again, clog up all those intakes and make cooling hard, especially on a hot day like this. You want to give your car the best chance it can to cool itself down.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a good point actually here. It's all grass runoff everywhere. There's the curbs and then nothing else on the outside. So you really don't want to go off track here because you're going through the bumps, going through the grass. It's going to, you know, if you've got splitter on your car like that Supra has, it's going to damage that splitter, get grass in the grill, all of that kind of stuff.
Again, with the size difference between this GR Supra and a Miata. The Supra, as we said this morning, is not a very big car, but there are some cars out here that make those things look enormous.
Yeah.
A little bit of a stack up here. I think that everyone's just sort of all planning on heading into pit lane. No one's really desiring to take the lead of this group, so 131 heads back out on track. There's that BRZ we talked a little bit earlier about. I think that was John Chan in the 970. Or no, sorry, that was Owen in the 886. Caleb Owen. Oh, I was right the first time. It is John Chan in the 970. There's a whole bunch of Caleb Owen's car is the blue one. There's a whole bunch of those first gen 86s out there. Makes things a little tricky to keep track of. Kevin Wendt, you see the green on the timing and scoring, 142.8 in Club TR to third in this session. Mike Jansen picked up a little time, 1/1000th between Radcliffe and Jansen. That is really fun. Again, 15 thousandths on the overall time sheet for them so far this weekend, and just 1/1000th here in Heat 3. This is going to be such a slugfest between these two drivers all weekend long.
Yeah, it really is. Can you imagine if you lost by 1,000th of a second? That would be heartbreaking.
It's such an incomprehensibly small amount of time, too. A little dirt track into the entrance to the corner. That's the 993 of Miller. I don't know that we saw this car on track, Sam Miller, on track earlier. This is a street class car, and there must be something done to this that pulls it out of either Club TR or Club SC would be a little bit trickier for it to fit into, but this car is massively outgunned in street class.
Yeah, it is. I don't think we've seen it before yet. I think we would recognize that car. But yeah, he was certainly opening up the entrance to 4 there as much as he could.
Yeah, it does have a lap time on the books from earlier, 1:49.026. So he has picked up a little bit, but just under 1/10 of a second. But the tires do not look very wide on that car, so it's certainly not running the limit of the class. As the checkered flag comes out, and this might actually be a good opportunity to look at the street class overview as well. And just we went over what Club TR looks like earlier, so we'll have a look at that here in a moment. And sort of explain, here we go, there's a look at it. So this street class is designed for street legal vehicles with OEM aero, minor bolt-on modifications, and restricted tire sizes, but that maximum tire size for a rear-wheel drive car is 285. That MX-5 is running nowhere close to that. And then, of course, looking at the example vehicles, those are all cars inside the top 10 in the point standings. Josh Hulka's Subaru Impreza is represented there. Willem Dries's number 466 and Brad Moore's Porsche Cayman. That MX-5 doesn't stand much of a chance against cars like that. But again, street class is all about all-wheel drive turbocharged machinery and front-wheel drive turbocharged cars. So we'll see a lot more of this in Group C and B.
Yeah, I always like to think of street cars as the best of what came out of the factory. You're really running what that car came with, and you're allowed to do a little bit of modifications here and there, but it's if you run a Miata, what's the best Miata that you can put together to build it? When you go up to like street mod, then it starts becoming more around the mixed manufacturer swapping of things. What's the best that came from any manufacturer that you can kind of Frankenstein together, in my view.
There's a look at Caleb Owen in the 886. That's that Scion FRS I was alluding to earlier. which from an aesthetic modifications perspective, he's done everything right, in my opinion. But we'll see how it fares in Falcon Club TR here this weekend. Right now, his best time, a 1:44.819. He's on an outlap now, so we'll see what he's got. And notably, those headlights. I've got those on my car, Alex. Those are hard to get a hold of. Those are the headlights that were on the JDM and Eurospec versions of the car. They did come in North American trims on very select models. And if you want a set of them, they'll run you back about $1,500 a set, which might not be crazy expensive, and because you come from S2000 land. But that's a lot for an FRS. And
yeah,
they're tricky to get. I got mine off a rear-ended TRD version car, so you have to. They won't sell them to you at Toyota. You can't just go to the dealership and buy a set, even if you have a VIN number to provide.
Really?
No.
So how do those guys replace them?
I think if you could prove that you have a VIN and prove that you own the car, they'll give them to you. But you can't just show up with any old VIN. They'll make sure you own it.
So what's the difference between those headlights and the stock ones?
So the stock ones are sort of the all chrome interior, and they're just like a old-fashioned bulb and reflector setup. Those are projector lenses, and they have an LED strip in them.
Okay.
So again, I'm a big fan of those. I think they look great, and certainly help the look of the front end of the car. But they're not a choice that you would necessarily do on a performance build. So I'm curious. This probably started as an aesthetic mod before it was a track car, if I had to guess. Or the other option is that is one of the versions of the car that came with it, which would have been, I think they called them monograms. They had like heated seats and some other nice things. But those were tricky to get as well. So checkered for that first session. And did they bring other cars down pit lane as well?
I think this is the first session coming in.
Oh, okay. I thought they had gone back out. They had not. So my mistake there. So it'll be Group C up next. I thought they had already released that next group. And there they go. Heading out on track. There's Ryan Seiler in that Club TR, the blue S2000. Dan Mai in that E30 BMW. There's Will Dries, I believe, in that blue Hyundai Elantra N. Now, we talked about Will and having that incident at Road America that tore up the other car that they were using. This is a different chassis that they've, I think, locally sourced for this event. So they're all the way from California, so they had to figure out something to get here to keep participating and move their way up into the point standings. And again, they're up in the top 3 by virtue of also having some points from Thunder Hill last year. So they're in a pretty good spot if they can end up on the podium here this weekend.
Just wild, sourcing a whole new chassis of a new car.
Yeah, it's probably not relatively easy to do that, especially sourcing a chassis that you intend on modifying to any degree. So we had a really interesting conversation with the guys from KDM Tuners and Will Dries about the Hyundai Elantra as a track vehicle. So obviously the performance level is very high. I've actually had the chance a rare chance for Kyle to drive one of those cars on a racetrack in very stock form, and the performance capability is extremely high. But one of the things is that the rear end of that car doesn't necessarily generate a ton of downforce. Sure. And so the faster and faster you go, you start to have issues with lift in the rear. And so they'd had a custom trunk built for it out of carbon, which is a replaceable component in street class with aftermarket materials. But again, just not enough to generate any meaningful downforce in that car. So at high speeds, that thing gets pretty scary. And they also had an incident back at Carolina Motorsports Park in the kink there. Okay. So it's just high speed stability seems to be a little bit of an issue for that car. But otherwise, if you can hang on to it, it's really, really fast.
Sure. Just got to avoid the kinks.
Yes. I think also just keep a maintenance throttle in it, having to drive around it just a touch. And any sort of real aero would probably settle that thing down too. But unable to do that in street class, you have to have OEM aero. So though that you can replace the trunk, it has to be, again, you're just replacing the trunk, not the aero pieces that were on it. And have a look at the track records there, top of your screen. I don't know that we had seen any of those fall yet today, had we, in street class?
I don't think so.
Quickest we saw was Andy Holst. Oh no, Andy Holst absolutely blitzed that. That was a 1:29.117. So by 2 seconds, he has street all-wheel drive. Street front-wheel drive, Aaron Reckedal also reset his by 2 seconds. He was the standing record holder. And street rear-wheel drive, 1:34.0. That one still has yet to fall. Jan Wildner in the 240SX is the closest, about 2.5 seconds behind that time. So we've had a couple subcategories fall, but not all 3 drivetrain records just yet.
Sure. This BMW we're looking at is a really nice looking car.
It's Jake Rawson. We've seen a number of times this year in Falcon Club TR. He's going to pull up the point standings here because he has run with us before this season.
Looks like he's really wrestling that car around as well.
622. We saw him with points earning positions 12th at Mid-Ohio, and it was a 5th at Road America, which is where we saw him last. And we see Ryan Seiler, after a several-year absence, back up into the top 5 here in this session at least. That 755. Ivan Afranichik in the 350Z, or 370Z rather, jumps up to 4th place, and Willem Dries up to 3rd place. So it's the first time I think we'd seen that car on track in a meaningful position today. And again, I'm trying to get an idea of where he would need to be right now to qualify for podium sprint. Once you're there, I think you're in a good spot. So right now, 5th place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a 1:34.8. So he's got about 3 seconds more to get up inside that top 5 for street class. Here's a look at Randy Ramchand in the number 360, and relatively simple looking Honda S2000, at least on the outside, but I'm sure there's more done to it than we can see, as is the case with most S2000s on the racetrack.
You see that RS Motors sticker on the rear fender there, and that suggests that that's probably a little bit hotter than a normal S2000. And probably quite well prepared. Anything Ronnie's involved in generally goes pretty well.
We haven't seen him around in a little while, unfortunately, but hope to have him back soon. He painted his S2000 a very brilliant blue color a little while ago.
Yes, he did, yes.
Did he race it in GLTC after he did that? I thought he might have done an event or 2 with it.
He did an event. I thought he only did time attack with it.
Okay. We definitely saw him back out.
Yeah, might be wrong on that. He's taken it to a couple of track days that we've done, some of our early season testing. I think we saw it out at Barber Motorsports Park once. Beautiful car, really good looking car now. And that was a car that was pretty heavily damaged at Road America. And he got it all put back together, all straightened up, which was really, really good.
Yeah, that was if I recall back at 2021, I want to say, it was the same year that Eric Catil had his incident in the rain. It was turn 1. Yeah, drivers left. That was a big one there. So glad he's gotten it all patched up and still involved with a number of cars around the paddock in support. But here's Randy Ramchand in that S2, diving on the brakes there. See that kind of nose collapse forward. Got a little bit of, is that the CR front bumper that he's got on it, or those dive planes that are additional?
No, that's a CR style bumper. I don't know if it's authentic or not. I'm not good enough to tell the difference, to be honest. But
how much would it matter as far as the function? Probably not.
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Having said that, I've done it to both of mine, so
there's enough of a perceived performance gain that bumper will get you a modifier in GLTC. I can tell you that much.
Yes.
But adding basically dive planes molded into the bumper can't hurt, can it? There's the 519 Falcon Club TR car. I talked about this driver a little earlier in the day. Malima Sampa in the 350Z. There he is. Bumper cut to relieve the drag out the rear of the car. That's something you see more and more and more. Once you sort of dedicate the car to being a track car and you give up on the beautification, those rear bumpers just collect air back there, so you just pull it off or cut it off. And
yeah, that's the theory. I've heard conflicting things on whether it actually does anything at all. But with that said, we do it to all ours. So
so I can't confirm that it works, but I can confirm that we do it just in case.
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny. Will Dries picked up a little time, a 1:36.7.
First one we did though was in the paddock at Barber, actually, when we managed to set it on fire, set the back of the bumper of my car on fire a little bit. Came in, it's all melted, so Andy thought that looked pretty ugly and just took a knife and cut the bottom of the bumper off, and that's how it lived for up until 2022 when the bumper had to be replaced.
Yeah, just a little bit on fire. That's
just a small fire.
How much is acceptable for your car to be on fire?
I mean, I didn't know about it, so that was fine. Only people behind me knew it was on fire.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually on fire. It was all melted and gross.
Yeah, close to fire probably.
Yeah.
There's Jerome Kahuzak in the BMW. Is it a 1 Series or a 2 Series? M2?
I believe that's 2 Series. Yeah.
Working its way around in Street GT, which is a relatively light class here this weekend. And again, I think the other thing to note about Street GT, it's similar to Street Class in that you can only have stock aero. And I think we'll have a look at our Street GT class overview in a second to give you an idea of what's different about it. But again, it's designed for cars that are again higher in weight and power. So looking at 400 to 650 horsepower, max of a 315 with tire. But again, bolt-ons, double adjustable suspension, brakes. That's about it. You're running street legal vehicles, OEM aero. The track record here previously was Ito Waxman with a 129.261. That was in a C6 Corvette, so that time still has yet to fall, I believe.
Yeah, and that smile on Ito's face is that he didn't die on that lap, because I've watched him drive that car, and it looks like it's trying to kill him every time he takes a turn in it.
Yeah, so good look at Street GT, give you an idea of what this class is. Again, it's kind of muscle in general, muscle cars.
Yeah, it's street class for muscle cars.
And Kahuzak, 138.097, so picks up a little bit from his best of the session, but I don't know that it's the best of his event so far. Actually, correction, this is the first time that he's been on track this weekend. And chasing the best time we've seen so far, Nick Hendricks at a 131.024. And they need to flow. This Will Drees going for a little bit of a ride with the left side tires there.
Yeah, it looked like he kept the right ones just on the curbs. So I think he's good to continue, I think. But if you want 4 off, he'll have to come in and self-report.
Yeah, I think you might be right that he kept a couple tires on there. There's Will Drees. Had the livery on it prior to Road America, but this is a different car. It looks like he's struggling with it just a little. It kind of has to recalibrate. I'm sure there are things that they have not yet done to this car that his car had previously.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like it's maybe a little bit more eager on the corner exits, because it's 2 exits. We've seen him push a little bit wide there.
And again, that rear wing not going to offer a ton of downforce, but more of reducing lift, I think, is probably what that's going to do.
Just a little stabilizer.
Yeah, I think a lot of these OEM wings are a little bit more about looking cool, and then also having maybe a bit of a fuel economy benefit. That's really what they're going to be searching for when building a car from factory. But
yep,
I think when you start getting into the higher echelon performance vehicles, the $60,000 to $70,000 mark, then you start to get some real functional aero. And then once you get into the really expensive cars, Alex, I think there's a case to be said about maybe not changing it out, because manufacturers spend a lot of money and development time trying to sort out the best solution for the car.
Yeah, I mean, you start talking Porsches, McLarens, cars like that, I think you have to really know what you're doing before you start replacing aero on that, replacing the wings for bigger wings and what have you. Not to say that they're perfect. I mean, every factory car, or even every car, is a series of compromises, right? And you're changing the factory's compromises that maybe have a little bit of differing priorities from your own. But with that said, there's a lot of research and development that goes into those big cars for performance.
Yeah, I think that's a consideration also when you look at the world of pro racing as well, when they have multiple members on a team that are aerodynamicists, but also suspension specialists, to make sure that the car and the attitude of the car, in braking and in high-speed corners and in slow-speed corners, is consistent, so that you can actually make meaningful changes to the aerodynamic setup of a car. I think often you see Dan Mai work his way through turn 15. In the grassroots world, I think there's definitely drivers that bolt a wing on the back of their car and sort of expect it to do things, and they'll feel it, make changes, but making meaningful changes and adjustments and having all the aero and the car work together is a whole different level of extracting performance.
Yeah, I mean, we work very heavily with Zebulon, obviously, and we talk to Ryan a lot about the other stuff he does, like we're small potatoes for what he really does. And he'll talk about the compromises that are made in all the setup and what have you, with the different competing priorities among the different sets of engineers and what have you. And yes, while we can go on and bolt wings on, it does make a difference and it does help, but it's probably a very long way from optimized.
Yeah, it's also been common on the internet as of late. There's been a lot of back and forth from different manufacturers in the aerodynamics world. I think it's just so interesting, when you talk about, aero numbers and searching for aerodynamics for your car, Alex. You know, what are you looking for from an aerodynamic manufacturer? Are you looking for a number? Or are you looking for a partner and sort of being able to work together and extract data? Like what makes you go with a Zebulon wing versus any other brand?
Yeah, for us it was about someone who was willing to work with us. What we found when we went with Zebulon was a company that was willing to sit down with us, talk about our goals, talk about what we wanted to do, and then work with us. And you know, we not just sell us a part that we bolt onto the car and we don't hear from them again. When we put new parts on the car, we're talking to Ryan every day about, you know, the best way to set it up, the best way to get it going, what we're feeling, what we can do better. And what have you, and that's really what we're looking for over, you know, necessarily what the part is, and I think you can get that from a number of different places. I'm not
sure.
You know, we're very happy with what we have, but that's not the only place you can get that from.
Yeah, I think it's just definitely an interesting conversation, and been listening to a lot of podcasts as of late, Alex. So
yeah,
just very interesting conversation. Alex, you got to get set up for your GridLife GT qualifying shortly?
Yes.
So I'm going to let you go. I've got Dana Basinski standing behind you here, so we'll bring in Dana to chat for a couple minutes. Thanks so much, Alex. Matthew Morehouse working his way back around to the checkered flag, and he'll pick up the checker in the Heat 3 here for Group C. And thank you, Alex, once again. Good luck to you. And Dana Basinski is going to hop back in the chair, as he has done several times today. Dana, welcome back. And we're about to head on track here for Group B. I'm curious also about your experience with aerodynamics as we get into these faster cars, just continuing the conversation, because it has been relevant as of late in the communities online. You've got some aero on your car, but tell me about your experience in sort of experimenting with aero, setting up your aero. How much of that is a topic of conversation for you?
It's a topic of conversation because it's necessary if you want to be competitive within your class. So you're always considering it. Even in GLTC, when you opt for no aero, there's aero. It's not just nothing. There's something. You're using a free spoiler under a square inch limit, or an under tray, which is free. No points percentage modifier. So there's definitely thought that goes into it. Like Alex said, it's likely not optimized, almost certainly not optimized, but it is a noticeable difference. I can take the splitter on and off my car, which is just plywood, and it's very noticeable. So it certainly helps.
Yeah, I think there's also a case to be made about, you know, there's aero that will benefit certain cars versus others, depending on how flat your floor is from factory, things like that. But I love the idea of talking about optimization of a build, and especially in this Track Battle Time Attack series, where, you know, in a given rule set, you have so many, you know, knobs to turn, and how you turn them and what way you turn them, when you turn them, and when the conditions matter. There's so much more science going on behind the scenes than people realize, or are actually even doing. So I think there's a lot of drivers, like we said, that if you don't have aero, maybe you're not even really considering how much is actually going on with the car, and how you can maybe improve it with some small changes. So cars on track here. This is Group B, the pointy end of a handful of our classes, or very near the pointy end. Street GT, Club TR, Street Class. There's Aaron Reckadal out there. There's some Street Mod out here, so it's a little bit of everything, Dana. And so far, we've seen a bunch of records fall. Mario Moroni in that 727, looking to get back on course after a slip up earlier. So Time Attack's been fun to watch today, and this is their last chance on track here for Group B today.
They're going to be making everything of it. I mean, there's certainly time to be found. Even though the track temperature is higher, they're probably reviewing data every session. They're watching video. They're looking at every opportunity to go faster. Even though it's technically a slower track right now than it was in the morning, they're going to try all of these things. And then tomorrow morning, when it's cooler, they might even put the fresher tires on and use the cooler weather and everything they learned, and they're going to try to put the car up as high as they can on that leaderboard.
Looking at the Street GT track record, Zito Waxman, the 129.261 in that Chevrolet Corvette from a couple of years ago. And I'm not sure that we've seen anyone get close to that yet today. We're still in the 131s with Nicholas Hendricks there, but that'll be a Group A car. The pointy end of this group, that is Eric Magnuson, pulling double duty, as you pointed out earlier, not only in GridLife GT, but Street GT. This is a very different car in his Toyota GR Supra.
I wonder how prepped to the limit of the rules that Supra is. I know he's very competitive, and he's going to do everything he can, you know, to make the car as good as it can be per the rules. And I mean, it's working right now. That's very fast lap times in the Supra so far.
And Street GT number of cars that we need to bring attention to in this session, including Adam Roman. That's that 787 you're looking at, the BMW M2. Last time out was only, what, 200ths off of Eric Magnussen's time, and that is a battle currently for provisional podium based on lap time alone, though we do have podium sprint to worry about on Sunday afternoon, which is, again, not something we've ever done here before at Autobahn Country Club. So that's going to bring in a totally different dynamic. Podium sprint didn't exist the last time we streamed this event, and because it wasn't a streamed event nor a festival tour round in previous years when we had that branding, we've never done the podium sprint at this racetrack, so big unknown of what the conditions will be Sunday afternoon.
What was the last year that this was streamed?
2022.
I was here.
And you won.
I did win.
And you got a record, too.
And that was before podium sprint was probably even a thought. I think that started in 2023. Yes, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and so basically the goal here, you see the times on your screen there in those respective categories. Basically, if you can see a name in the top 5, they will be moving on to podium sprint tomorrow. There'll be Sunday rather, 35 cars that will qualify for podium sprint of the roughly 80. So you're basically taking the top 40% or so of all the drivers here this weekend. And here comes Adam Roman in the M2 trailing Eric Magnussen. So we'll watch the Street GT times on the left in the yellow portion on the timing and scoring. And Magnussen a 133.8 and Roman 133.5. So Roman is a little quicker this time, but they're still about 2.5 seconds off of where they were earlier today. So that temperature continues to climb to an insurmountable difference from the track temperatures we had earlier today.
Just looking at the results here, it looks like Roman in that BMW is, it seems like 4th place currently.
Yep, you got it. Oh, big slip up. He almost, and he's going to throw it in the dirt there at the exit of turn 6, it looks like. Gathers it up, but almost chucked that thing way further off the road. He's going to stay off course right now with all the other cars approaching at high speed over there. But it just did a little tank slapper on him and kind of walked around.
Good heads-up driving, though, not just pulling right back on course with cars coming on the left side of the track there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's waiting for an opportunity to get back on. There he goes. And hopefully not going to bring a lot of dirt and stuff back on course. Did a nice job there. That was a big moment for Adam Roman.
That was great. He didn't get in anybody's way. Very good.
Yeah. But that will toss that lap time. Not that it'll matter a whole lot because it's not his quickest of the weekend, but he'll have to come back to pit lane, giving nice point buys there to Ian Flavin. Yeah, Flavin?
Either one, I don't know.
Okay, I thought you would know. Club TR guy.
I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry, Ian.
Mike Bryant in trail as well. We had him on a little early. We'll have him for Ibach GLTC coverage for the rest of the weekend. And here's Mario Moroni in the number 727. And this is a topic of discussion. He is a go-getter and has come out, you know, podium sprint has really been an all or nothing for him, hasn't it?
He has had some bad luck in podium sprints. It's almost a joke at this point between Mario and the rest of Club TR, where if there's a podium sprint, he will probably have some silly failure that allows him to not run, even though he was, you know, leading the entire weekend possibly before that. He's got the podium sprint curse right now. Let's see if he can break it here.
Yeah, 1:33.835, his best lap of the session. And though we are watching some street mod times go up on the board, probably swap out street mod for Club TR for the time being. Just because I think we'll see the pointy end of street mod a little bit later in the session. So there's Stan Feingold up on top. And again, I'm more interested in the relative paces of the drivers right now rather than the raw lap time. I think we all know that the lap times are going to be quicker in the morning, and they were quicker this morning, but where you are relative to the other competitors in the session, that will be critical on Sunday's podium sprint. So Mario Moroni right now behind Jake Rawson and Stan Feingold.
This session in particular, we have Arthur Dvortson, Art, in the orange Miata. I know that he had some issue with impound, and I think his time is 3rd place, I believe. 3rd place, yeah, right now. Club TR time was deleted because of a wing just slightly oversized. So he's going to try to back that up here. He still has his place in grid order, so it's not going to affect where he gets to run the car. But he's going to want that back. So that technically bumped up Mario into 3rd place for now, unless unless he can get that time again.
33.523 for Maroney that time, just beating Mike Bryant, at least for the moment. And Stan Feingold within 0.3 of his best lap of the day, so that tells me that there might be some more in that 326 car or the driver to get within that close, 10, 12 degrees hotter on the racetrack. Mike Bryant eats into the disadvantage he had to Maroney. It's a 133.523 to a 133.603 between Maroney in the Civic and Bryant in the MX-5 Miata.
Maroney about 1 second off of his current best of the weekend. So certainly the hot temperatures are not doing anybody any favors right now.
No, he's fun to watch though. He really leaves it all out there on the racetrack. And don't think he's got ABS. I've seen that car lock it before, unless he's added it.
I think he added it. I'm just watching. He's using a lot of curb, so the car is obviously comfortable with going over curbing, especially the turn 11. He's using quite a lot of curb at turn 11, as some people do. But it looks happy.
In the unlimited class, Lamborghini Gallardo. Now again, we've got 2 Lamborghinis here this weekend, the Gallardo and the Huracan Super Trofeo in unlimited class. You don't typically see a lot of the Raging Bulls, I suppose, here in the GridLife Track Battle Championship. We've seen Zach before at, I think, Midwest Festival. Always cool to see Lamborghinis out here with some modifications and really great livery on this car that kind of fits the build. Look at Maroney to a 132.774. And that is, that's a pretty solid lap time. It's not faster than his best of the weekend, but it is still pretty solid.
No, but that's promising. He mentioned to me he was struggling with turn 11 braking zone, so he's probably playing with that right now and figuring out the perfect brake marker for his car, so he can nail it tomorrow morning in the cooler session.
There's Zach in the 574. Back around again, 135.446. Will it go faster this time? The answer to that question is no. 135.446, still his best of the session. And of the day so far for Zhao, 135.136, so about 0.3 off of his personal best. So the track is definitely slowing up, which we expected and we've talked about. But I think at this point, this is more interesting to me because we know the track is slower, so if a driver is improving, it means that they might still have some time left on the table in themselves. And they weren't necessarily at the grip limit of the car earlier in the day, so that's probably dangerous for everyone else. There's John Laughlin in the 571 Honda Civic. He's really chasing through Millionaire Corner there in the white Honda Civic. Has a little time to gain to catch up to Aaron Rekadal in the 38, which listening to a couple drivers like Eddie Siegel talk about the FK8 versus the FL5 Civic Type R. They seem to prefer the FK8 for whatever reason. Again, I don't know the details on it, but they must really believe in that previous generation platform, though myself personally, I'm more favorable to the newer ones.
I like the newer ones much better, but I've driven none of them, so.
And hearing confirmation that Mario does have ABS now, which I think helps a lot, especially in the rear on cars like that when you don't have a lot of weight on the rear tires. There's John up in the mix in the street class title fight. I mentioned this earlier, but it's been Josh Halka's season. 98 points. Mike Coons, Eddie Siegel, Willem Dries. John Laughlin's in 5th, but just 4 points behind Willem Dries. And you note that Dries is on the street class timing and scoring, but not inside the top 5. So, John right off at turn 11. Did not want to slow down. He's getting there too hot, you think, or?
Yeah, just trying to push the brake zone just a little deeper, possibly dealing with a little brake fade. Just try not to make any lawnmower jokes right now.
Well, it's going to toss his laps, and he's going to head straight into the pit lane. Again, similar story to before. Wasn't really close to running his best lap, so it's not going to affect his weekends thus far, but we'll chuck some lap times out.
That's certainly a strategy also later in the day when you know it's hotter and you're unlikely to make a faster lap. Sometimes you're willing to throw just a little bit more at it, see if it sticks. And if it doesn't, you're not going to scrap any record laps. And if it does stick, maybe you improve.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives you good context for tomorrow morning as well, when you'll probably have more grip. And whatever you do today, you might be able to do tomorrow if you can't do it today. Look at Maroney pick up some more, 132.219. And that is good enough that he should pick up
That is his best.
Yeah.
So he will stay in. He surpasses Feingold now, so he is now moved up into second for the weekend.
Right behind Peter Granberg, still about 8/10 back from the 5:11 car.
32.2, only 2/10 off of the previous year's lap record set by Peter.
Is that? I think he's better than it, isn't he? With that time,
Peter reset it already this year. Yes, but there at the top of the screen, 32.078 is the previous year's record.
But Mario is a front-wheel drive car, so he's now broken the front-wheel drive
look
record.
at that.
So that's a point for Mario Moroni. Should he keep that throughout the weekend? That's a critical point. Also, when you're talking about the title fight, you know, if you're going to come to an event and you have an opportunity to take a point for the track record, when we get down to pit race, every single point is going to matter for that championship.
Very close right now to the top 3 are very, very close on points.
Yeah, I think really the top 4 or 5 you could even throw in there, because there's a few other drivers that with a nice solid run will be a real threat. You know, looking down the list, it's Granberg, McLaren, Bailey, Moroni, Feingold. And Feingold with a solid run here this weekend. Like, just if I were to just punch in the numbers right now, if Feingold were to somehow win this event and get the record, that would put him as the points leader. But again, Granberg with a solid event on the trajectory that he's on would walk out of here with 96 points. But that's not enough to just clinch the championship already. So if let's do a little bit more math here. If we could do maybe Moroni, we'll calculate a second, and Granberg at first. That puts Moroni at 82 to Granberg's 96. So just interesting strategies. If you flip the script on that and have Moroni winning and Granberg second, Moroni's only 4 points behind Peter Granberg. So that, again, it's just very, very tight at the top. And there's all these different scenarios to worry about when we get down to pit race. I don't really think the points are going to shake up a lot at whether Tech Raceway Laguna Seca, unless Peter Granberg decides to go. He has gone in the past.
I think both of them are going to Laguna Seca.
Are they really?
I think so.
Well, we can check this. We can verify. If they've already got tickets, I have the power.
Look it up.
So we're going to do that. And Group A is coming up, and there was a little bit of chatter from Dewey DeWitt before, where he was replacing some ball joints on his car, but he will plan to go back out here later this weekend. Street Mod going to turn into a dogfight. John Rode had a really strong one, but so did Jamie Santos. So let's go. I mean, if we're bringing championship runners to Laguna Seca, oh boy, aren't you right? Mario Moroni is going. Peter Granberg, I don't. Oh, yep. Well, he sold it to somebody else, I think. But he does have a name on this list, so maybe it's possible that that will still happen. Is anyone else going that you're holding secret from me?
I don't know. I know that you're going to see a lot of cars that you don't normally see. Your California guys that are joining, and they could definitely shake stuff up as well. There's a lot of fast guys out there.
This looks like Sergio Perez is also going.
Oh.
Not the Sergio Perez, not Checo.
No? No Cadillac?
A more different one. I'd like to think that GridLife is high enough up in the world that we could attract some attention, but probably not from Checo Perez.
Not yet.
So checker flag, and the cars will head back to pit lane. Group A up next, and this is their last chance today to sort of reshuffle the deck here a little bit. And we've seen a lot of interesting laps from Jimmy Rauch. I think, you know, that's an opportunity for Jimmy to jump back on top of the unlimited standings. He's on Michelin slicks, so it may be a little bit more heat tolerant than some of the street tires that might be out there. Again, a lot of the cars unlimited are going to be on a slick tire of some kind. So we'll see what they have to offer here, and who is looks like they're on grid. Derek Carter is there in the Mustang. Chris Smith is out there. See Peter Granberg at the back of that shot. There's the 82 of Jamie Santos. He's been fun to watch this year. On the limit and over it sometimes, but again, sat behind Jackie Ding on a restart after a yellow flag earlier, and that netted him a pretty solid lap. There's a look at Tadas Karlinskis in the 313 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. You do not see those a lot in GridLife Track Battle.
That might be the first one here.
We've seen one, well, it's the first one here for sure. We have seen one at Willow Springs in the past, but I think this one being driven at a really high level relative to maybe the one that we saw at Willow Springs, but we've seen Tadas before. and actually was a track record holder in unlimited rear-wheel drive, and he's reset his own record here today. So he held that from 2 years ago. Cars on track, Group A underway.
Did he reset the overall unlimited?
Yes.
Okay,
by a lot. 121, I believe, which is just lightning quick around here.
Very quick.
And it looked fast, too. I mean, you watch that car just hunker down and go. There's Peter Granberg. Sounds like he will not be making it out to Laguna Seca, unfortunately. So I was probably correct in my assumption that he has gotten rid of that ticket.
There's an opportunity for Mario.
Yeah. But who else will show up in the California audience? There are some cars out there that I think are capable of defeating some of our Midwest regulars.
They do have the home advantage there.
They sure do. It's a track like WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. You know, not as different in length as you would expect. It's still about 2.2, 2.3 miles, like a lot of the tracks that we visit here. But just the elevation change, the spectacular climbs and falls that you experience over the course of that lap. It's a historic place, and for good reason. A relatively slow out lap here, but now we're starting to see Tadas Karlinskis pick up, generating some heat in those tires. I think he's on Hankook slicks.
Yes, the Super Trofeos I think are Hankook slicks.
And then Jackie Ding right behind, who I think would probably be on, remind me.
Nankang.
Nankang, thank you. The Nankang CRS.
Yes.
And Dewey has been on a number of things. He's tried out that V-Tour P1. He's also tried Falcons out at times, so not exactly sure what he's running today, but he's going to throttle up there in Street Mod. Still on top in Street Mod as it stands. But any of these front-running cars should be pretty exciting to watch here. As we roll back around and start, watch an unlimited track mod, Street Mod and Street GT. Here is Jackie Ding in the BMW M2. Working his way through turns 1 and 2, looking relatively glued to the road. He's been struggled at times with rear grip in this car, but looking really composed that time around. There's Dewey trying to keep pace. I think he knows if he keeps pace with that BMW, he'll still continue to pace the field in Street Mod.
Absolutely. It can even be an advantage for some people to be chasing another car. So Dewey chasing a driver like Jackie Ding around here, he might find a few tenths just from using them as a judgment, a reference point.
We saw Jamie Santos do that earlier to great success. And actually, Jackie's kind of catching Tadas Karlinskis in that Super Trofeo, which that's impressive because I bet you that M2 is on the order of 1,000 pounds heavier. I don't think that those cars are crazy light, but that BMW M2 is not a small car.
No.
So it has a lot of weight. Not necessarily by any stretch a purpose-built race car. That is, he purchased that as a stock M2, and ever since he's been making changes to it. Dewey really kind of catching Jackie here. Didn't leave maybe quite enough gap, but he definitely hasn't had to lift yet. Jackie really sideways out of turn 12, and coming back around again with lots of pressure. He's going to bail out of the way and give the road to Dewey in the number 70. 1995 Subaru Impreza L. Karlinskis slow first lap for him, but for Dewey DeWitt, 126.462. That's a pretty solid lap. Is it quicker though?
It is a pickup for him this weekend.
Wow.
By 2 tenths.
That's impressive.
Great job by Jackie getting out of the way there once he knew his lap was likely not faster.
Yeah, that was impressive, and that was quick thinking there by Jackie, and honestly by Dewey to continue to commit to the corner without knowing that Jackie was going to do that for him. But to pick up by that much this late in the day, that's pretty solid.
Absolutely. Those guys are no strangers to each other. They know, what to expect from each other. I don't think Dewey would have been lifting regardless of what Jackie did there. I think he would have went side by side over the line.
Yeah. And Jamie Santos, like he did in the first heat of the day, is sitting on pit lane right now. He's actually in the chat at the moment, waiting on pit lane for the track to clear up, and he'll go out a little bit later in the session and try to match, but it's a 126.462 that Dewey set as the time to beat. Jackie at a 131.626. We've seen Jackie much quicker than that, obviously. He bailed out to give Dewey the road. And in Street GT, watch Matthews and Hendricks, both at 136s, but they were in the 31s earlier. So Street GT at the bottom of that ticker is also likely to shift.
Waiting until the end of Group A. That's an interesting strategy. Group A is a lot of high-strung, fast cars, as you can see by the variety we have here. Sometimes some stuff happens in Group A.
Dewey is going to be headed back to the pit lane, fist out the window. So he's knocked off. We'll pick up somebody else now. Tadas Karlinskis up to a 122.938 in that purple Lamborghini last time around, but he was still even quicker than that at 121.726, the time to beat in Unlimited. And that is a new record from earlier in the day. There's Tadas. Chris Smith to the top of track mod in this session, but again, still need to get down into the 24s, I think. No, not quite 24s. Nope, yes, 24.3 for track mod to go to the top of the order. Look, Nick Hendricks at a 130.823. That's quickest we've seen in Street GT so far.
Yes, he takes the lead in Street GT so far.
And Ryan Matthews unable to match it 0.6 back. Here's Karlinskis in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Be a little tentative on the brakes there. This might be kind of an on-off sort of run here for Karlinskis, but really neat livery on this too. I have to say that the kind of day glow yellow and the purple, very sports car racing-esque, fits right in.
That was a cool camera.
That was awesome. 122.505, no pickup, but still lapping the quickest of anyone here this weekend.
One thing you'll notice about this Lamborghini, he's driving the entire session, no cool down laps. He will go to the checkered flag as he did in the other session so far, and he seemingly gets faster as the session goes on. So possibly a tire temperature thing, maybe the Hancocks like heat.
I would think that generally any purpose-built race car, you know, that is built for sprint racing, these cars race in 45 to 50-minute races, I believe, and so it should be able to do a whole session absolutely no problem, even in hot temperatures. And to your point with the slick tire, yeah, they're slicks, but they're going to be you know, durable enough to continue to maintain pace throughout the run. And you see this common in GT3 racing, in single meg racing, in Porsche Cup, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Ferrari Challenge, that as the fuel burns off, the car will just get faster because the tire can stay at the limit for most of the session. Nick Hendricks picked up a little bit more, 135.04. Matthews trying to match him still. But Karlinskis probably well over 150 miles an hour. I saw Dewey at 145, I think, going down into turn 11 on the Fire Laps data earlier today. So, and here comes Karlinskis. He's going to get into some traffic here in a moment, so this might be the end of his quick running. He's going to sweep to the inside of Derek Carter across the line and pick up there, 122.494, but just not better than his session earlier in the session. Session earlier in the day, thank you. Cooking my brain out there, Dana.
Finally cooling it down, caught traffic and decided to give it a little bit of cool down.
Yeah, the car is definitely capable of running longer, but is it worth it? There's Derek Carter in that 424 Mustang, currently fourth in Unlimited. Andres Bertulis, we just saw go green, jumped up to second place. It's the 424. We last saw him at Road America. Don't know much about what's done to this car, but it's quick every time we've seen it so far. Not sure if he's on a fast lap. Looks like he's also on a cool down. This is the tricky thing about Group A cars, Dana, is they might go fast 1 or 2 laps at a time, take a cool down, fire off again. But again, I'll be looking for Jamie Santos in that number 82, that white 1 series. And this is the other advantage to going out at the end of the session. He is on track now at turn 4, is that at the end of the session, you're going to get more camera time as well. You're the only driver going at speed.
Possibly an advantage also, just most of these Group A cars will do, like you said, you know, 1 or 2 laps. They're high strung, that's what they're made to do. Exactly 1 or 2 laps, and then they're going to pull it in. There probably is less traffic at the end of the session.
Yeah, I'd say that you're probably right about that. So Jamie is on track here the last couple of laps. I think the one thing you run into is if you run into traffic, you don't get necessarily enough time to reset. But there's Ryan Matthews trying to catch Nick Hendricks. He wasn't able to do it here. So where is that 82, the white car? Probably in the backside towards turn 11 or 12 now, if I had to guess. There's Peter Granberg in the 511. We haven't really been watching Club TR times in this session, but given he reset the records earlier, his only goal is just to defend that record for the rest of the weekend. Again, he'll be safely in podium sprint almost no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a pretty healthy lead as it goes. He set his record early in the weekend in nice, cool conditions. I'm sure that was his whole strategy.
And there's the 82 of Jamie Santos. Like we said, he was waiting towards the tail end of the session. Note that he's got a piece of tape vertically mounted on his windshield. And I saw him doing this on his racing simulator as well. You know, I'm not exactly sure what his trick is with this, but I do like the idea of using sim racing as a place to sort of practice and also, setting himself up a system to go fast. It seems like it's been working. Into turn 1 here for Jamie Santos in that number 82. A lot more composed this time. It's been a challenge to get the rear end of that car on the ground and in the pavement.
I've never heard of the tape on the windshield trick, but it's certainly interesting. And if it's helping him, good for him.
Yeah, I've never seen it done in the real world. I've never honestly seen it in the simulator either, but he literally has a piece of painter's tape on his monitor, on his simulator. And it must be something about sight lines, judging braking distances, something of the sort. When you see, maybe a corner marker go by, it gives you a little bit more accuracy maybe. I have to ask him exactly what the plan is there. But this is a really tidy looking lap. At Road America, we felt sort of silly up there in the booth because we watched his first lap look so crazy, and we thought, no way could he go fast. The same was true of his lap at Lime Rock, where it was so intense that we didn't think he could go quick. But looking much more in the racetrack this time around. We'll see if it'll do him well. His best time earlier, 1:28.954. And I think as far as the street mod cars run, he is currently sitting up inside the top 5. Make that 3rd right now. So qualified into the podium sprint. Doesn't need more at the moment, but I'll bet you he'll get more here. His best time previously was a 1:28.954, and that is going to be a 1:28.565, so a half-second pickup there and a little slideways drift out of turn 2 that time.
Yep, probably sees that time and he's celebrating. He probably has more in it too, because honestly he was a bit off the apex at turn 9, but didn't give up. He continued the lap really nice and tidy for the last part of the lap, and it was still faster.
Yeah, I think this is, that lap, I think, will shows us that he's starting to dial this car into the point where it doesn't need to be sideways to go fast. And that's a really solid qualifying lap.
Does that move him up?
No, he was still 3rd. I don't think it'll do him enough. He needs a 27.4 to get past John Rode, who had a really strong lap in his MX-5 Miata earlier. But we haven't seen John Rode in this session, or at least not in the top 5 in this session. So that's a bit peculiar, I have to say. But maybe they feel confident with their qualifying effort. They will qualify for the podium sprint. I feel safe in saying that. So it's just a matter now of getting it prepped for the conditions tomorrow. Although these are probably similar conditions to what we'll see on Sunday. I'd like to be out there getting some data laps. But maybe you only got one set of tires and you want to save them.
Well, that's part of the strategy. If you feel comfortable and you're in the podium sprint, that's technically an advantage to this format, is you only have to make it in the top 5. If you think you're going to stay there, you don't have to do any other laps for the rest of the weekend until the very end.
Yep, you only need 2 laps in this format, 1 in qualifying of the first 6 heats, and then 1 in the podium sprint. So Dallas Reed out there on track now with the C8 Corvette. We've seen a number of different C8 models compete with us, including the Z06.
Is this the E-Ray? This is the Z06.
He has an E-Ray. I can't remember which of his 2 is the E-Ray. If it's the black one, I think it's this one. Which we were chatting about it last night, about the advantages and disadvantages of having that electric motor system. Can't necessarily run a very long time on electric only, but sort of, again, I'm not familiar with the exact technology in it, but gives you that little all-wheel drive boost, leaving some corners, and allows you a little bit of regen braking as well. But it doesn't look like he's on a fast lap, and we do have a checkered flag now. So that will wrap up the session here for GridLife Track Battle Heat number 3. That's the it for Track Battle for the day. Of course, we've got lots more happening this weekend. Let's have a look at our results here before we transition to the next part of the broadcast and move along to GridLife GT qualifying. There's your results for Club SC. Lennon Radcliffe and Nick Berg outperforming Mike Jansen. That's really the interesting thing for me, is Jansen is still the top seed, but those other 2 have outperformed him in the temperatures here. And in Falcon Club TR, we didn't get a lot of chance to follow Peter Granberg, but he did do a 32 flat, so still quicker than the others in this battle. So Peter's reset the record, still remains the top seed. Mike Bryan up to 4th place, looking pretty good in the number 94. Then in street class, it's been a little bit of a battle here. Ross Ligabell up to 3rd place in this session. Ben Sirik, Derek Linderholm, and Willem Dries needs to be in the 34s, I believe, if he wants to move on to podium sprint on Sunday, but he's got some time to get there. In street GT, Still Nicholas Hendricks pacing the field in the C6 Corvette. Ryan Matthews, Eric Magnuson, same top three we've been talking about most of the weekend so far. And in Street Mod, Dewey DeWitt resets the all-wheel drive Street Mod record again. New benchmark, 126.462. Jamie Santos still sits third of the cars that have run so far in Street Mod. John Road, no showing here in this heat, but is still second overall. Cal Fortner, Brian Tyson in a Honda Civic performing pretty well. Track Mod, Chris Smith, best Jackie Ding, but Jackie didn't really get a lot of laps there. He ran a 124 earlier in the day. Alex Roy, Mason McGavick, third and fourth. TJ Ball in P5. Then in Unlimited, Tadas Karlinskis in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, 122.494. Andres Bertulis, Dallas Reed, Derek Carter, and Zach Zhao. That's your top five. Let's have a look at the highlights here of the Track Battle Q3 session before we move on to GridLife GT qualifying, where I'll keep my compatriot Dana Basinski alongside me. And then we'll get into Ibach GLTC qualifying and Rush qualifying to end our day here from Autobahn Country Club. Well, GridLife Track Battle Heat 3, a little bit later here in the afternoon. Temperatures climbing to near 90 degrees ambient. The first cars up on track were the Falcon Club SC cars, where Lennon Radcliffe with the quickest of anybody in Group D. It still has a little bit to do if he wants to beat the track record that Mike Jansen reset earlier today. Then Group C out on course, Ryan Seiler in his S2000 returning to competition in GridLife. Willem Dries dropping some tires on the left there, charging forward in street class to hopefully make podium sprint and keep his podium hopes alive. Mario Moroni in the Club TR battle vaults himself into the conversation. Tadas Karlinskis again putting on a show in that purple and yellow Lamborghini Super Trofeo. So GridLife Track Battle Heat 3 kind of bookended with Jamie Santos jumping up there into third place in Street Mod with a best time of the weekend for him so far. GridLife Track Battle Heat 3 is complete, and it's GridLife GT qualifying up next.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
GridLife Chicagoland is just about 50 miles southwest of the city of Chicago, where GridLife HQ has been since 2017 or so. But we're here at Joliet, Illinois' Autobahn Country Club. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski for GridLife GT qualifying. This is the first of the qualifying sessions of the weekend for a wheel-to-wheel racing series. We will not go racing today, Dana. We're just setting the grids for our first races that will be tomorrow morning. GridLife GT sort of taking the concept of Ibach GLTC and cranking everything up a notch.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see the first ever GLGT race here. All of the practice that they got, more than normal, is going to be all focused right now. They're going to take everything they learned and see what they can do.
Well, cars on track right on time at 3:35 in this session. And again, this is one of the largest grids we've seen for GridLife GT in its first year of competition, and a wide variety of cars represented here this weekend, including, as you pointed out earlier in the weekend, a lot of representation from cars that are sort of stepping up or trialing a step up from Ibach GLTC, including Adam Ulrich in the white Corvette, Eric Magnuson in the gold M3, Hans Horpedal in the silver Corvette, and then you've also got Matt Cater in the silver Subaru. So there's a look at Autobahn Country Club's South Tower as the cars navigate their way around course from a long ways away. And we'll also get a look inside some data this time around with insights from our official data provider for GridLife GT. That is Fire Laps. A lot of these cars are equipped with Fire Links that provide us a live data stream to look at things like G-forces in the corners and in braking, as well as minimum speeds at turn 4. That's a data point we've got, and min and max speeds over the course of any given lap. And David Calzada in the K-Power K24 MX-5 is on track there, and working his way through turn 11 and 12 to start this qualifying session off. Not a huge field here, Dana, but as you know, it can be tricky to make passes, especially with how tight things have been. So what's the goal for a strong qualifying? What's your strategy?
Make sure you have clean track. Make sure you know how your car reacts to temperature, if it's going to happen right away, or if you're going to have to get a couple laps in, and you're going to have to maximize that effort. If it's going to happen right now, you better make sure you have clear track. David Calzada is leading the way here. We'll see how he reacts to the very first lap. If I don't know what tires he's on, but some tires take a little bit to come in.
Alex Moss back there in the 150 car as well. So Anthony Pacelli is in the Cameron Performance. Jeanette, a little charge into turn 1 there, pushing the limits of that car, getting it woed down. That car was quickest in practice 1, about 4th quick in practice 2, right in the mix of the competition here. And for those that didn't see the sessions earlier in the day, the 2 practice sessions, this is sort of a unique vehicle, given its right-hand drive. It has a naturally aspirated V6 Ford source power plant. But a really unique car that also has an onboard, courtesy of Clark Cameron's Apex Broadcast Company, that does all sorts of shows for motorsport series around the country. And he's got this really cool inside look. And just love watching Anthony Pacelli at work here. Sits on the right side of that car and chasing, I believe that's Eric Pilipchik just ahead of him in that gray BMW 3 Series.
Very cool camera there, with all the data displayed live. Very cool.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note is just how much he's working the hands there, just getting those tires up to temperature. Not exactly sure which tire they're running here. You have a choice of tire selection here in GridLife GT, as you do in Ibach GLTC. But Pilipchik's on the brakes. There goes Pacelli on by into turn 11. He's a little bit hot there, though. And just trying to get up to pace here through turn 13 now as they navigate their way through. Eric Magnuson, the first to jump to the top of the order. Gorelius in the 244 BMW M2 CS racing car was 2nd place until Colin King took it. Here comes the Cameron Performance Janetta. Across the stripe there, only 7th quick first lap out. Hans Horpedal goes to 2nd, though, at a 1:31.019.
30.1. That's a strong lap right away from Magnuson. He's usually very strong right away at the beginning.
Here's a look at your min and max speeds there on the opening lap. And note Eric Magnuson, 125 miles an hour, but his mid speed, 40.3, a little bit less than, have a look at the BMW M2, though, at 47 miles an hour mid speed on that lap. That's really high compared to some of the others that we've seen. That car is gripped up right now.
I'll be interested to see if he can do that again.
And again, that BMW M2 CS Racing is a sort of a factory race car of sorts that you would see typically in TC America. You would have raced in what was the TCX category. And there's Eric Magnuson, who's been sort of pacing the field ever since the middle of practice 2. Tuned his Ibach GLTC car up to about 380-ish horsepower.
Big M3 following a little Miata, and they're both racing each other.
That's the beauty of the power to weight formula. 8.9 pounds per horsepower versus the 12.5 to 1 that you see in Ibach GLTC.
Magnuson improving already. Lap number 2, 29.6. He's still improving, and he's still on it. He did not give up any pace, I don't think.
Adam Ulrich was 3rd for a moment. Colin King takes it back. And Anthony Pacelli here. How about min speed at turn 4 on the Fire Laps data? 85 miles an hour, a lot faster than we've seen. And look at Alex Moss in that S2000, 84.7, right behind Magnuson.
That's two very different cars, almost identical min speed.
Yeah, that's what I love about Fire Laps, giving you context and understanding of the kind of information we're seeing, and for drivers to go back and look at this post-event, post-session, without having to upload anything. If they have the Fire Link on board, you just get out of your car, you open up Fire Laps, and all your data is already there. And the other cool thing about Fire Laps, Dana, is that you don't necessarily need a Fire Link, which is their live streaming device. You can upload AIM data or any other data that you have and still use the Fire Laps service, but you know, you can still get all the coaching and everything the same way. You just don't have it live in real time. You avoid that upload step. And of course, you have to have the Fire Link to show up in real time here on our live data. But still, I think it's a really cool system. If folks are in the paddock and are interested, head over to the Fire Laps tent, which is right by the garage building, and learn about how you can get yourself a Fire Link. And I hope that we can get as many people subscribed to this as we can, because the more we have it, the more cool stuff we can do with live data. I'm hoping for more and more and more in GridLife GT for the next couple live streams, as well as maybe integrating it into Time Attack and other series in the future if we get mass adoption. So it's just a matter of getting everybody on board. And right now, Magnussen, DeLucia, Horpinall, King, and Ulrich. And it's still pretty tight at the top, but Magnussen has a pretty sizable advantage. Look at Pacelli up to 5th place in that Ginetta G56.
DeLucia jumped up into 2nd there. I wonder if he's just coming into the into the car, and we're going to see even more pace on the 3rd lap here.
Yeah, DeLucia is really the only driver in this group that's run a lot of races with us in GridLife GT. There's Alex Moss making his GridLife GT debut here this weekend, and a car that is effectively built the same as Super K, their green S2000 with a K24 under the hood. Similar in many ways. They were struggling with just cooling and keeping the car at a reasonable temperature after Andy Smedegaard took it out for first practice. Well, they look like they've got that thing pretty well sorted, but after a strong opening lap, down to 9th place overall now.
Yeah, that's one of the maybe the only car that's coming over from GLTC that has had to add new components to make more power. I think every other car that is jumping over into GT is a V8 powered car that just takes that detune out, at least some of the detune, and you know, running that with more power. But Alex Moss has added an entire turbo system onto this car from Super K.
Eric Magnussen improved on his best lap of 1:29.478, puts him almost a full second clear at DeLucia. And David Calzada up to 3rd place there. Adam Ulrich also picks up in the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette. And Doralius, the BMW M2. Whoop, Moss is off there. That car did not stop very well when it got to low speed. Not sure if they're cooking the brakes or something, but it just it slowed down and then it stopped slowing down. Jump back to watch Pacelli in the 78, P6 at the moment, to make their way around course.
Now, sometimes you realize you're not going to make it, and you just decide to bail off slowly and carefully.
Look at Colin King's braking force there, 1.44 Gs. That's up there to the most we've seen so far this weekend in this GridLife GT category. That's pretty good stopping power, I have to say.
That's a pretty big margin over Magnussen, and those are both, I would think they're both similar weight cars.
So there's a great look at Anthony Pacelli, the onboard there, and the Camden Performance Engineering car. And watching the bottom right as he navigates turns 8, 9, and 10 here at Autobahn Country Club, jumping the curbs. And carving in there. You have to look pretty quick hands here to kind of saw and find that grip through the right-hand corners. Again, it's pretty hot there, a little bit wide there on the rumble strips, leaving turn 10. But just trying to find a little bit more. 31.4. If they could get 3 or 4 tenths of a second, they'd be up inside the top 5. But just hunting. See, they're kind of hacking at the wheel to get the thing to turn in. But they told me that they're a little bit heavy for the category this weekend, just sort of trialing out what this class has to offer. This car typically runs endurance racing too, so factor that in. That running in a sprint racing environment is a little different, but no pickup that time. 31.4 still the quickest this car's gone this session. Turns in there right on the edge of the curb. That's always satisfying to watch. Didn't ramp it, didn't drive up onto it, just carved it right against the apex. See the hard braking? As soon as it hit the brakes and got into the bumps, it just pushed that splitter right down to the ground. Now he's in trail of Colin King.
I can't say that I've ever noticed those bumps leading into turn 4, like you keep mentioning. You can definitely see it on camera, but I've never noticed it in the car.
Might be something that, you know, Tom O'Gorman always talks about, how sometimes your inputs inside the car don't need to be smooth. As long as the output of the car is smooth, you're doing well. I think maybe the same is true with the bumps over there, is maybe the input of the bumps to the car is really rough, but the output to your hands maybe not so much. There's a look at that BMW M2 Gorelius that we were talking about earlier. And tracking his way around. And looks like he might be off pace at the moment as Anthony Baselli pulls up behind, swoops out from behind him and goes around it. And here's a look, again, this was lap 1, min and max speeds. And you see Alex Pites there, he's on track. We haven't really seen that car yet this weekend in the 2 practices as Baselli charges turn 11. But look at lap 2, Gorelius in that M2, up to 125 miles an hour over Magnussen. And Alex Pites down the order. Lap 3, Colin King back and forth. So very evenly matched on top speed depending on what lap you look at. Which I think is fascinating to watch this shift and shuffle. And again, also changes when drivers are kind of pushing versus when they're cooling down. Magnussen got a lap there out front. That was 125 on lap 4.
Their min speeds keep increasing generally versus the first lap. I think they're just kind of dialing in. You know, they're getting calibrated as a driver of what you can actually give it.
Yeah, so lap 5 there, a couple cars that sort of knocked off, weren't running more than that. But there's Eric Pilipchik making his GridLife GT debut. E92 BMW?
90 of some form.
Yeah, I'm always afraid to make a fool of myself with different generations of different cars when I'm not necessarily subscribed to them myself. So there's Eric Pilipchik, 11th on the order right now. This car ran in, I think, track mod trim at Road America on slicks, so he's probably getting used to the street tires on this for the moment. But very comfortable with this racetrack. Has spent a lot of time here. Great looking car too. Always liked how this generation of BMW looked.
Yes, very good.
Right out to the edge of the road, using every inch of racetrack and across the line there for Pilipchik. No pickup. And probably running out of time. It looks like, well, they gave him a little bit more time. They gave him until 4:05. So that's another 12, 13 minutes. Do you think anyone will cool off the car, go back out for a second run then, or do you just take what you can get early on and call it quits?
Well, it depends. Some people will pull in and make a suspension adjustment. Some will pull in simply to cool off the car, cool off the tires, and maybe check their phone, check the leaderboard, see where they're at. If they're happy with where they're at, they probably won't come back out. But if they know that they have time left in it, maybe they made a few mistakes and there's only, you know, a couple tenths to get to the next position in front of you, they'll probably go back out and try again. And it may even be better with less traffic and slightly cooler tires from cooling them down.
There's Hans Orpedal in this C5 Corvette. Watch the grass there on the right. He wins the same I did there. That was really dicey. And some racetracks will have some rumble strip on corner entry to kind of give you a notification that you're about to touch the edge of the racetrack. But Hans had run in a Honda S2000 for years in Ibach GLTC, got this C5 Corvette. I think one of my favorite things about this is the front nose on that is a real Pirelli World Challenge era C5 front bumper. So a little bit of motorsports history on the front of that car. But Hans has spent some time kind of rewiring it, getting it set up with a different ECU. Here's a look at who he's chasing. David Calzada by 69 thousandths of a second. Nice, but just really tight between those two. Fun to watch the tight margins inside the top 5.
Yes, very nice. And I think if he pulls back in and checks his phone and lets the car cool down, that's a perfect example. He's definitely going to go back out and find 69 thousandths of a second.
Hear that throttle punch to the floor right in the middle of that sequence, and he didn't lift. That was really early on power. Look at that nice tight camera shot. Beautiful work, by the way, by the camera crew here today. We have never streamed Autobahn Country Club like this.
No, this is great. Look at this camera angle right here. So cool.
Doing work up there, and that's an improvement and good enough for third. So Orpedal jumps Calzada in that 77 Corvette. Well done. He might call it there, at least for now. Well, he still might be on it, actually. That just didn't have to shift a lot with all that low rev range torque. Have a look at this. This is lap 6. Min speeds at turn 4. Elias again was the quickest there, but we didn't see a lot of drivers get this deep into their session. Not quite 6 laps in. Colin King under 80 miles an hour, P5 at the moment. I'm just impressed at how tight things are with a field that's still building and a lot of cars that are new to the series each week. The lap time differentials are much smaller than you would maybe expect. Jordan Wisely closes in on Alex Moss there in the Hyundai Veloster N, 1:33.996.
This is definitely closer lap times than we've had so far for GLGT. Some of these builds are quite similar, and the pace is quite similar with most of them.
I think the other thing to note too is that there's so many builds here that are experimental. I think Alex Moss is a great example of that, where Moss is a huge talent in GridLife Track Battle. This car we've seen in different trims over the years, but there's a lot of builds that maybe are testing for this series or other series that aren't quite sorted yet. It's the first year of competition, so we've seen a lot of attrition throughout the weekend, and I think we'll probably still see some this weekend, hoping and crossing the fingers that we don't. But we're starting with the most we've had and hoping that we keep them all running for most of the weekend. Hans Hoppendahl still out there, very clear racetrack.
He's back on it now.
And of course that wasn't to pick up, but let's see if he can go quicker this time. Really fast into turn 1. And now he has a 0.3 of a second delta to make up to Chris DeLucia.
See what he can find here. He did not back off after missing some apex there at turn 1, but you know what? If you made mistakes elsewhere in your previous fastest lap, you might still pick up.
So doing his best. And you see that just the slip angle that car has. He's going to track right out to the edge of the curb. That makes me nervous over there, Dana. You shaking your head. He's pushing really hard, but getting more comfortable with this car every week.
Shaking my head in a good way. He's driving the wheels off it right now, going all the way to the curbing on exit of 6, which is super rough.
Here's Jordan Wisely in that Hyundai Veloster N. We did not see him at Lime Rock. Picking up the left rear wheel, too. 3-wheeling it through turn 3.
Also chasing Alex Moss, it looks like, by only a couple, one second.
Has a little time to go. Veloster, an interesting choice. Adam Ulrich picks up to 5th over Colin King. An interesting choice here for this series. This car was originally built to compete in unlimited time attack. Then when they heard about the launch of this rule set, they pivoted to make it a wheel-to-wheel car. And with that came some challenges, Dana, because you're going to set up the cooling system very different for a time attack build versus a build where you have to have consistent pace for 15 to 20 minutes.
Absolutely. These cars, having been ran in like TC America and other racing formats, there's probably a formula for keeping them cool, I would imagine. They can probably mimic that for the most part.
Yeah, again, to your point, they could mimic it, but this car didn't start life as one of those race cars, so there's things to learn. And we had a conversation with Jordan Wisely. He was really amped to talk to us on the GridLife drivers meeting a couple of weeks ago about this car. And there are some parts on this car that are standard Hyundai components, but the N-Series vehicles, of which this car is one, have a lot of custom parts that are a little bit harder to get a hold of. And at Road America, they had a little collision that involved breaking a suspension component, and there wasn't any available except for one that was all the way across the country, so they couldn't replace it. So they just drove to basically a Tractor Supply store and got something that had the right thread, and they were able to put the car back together and compete in the last race of the weekend. So just really cool. Jordan actually changed his flight already, or was about to change his flight to head home from Road America. So just a great story there. Josh Sadler and team at KDM Tuners keeping that car in the show there. And there's that Delta to Alex Moss. Again, I think there's a lot left to learn with this chassis. I'm kind of tucking the car in. It did a lot of front-wheel drive stuff at Road America as well, where it was pivoting around the front a lot.
What a good camera angle to see just the way the car pitches and rolls. You can even see the bumps and undulation of the road.
It's really neat to kind of see this broadcast in a different way. We've done 2 prior streams here, but certainly some more unique camera angles this time around, especially that one in turn 13. I love that tight shot as they kind of head through the tree tunnel there and jumping up onto the curbing is Jordan Wisely. He has experience running in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in the Veloster and Elantra and TCRs. So really well suited to get speed out of this car. And every event is learning. Magnussen has been off track for a little while. He still holds provisional pole by about 9/10 of a second over Chris DeLucia. But again, that car might be not quite up to power to weight with some of the other cars, but this is a track that I think that will matter the least of any on the calendar. They're also headed to a home event in a couple of weeks at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. That should be a big advantage for them.
Yeah, absolutely. If they know that track already, then they're at the advantage there. This Veloster, is this DCT transmission Veloster out of the standard Veloster, or is this some sequential race transmission?
No, I think this is still a standard H pattern, I believe.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, so manual transmission car, my understanding. No, that does sound like a DCT, didn't it? With that pop-up shift, after recall. But I can tell you from experience driving the Elantra and on track, I was talking to Alex Moss about this earlier, that the N mode that these cars have does a lot for the tuning of the car. And even in the race cars, think to TC America, where the Elantra Ns, which are different cars but similar in some respects with electronics. Even those Elantra N1 TC Evos, they run in N mode, the same kind of N mode that you get in the factory. They begin life as a road-going car, and they retain all that stuff. The same is true with this car, where they'll pop it in N mode and run with a little, the slight change in the tuning that provides. A little extra power, a little snappier throttle response as well.
That's interesting. I would imagine they would keep any of the factory programming, but if it's good enough, I suppose why not keep it? It's probably also known to be reliable, since it's had millions of dollars of development done by the OEM.
Well, that was the thing that both Will Dries and Jordan Wisely were talking about, was they've really put a lot of miles on these cars on track in relatively stock form engine-wise, and have found that they've been impressively reliable. And that's why I think these Hyundais are, some of the best cars, track cars that you can buy that you can also use as a normal car. Again, I was blown away by the Elantra N when I got to drive it on track a couple of times at Watkins Glen, Gingerman Raceway, a few other places. Drove it across the country too. It can do all of the above without much compromise. And here's Eric Pilipchik in the 247 BMW. Still making laps here, still trying to get himself out of 11th spot.
I wonder if there's people waiting in pit lane, just waiting for the last few minutes of the session, cooling cars down.
Yeah, they're going to run out of time. They might get one more lap if they start now. I imagine we'll get a checker here, maybe right at the top of the hour, at about 2.5 minutes. Give time for cars to cool things down. But I think most of the drivers that are running the Fire Links will head right back to the paddock. They'll have a look here. But going back through max speeds again, you see Alex Peitz on that list. 135.511. He basically rebuilt the entirety of that engine. He had an engine problem that was basically made that thing go kaput. So he's resorted it. But only a 135.511 at this stage in the day, though it seems to be pretty even on the straight line speed. This was sort of true at Lime Rock as well. It was one of the best cars in the straight line, but not so much in the corners. Tried running it without aero at Road America. That didn't go so well either. That C8 really needs a rear wing to settle it down. But looking at those max speeds on each lap, Borelius 122. So we haven't really seen anybody get much faster than 125 in GridLife GT trim. It looks like a lot of those cars were cooling down on that respective lap. But the turn 4 speed trap is another one I was interested in as well. See it, Chris DeLucia, lap 7. And the only drivers to get that far with the Fire Link. That turn 4 speed trap, another kind of gutsy corner to watch, with about 90-mile-an-hour min speed if you're really cooking. We've seen kind of mid speed, 85 to 86 miles an hour be the fastest we've seen there. And looks like the Campbell Performance Engineering Ginetto's back on track for one more run here. If they can get back to the stripe before the checker falls, that could give them a nice advantage.
I know there's more than one driver using this car. I wonder if they did a driver swap.
We'll see. So that will show up. They do have different transponders per the regulations here. So if they did swap drivers out, we would see that as a separate entry on the timing and scoring. I don't know that they would let you swap drivers mid-session, Dana, so I think they would require only one driver to be in it. But down on the brakes here is, we believe, Anthony Pacelli, the number 78. Great look on the onboard camera there of that Ginetta G56, charging into turn 13. Big commitment there, 80 mile an hour roughly, 73 min speed through that last sequence of corners, and he'll get to the line. And that was a pickup that time to a 131.269, but it doesn't move him up the order from 7th. Maybe there's a little bit more left in it.
Still green flag too, did not pick up a checker, so he's got another opportunity to improve.
I think he'll use every bit of that. Headed down the backstretch towards turn 4. This is where that fire laps data has shown us somewhere between 77 and 85 miles an hour, depending on your build. 131.269. They were quicker than that in the first session of the day, weren't they, Dana? But again, it's much hotter now.
Temperature is very different from the first session, yeah.
And they do intend to have different drivers in each race, so both Anthony Pacelli and Clark Camburn will have a, although I do believe it was Camburn in the first practice session of the day. So we'll see how that pans out. Not sure that there's a predictive time down there on the bottom left. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, but min speed at turn 4 on lap 5. Look at Magnussen, 87 miles an hour. That is almost the fastest we've seen over there in GridLife GT, isn't it?
Judging by pace of the in-car, I think he's on a cool down at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like short shifting a bit as well. But try to get a little bit more out of it, and just hundredths of a second away from Colin King. There's the checkered flag that we were waiting for. And the Camburn Performance Engineering car looking really good with the GLGT stickers on it, I have to say, too.
Looks fantastic.
Purple and blue is a good combination.
Hope to see more of these here. Very cool.
Yeah. And I think they're more common in other series. Again, they're probably really great cars for endurance racing. But into the pit lane, let's have a look at results here for GridLife GT qualifying. Eric Magnussen at the top of the board, then Chris DeLucia, Hans Horpedal, David Calzada, and Adam Ulrich. Really tight between second and fourth. Only a couple drivers, really dipping into that 130 mark, but I'd say it's really impressive how close this field is, Dana, with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, a lot closer than we've seen at previous events, and with more cars even, which is fantastic.
Yeah, looking down the rest of the order, Jordan Wisely, P10, Eric Pilipchik, Alex Pites, Matt Cater, still some time to find there in that number 109 Subaru. And with that, we should probably take a look at some of the highlights here from GridLife GT qualifying as well before we turn people loose for Ibach GLTC qualifying, which I know there's a lot of people that are at home waiting for that to fire off and set our grid for tomorrow's first race. Again, if you'd like to look for more information on the schedule, grid.life/Chicagoland, and click Motorsports Schedule. Here's a look at the highlights for GridLife GT qualifying. And at the drop of the green, the track was pretty busy. 13 cars making starting runs early on. See the Anthony Pacelli driven Camburn Performance Engineering Ginetta passed Eric Pilipchik early on. A little bit of a back and forth between these two while they sorted out who was going to lead around to the green flag. Eric Magnussen, though, shooting fireballs and flames out the side of the car in GLGT trim, has looked really solid so far. Quickest in practice 2, quickest in this. And Pacelli chucking the 78 Ginetta through turns 13, 14, and 15. Chris DeLucia up into second place. That'll be a front row start for, I guess you could call him a veteran now. He's been at almost every GridLife GT round since the beginning of the season back at Midwest Festival for this series. And at the very end, Anthony Pacelli picking up a checker flag in 7th place. GridLife GT qualifying complete. We'll be back with Ibach GLTC qualifying in just a moment. To GridLife Touring Cup qualifying and Joliet, Illinois' Autobahn Country Club at GridLife Chicagoland, round 7 of 9 in the 2025 season. Ibach GLTC about to set the grid for the first of 4 races. That first race will be tomorrow morning, but 30 cars to set the grid. Kyle Heyer joined by Mike Bryan, one of our Falcon Club CR competitors here this weekend. You've been on track. Somehow you're not covered in sweat. It's hot out there, but excited to see how things shake out here.
Yeah, me too. I am covered in sweat, by the way. It's just the shirt's hiding it well. It's gotten steamy out there today. It's crazy. In Minnesota last weekend, it was like 57 degrees, and all of a sudden we're back up close to the 90s.
Yeah, it was nice and you know, mid-60s all week in Chicago. And of course, every time we come to Autobahn Country Club, it has to be the temperatures reaching the surface of the sun. Don't know why, don't know how, but the core temperature of Joliet, Illinois, hot enough to melt steel. So, well, let's head out on the racetrack. 30 cars here. The battle will follow. We talked about the tail end of practice. It involves that driver there, Matan Rosenberg, with the number 484 Falcon and Ibach Chevrolet Corvette championship leader, 320 points over Eric Cattell. Andy Smedegard, though, in that 212 GT 86.2, he calls it, an FA24 swap FRS. He won Landmark Park and was really quick in practice. He could be the dark horse to get in the middle of that fight.
Really cool to see that car coming back, to see Andy up at the top again and doing the FA24 thing, right? You've seen that in Club TR a little bit. This is the first time we're seeing it in GridLife GLTC, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, certainly. And again, Andy, with so much experience with the S2000 chassis, we'll see him adopt something new. I mean, those first-gen 86s and BRZs are getting cheaper and cheaper, but, you know, the engines, the original engine's not super strong, so swapping in a newer heart into those cars, he offers that as a package at his shop. But here's a list of the cars that are coming across the scoring. You'll note that Eric Cattell 7th in line between Tony Marchev and Michael Pagano. I would have liked some more clear racetrack, so we'll see how he does here, but qualifying is so critical. I don't know that if you qualify outside the top 10, you have a shot at winning the weekend. That's how crucial it is. It's certainly possible, but we see even drivers like Matan Rosenberg, they're so fast, but you bury them in traffic, it's very difficult to make up.
That's true, but we have seen some Herculean drives before. You know, Matan, even at Road America, was able to come back, from 20th and pull back, and we've seen when we do the inverts, right? Cattell's got a really good racecraft. He really finds his way through the field, but I do agree it's going to be important to qualify well.
So Matan's got clear road and was up in the top 5 after practice 2. A little bit of concern after practice 1 was only 9th quick. And we noted this much smaller spoiler on the rear wing as well. So again, interesting choice for this weekend, but if he's fast with it,
I wonder what he's doing. Does he have the other wing as an option, just in case?
Sure, it's there. Yeah. So let's see. Cross the stripe. First lap for Rosenberg, 1:33.432. That's a solid lap. But Smedegard beats it by a couple of seconds, 31.7. And where's Cattell coming across the stripe here? That'll be the ultimate test between those two championship leaders. And we'll expect him about now. There he goes, 2nd place over Rosenberg by a good bit, a second and a half.
Man, these are fast lap times. That is unreal.
Maybe a fresh set of tires, a little bit of gusto, light on fuel. I mean, this is when you're going to see cars go the quickest. It's not quite like Formula One where you'll see them be 5 or 6 seconds quicker, but it's really not far off. They get into qualifying trim. They set their tire pressures differently. These drivers get into it. Louis Chatroop, Eric Jensen up in the top 10. Burton Grimm didn't get any times in practice 2 in that NC MX-5, so hopefully he gets a chance to go on course.
Good to see Piero getting some laps in there too. I know they got that car resolved, or we think so. So that's awesome to see him setting the lap time.
Here's that delta between Eric Cattell and Rosenberg. Let's hold this until he gets back around to the stripe to see if he can close in. There's Andy in the background, looming in that dark shadow of a FRS.
Pulling on the draft. I don't know how effective that is at Autobahn, but it can't hurt.
Yeah, we're not seeing crazy high speeds on the backstretch there. I think in Club SC in our time attack classes, maybe there's something to be had there. I'm not sure if there's a ton to offer in Ibach GLTC, but
I like seeing Andy using all that curb through 11. I've watched his how-to videos on this track before, and he always talks about eating that up.
And Rosenberg picks up slightly at 32.491.
Smedegard went faster though too.
He did, 31.419. Actually, that was a pretty sizable pickup there for Rosenberg. That was up into the 32s now, just 4 tenths behind Cattell. Look at Tony Marchev up to 5th. We should see Eric come across the scoring in a moment as well. We're looking at Matt Waldbaum in the Honda S2000. No pickup for Cattell.
How do they decide the grid order for qualifying? Is it first come, first serve?
I think first come, first serve for qualifying. And once you get to the races, obviously you're set differently depending on which race you're looking at. Race 1, though, set by this session here. Ayrton Grimm, P9.
So that's awesome.
First time to lap of the day, I think.
I love seeing it.
So that's a very strong start. There's Waldbaum in the number 90. It's been a long time since we've seen him win a race. He's been close a number of times this season. but he spent a long time kind of throwing everything he could at this car. I mean, this is not even the same car as he used to race. This is what used to be, I think it was Trainer 2, which was Andy Smedegaard's S2000, and they basically took all the bodywork and all the parts off of it, Matt's old car, and put it on this car. And you know, he had a broken shock earlier in the year that they discovered, but that's why he's got the split livery. It's a little of both.
A little Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing going on.
Yeah, and he's not on it right now. Here comes Lena Chin in the 917 up the inside. So Lena will overtake. She's had a really strong pace this weekend so far, top 10 in every session.
That's pretty fantastic. I like seeing her pushing it out here.
Yeah, great teamwork there to let Lena on by on a quick lap. There's Andy just ahead of her. I don't think Andy's on a fast one at the moment. Cooling it down. They're both going to head into pit lane. So, and all three of them are going to head into pit. So they had a strategy.
Yeah.
And I love seeing this because, a little bit of coordination there as Sybil Shukla has to jump out of the way. Tony Marchev, despite that, picks up to 4th.
That was a wake-up call, I bet.
Seemed like it. Looks like it caught us a little way off guard. Kind of juked to the left there, and now a big lateral slide.
Tony's running this low spoiler as well.
He is. Now, that might be, he's got a couple options for that car too. You'll notice he's got the S2000 on the graphic there. That's the car that he would typically run at a track like this, but he elected to run the Corvette. And that had an incident at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course that took him a couple of months to come back from, but good to have him back here in the field. That car previously, Luke McGrew's Corvette.
I thought that looked familiar.
Yep. That was after the S2000 took a hit at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last year. So Luke joked that he would offer him his car, and Tony said, how much? So
good to keep it in the family.
Yes. There's the difference between those two at the moment. Both top 10 runners, but 1.5 seconds between Marchev and Shukla for the moment. But no one's touching Andy again, and it's just fascinating to watch Smedegaard really come alive with, you know, a formula that really seems to be working. They had it nailed for the S2000s a couple seasons ago. Think 2022. Tom O'Gorman won 20 of 40 races in the most dominant season that GridLife has ever seen. Despite that, though, Eric Cattill's average finish is the best we've ever seen in the series, 2.6. Awesome. And he's never finished outside of the top 5 this season, so hoping to keep that streak alive.
He's really representing the grassroots thing, you know. Andy's a little bit of a local legend to where we're at. So I'm up in Minnesota, he's in Wisconsin, and they run an event at Brainerd International Raceway. Andy and his sister run it out of Central Wisconsin Sports Car Club. And so I knew about him well before GridLife even. And if you wanted to go fast, you put Andy in your car, and he'd show you what you would be able to do. He's very versatile, heck of a wheelman.
Yeah, and he actually had, still has the unlimited all-wheel drive record here in the mid-122s in an Evo from 2018, and no one's touched that since.
Unreal.
Just for the reference, I mean, he is a wheelman in every sense of the word. Look at this, Tony Marchev within 0.3 of a second of Baton Rosenberg's time.
That's got to make him elated, man.
And both C5 generation Corvettes, and these two, you know, in Luke's hands would have been in the same position. So that says a lot about Tony as a driver, you know, entering this series a couple of seasons ago, and has really gotten quick, and his racecraft is incredibly respectful. And yeah, it's just been fun to watch him climb up the rankings. I don't know that he's quite gotten a victory just yet, but he's been close a number of times. Have a look at the previous lap here as well. Last time around for a number of cars. Eric Cattill, 32.1, 33.2. Just an interesting note to see where the times are now that we're about 10 minutes into this session. Jake Jornstad is back with us racing. Now, he was supposed to be at Midwest Festival, but Jake in that number 32 car, and he and his wife had recently adopted 2 young girls from Haiti who were stuck in Haiti and needed to be helicoptered out by a nonprofit. So he missed the Midwest Festival event to assist with that operation, and they've got the 2 girls home I think he's off in North Dakota, safe and sound now. So
that's incredible. Way to have the priorities straight, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But good to have him back, though, at least. And there's Andy on the bottom there, timing and scoring with that number 212, 131. And there's a look at Smedegaard to Cattill, 0.6 of a second. That's a big gap for the pointy end of the field like that.
It is. I wonder how that'll translate to the race. You know, if traffic's got anything to do with that, and them being, you know, bumper to bumper is going to tighten that gap, if they'll be able to run really, really closely like that, or if Andy's just found something special.
Yeah, and again, the story behind this S2000 for Jake Jornstad is also fairly interesting. a couple of seasons ago. I think it was actually just last year, wasn't it, that Jake Jornstad was at Road America and had a fire in that car inside the cockpit. And he, was joking about it later because Jake Jornstad's just that kind of guy. But it basically roasted and cooked his electronics and the roof of that car. And there still is some bubbling up around the windshield where it got so hot. But saved the car, and great quick work there by the Road America track staff a couple of years ago. Saved that car from further damage.
Well, good on him for having the wherewithal to get out of the car too and get to safety.
Well, he did exactly, going back to that incident, he did exactly what you're supposed to do as a driver because he had to get out of the car, which you're allowed to do when it's on fire, but he went straight to a wall, then went straight to a corner station and waited for approval from the track staff to go back out there with the fire extinguisher, to which the Road America staff was already there. So did everything exactly the way you're supposed to, which isn't always how it happens, Mike, especially when emotions are high.
Exactly. Keeping your head on your shoulders like that when you're watching your baby burn down, that's got to be brutal.
Yeah. Look at Natalie Leito's MX-5.
I love this car.
It's fantastic.
I'm glad to see it back up and running. Did she end up doing tube frame on the front, or?
I'm not exactly sure what she ended up with. I think just the other day there was some conversation around how the hood wasn't sticking down, so they had done some clasps that you see installed on the nose of the car. This had a little bit of an incident at the Midwest Festival event on a race start. Kind of got collected in a multi-car conundrum, but she's done a good job stitching it back together.
Sponsored by me. Love it.
And I believe the Discord name for Natalie is Ricky Barbie, which I thought was absolutely spectacular and very fitting, given the Talladega Nights livery here.
100%. That corner specifically, that's one that I'm still working up the courage to stay flat through. Back end wants to kick out, and normally, that's not a big deal, but for whatever reason, there's that legend of the incidents that happen in that corner, right? What do they call it? $1 million corner?
Yeah.
That's just always in the back of my mind right now, but all of these folks look like they're perfectly comfortable sticking it through.
Yeah, and I think the curbing there also makes that tricky, because if you jump it, it kind of throws the balance of the car off. I've had a chance to ride around here at Speed with the legend Tom O'Gorman, now an autocross national champion again.
Yes.
By the way, along with DJ Alessandrini, both hosts of the Lizard Brains podcast, who we've had on broadcast at different times. Tom most recently at Road America, but that turn 3 and turn 4 and turn 5 are all really high commitment corners.
Yep.
That's a fast racetrack.
Yeah, it's unassuming. When you look at the layout overall, you wouldn't necessarily think that, but you're absolutely right. I did a 360 through 5 at the end of last year. Tires were cooked, but I thought I'd push it one more time. Went around it and kept all 4 wheels on, but it puckers you up.
Yeah, it sounds like Natalie's got a K-Power subframe for the front of that car.
Oh,
so
cool. Okay.
That'll help. So good on them for getting her sorted. There's Rory Lonergan in the bright green MX-5. I love cars that are just easy to spot. The great liveries are always fun, but in lieu of a livery, painted a bright color.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks good on screen.
Yeah, Natalie Leito's up to 17 spot, 136 flat.
Looks like the track's not getting much faster.
No, and you see the clobbering of the curb that Rory did just ate all that on the inside of 11. How comfortable is it for you in the NC to take those curbs down there in the chicane?
Not a big deal. Honestly, the biggest thing about it is you might want to tend to overslow in order to hit that curb. And so I think that's really what costs you. But the car is going to be just fine, right? It's not scary where it's going to break anything. It's just a matter of giving yourself the courage to go through it. And if you do it right, it is faster. If you do it wrong, it's a lot slower.
Yeah, certainly. Robert McDaniels improved up to 26th. By the way, 27 cars have taken times, and you're right about the speed of this track not getting faster. It's kind of empty right now. There's not a lot of cars on course. Ayrton Grimm, we documented, ran 9th quick on his first or second lap of the show, and it's still there. So again, I think a lot of drivers maybe saw their opportunity to run early on. Maybe they'll wait to the end of the session. It's also a pretty long session. There's another 15 minutes still available, and that's because of these larger grid sizes and they're trying to avoid traffic stack up. So you've got time to cool down and go again towards the end of the session. I'm sure we'll see that.
That's probably a smart thing to do. We see a lot of time attack guys do that too. They'll go out, push for a couple of laps, take it off, or take the next lap off, let the tires cool down, and go push again. So that makes sense. You do it here.
Michael Pagano, one of my favorite cars in the field, that BTCC style 116i right-hand drive Japanese market car. Has a little grass in the grill. He might have had someone kick some up in front of him.
Well, or he did it himself.
Or he did it himself.
Hey, if you're not finding the grass, are you really pushing?
Talking to Alex Moss earlier, there's no paved runoff here. So if you go wide, you're in the dirt.
It is relatively smooth off the track. The grass is always a little sketchy, but you'll be okay.
Yeah. And that's again, courtesy of Autobahn Country Club. They keep everything in tip-top shape around here. And love this car, love the livery on it. That seems legit. Garage Boys, they have a couple entries here. Chris Smith is here as well in the Track Mod 1 series. Just fan favorite cars. They look the part. If you're going to make a race car and run it here at GridLife, you might as well make it look good. They've done that in both categories.
Build your dream car, right? And hey, he's in top 15, so he's doing something right.
Braking now towards the curbs again here. We'll see if he takes a bunch of it. So he kind of missed that curb, but again, to your point, didn't have to overslow to hit it. So he carried good speed right around the apex. Now throttles up, and man, I have to say, can I say something, Mike? The camera shot there into turn 13, it's so tight and crispy. It's just so good looking. I have to give Project Prime, the stream behind, the guys behind the stream here, just huge props. I mean, this is by far the crispiest, highest resolution, nicest looking thing we've ever done. Probably this year even, with how tight you can get to the racetrack. Just blown away. I'm excited to take screenshots and brag about them to everybody later.
It's absolutely beautiful. And as the driver, right, this is the kind of stuff that you look for to retain those memories, right, and show off to your friends, show off to your buddies, put up on your wall. So when you get that kind of high quality shot, it's really cool.
I think it's fantastic. And again, also giving drivers the opportunity to use that for their programs as well. The more time you get your car on the screen, the more that car is worth.
Absolutely.
And so again, we're racing at a grassroots level, Mike, but again, the presentation of GridLife as a whole is sort of a central factor. And you know, if GridLife can help competitors make their programs make sense, racing's expensive no matter what. It's even more expensive to put it on screen like this, but I think for drivers to build a program out and sort of treat it like pro racing, a little bit of a slide there for Mike.
Go get it.
He's just sliding around everywhere now.
They call that one patience. He might not have had it there, but it looked cool.
It did look cool. He's building into a drift car next at this rate.
Yeah, having that program information is huge. And like you said, you know, every little bit helps. Look at him use all of the track. Half the rear tire was inching towards that grass there. That's awesome.
Yeah, the other thing too, and we talked about this in GridLife GT with the Camber Performance Engineering car, having your driver on the right side of the car is not a disadvantage here. You might have a little bit of trouble sighting the apexes with the pillars in the way and things of the sort, but you've got all your weight on one side of the car. You sort of know where the edge of the track is. You can be really accurate with your apexes. A little bit too much into one for Pagano, but it gathers it up again.
He's listening. I'm absolutely positive he's got us playing in his ear and he's putting the show on for us.
Yeah, he's doing a great job too. That thing puts on a show stopped in the paddock, let alone on the racetrack. So, and to your point, 16th place, you know, sort of mid-pack, but it's about as good as this car's run. And it struggled with reliability last year to sort of stay running at this pace.
And mid-pack in this organization is nothing to be ashamed of. No. These are the fastest people that I've seen in the country from a grassroots level.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. Piero Pucci, 21st, by the way, so that car's run a little bit better. And it's his first weekend in wheel-to-wheel here in GridLife, so I think the expectations have to be, you know, a little tentative. Get a couple races under the belt, then start to push. We probably will see him back at pit race if this goes well, I would hope. So,
absolutely, that might be where he wants to be in general for that.
Noticed also that the ASM cars that we saw, there they are, that we saw earlier in the session are back on course, and I think going to go for a second run here in the next 10 to 12 minutes.
Using that draft.
BMW M3, Jim Smith has jumped in this number 130. There's Matt Waldbaum, though, who's currently scored 5th on the board, and it's a little Shukla in 10th, and pushing for a second go here.
And he definitely is built a following up. You see a lot of ASM cars out there. That's pretty cool. I like that they're trying new chassis too. They're going into BMWs. You got Andy trying the BRZ, right? You know, he's definitely willing to experiment and try new formulas, and he makes them work.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You know, if you can enhance your knowledge, this is something that, you know, when you listen to Tom and DJ on the Lizard Brains podcast, I listen to as many podcasts as I can in the GridLife world. And they talk about, you know, not necessarily getting proficiency in one car, having a variety of cars that you're capable of driving, that you have experience driving, or building in this sense. Andy is so good at what he does because he works on everything. Yeah. Now, he's got some specializations that, you know, makes sense from a parts perspective. Look at Marchev, as you point out to me, 131.8 8.49, so closing in now on Smedegarn for pole. That's a really strong run there for Tony.
Making us put our foot in the mouth about the track not picking up pace, huh?
I guess so. And also, you know, the track is a little clearer now. We're getting late in the day, so again, maybe you'll have a look at the weather also. I think we peaked at 86 to 88 degrees air temp. So have a look now, 85. So it's starting to come back down. Not enough to really make a huge difference here, Mike, but as the sun gets lower in the sky, that track temp is probably coming down a little bit from where we were in practice. So maybe the tail end of the session could be the best.
Ooh. Tony's got to be ecstatic with that.
That's great. And that's a problem for Catil because it's going to drop Catil right alongside Matan Rosenberg. I don't think Catil wants to battle Matan at all. He would be happy to have Matan buried in traffic all weekend, but right now Catil and Rosenberg would be on the same row for the start of the race.
For us, it's going to be great. As a spectator, that is what I'm looking forward to.
But you know how hard it is to pass. I think for Catil, getting clear of that 484 is going to be a big topic.
Absolutely. You'll have to employ a whole lot of racecraft because as he tries to get around Tony, if that's something that is in the cards for him, Matan's going to be there waiting.
Yeah, and again, the other thing to consider too is, you know, Matan will be starting alongside another fellow Corvette if things stay as is. As long as Andy picks the inside, you do have lane choice as the pole sitter. How does that affect the start of the race with those big V8s, you know, torquing and pulling away? Not a very long front straightaway, but if you can maintain overlap through turns 1 and 2, the track comes back your way for 3 consecutive corners. So that's something to note. Maybe the driver's right isn't the default for the start. That will shake things up a bit.
Salil is really slinging this thing around the track, by the way.
He is. He hasn't improved yet from his earlier time of a 134.3. Just needs a couple hundredths to knock Ayrton Grimm down a spot. Here's Robert McDaniels in the Honda Civic.
Oh, that is awesome.
I always loved this car. It's seen some changes over the years, but
that's kind of got that BTCC vibe to it as well.
Yeah, a little bit. Tucking some rear tire too.
Yep. Is that Catil inspired or is that built outside of that?
I think it's built outside of that, but a little bit of a lap pickup there.
Good for him.
I think he's had this car for a while, like since before Catil had the sedan.
Okay.
From my understanding. He's run with us in a Spec Miata before as well in Ibach GLTC. But love the checker pattern on the back there.
Talk about diversity of car then too, right? The only thing they got in common is lightweight.
Yeah, oh, see the big wiggle there from the rear.
Good for him.
Pointing it on the nose, balancing on the power. Dakota Pionic as well, 17th place in another Honda Civic, that one an EK. And they call that one Binny over at ASM. It's the parts bin special. With everything that they didn't put on anyone else's car, they stuck on that EK, which I understand is for sale also.
Of course.
I'm sure anything at ASM is for sale if you have enough dollars in the wallet.
Right. Well, it's got to attract plenty of buyers. Like I said, that name means something.
It does. And he's built that, you know, outside of GridLife, but also within the paddock as well, with the impressive championship performances they put on in the past with Tom O'Gorman, with Matt Waldbaum, Lena Chin. Whoa, Salil on the curbing in the background almost chucked that thing into the weeds, but I think he got it straightened back out.
BMW's putting on the show.
Yeah, so right now we've got Toyota, Chevrolet, Honda, Porsche, BMW, Mazda, BMW. That's a pretty strong mix of cars up there in the top 10.
I love it.
See if McDaniels comes across line, if it'll be a pickup that time, and it will not be. See the yellow on the scoring, 38.8, the most he can muster. Shukla, no pickup as well. Here's Zach Lavoie. So glad to have Zach in the paddock with us. Zach back in the paddock with us. That was enough to say.
It's a beautiful car.
It is. He's run that in Time Attack with us before as well, but has been a GLTC car for quite a bit. And look at this, Zach Mortimer's car, DTM.
Oh, man.
We talk BTCC, JTCC.
That's right.
And now DTM inspired. Sort of German touring car language here. Love this car.
That is so aggressive.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of chance to see this car on screen this year, but he's been with us since Carolina Motorsports Park, was out with us at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and a couple of other rounds this year. But a huge fan of this build and that classic sort of E36 rear wing that just makes it look every bit of the part of touring car.
Absolutely. I wonder if that is adjustable as well. I know some of them, you can adjust the angle on them. Looks like it might be.
You have to get a closer look at it, whether it's all molded in or not. But big wide body flares on it. And long wheelbase on this car too, but it just has something about it. I think it's just the low skirts and the wide fenders on it that just give it that classic European touring car aesthetic. And right now scored in 20th spot. Looking for a little more here before the checkered falls.
He's really pushing it. There's just something about Autobahn, I guess, and this coverage, like being able to see these cars and the drivers sling them through the corners. It videos really well, and you can hear it.
Yeah, I think the track being flat lends itself to that. You get some racetracks that have some camber and banking in them, and you got a little bit to lean on, so you don't necessarily want or need slip angle or a lot of slip angle to go quick. But on a flat course, getting the nose pointed is so important that you're willing to induce a little slip angle just to get the car to point through the turn and kind of drive it with the throttle. Such a cool car.
I mean, honestly, the lap times across the grid, at least in the top 10 as well, they're relatively tight. It seems like we're going to have a pretty good race one come through this.
I'll bet. And the race pace also slows down quite a bit once you start getting some side-by-side too. So I think Andy Smedegaard's still the one to chase for sure. I mean, he's been a half second quicker than everyone all weekend long.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know Granberg reset the rear-wheel drive track record in Club TR, but wasn't it right around a 131.4? So
I think you're right on par there.
GLTC car running that kind of lap time is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and those rule sets, they're not exact mirrors of each other, but they're close enough. They're Dana, who's right behind us, was a Falcon Club TR champion, and took that car right up to Ibach GLTC competition, was immediately in the mix. So I think we talk about the Club Track Rat, Club TR as sort of a not necessarily a stepping stone. I think the competition in both is incredibly high, but it's sort of like the natural evolution once you dominate Club TR to move up to or move across the paddock to Ibach GLTC competition. And there's a number of drivers that have sort of been considering that, but I think both fields are the strongest. I mean, Ibach GLTC is the strongest on the wheel-to-wheel side, and Club TR the strongest on the time attack side. So there's something about this speed of car around that 220 wheel horsepower mark, maybe a little less than that, depending on the build. That seems to be kind of the sweet spot for track driving.
Yeah, well, it forces you to be, it forces them into momentum cars, right? So it's got to be about the handling, how you're pushing the car. You don't have horsepower to cover up mistakes, that kind of thing.
So hearing that the number 369's wing is adjustable, you were correct about that. There's 3 positions to choose from, though. So, you got to find the Goldilocks spot, I suppose, which might just be sort of the middle of the 3. But
hey, that works. My wing's adjustable as well. I just don't adjust it. Just leave it there.
And we had a great conversation about aero earlier with Alex Moss, and about how in the grassroots world, you can bolt the wing onto the car, you'll find some performance, but those that can really figure out how to balance it and extract it, I think, is going to be the key there. So with qualifying still green, but no one's on track. So let's have a look at our results here for GridLife Touring Cup. There's the checker right as I say that. So let's have a look here at our results for Ibach GLTC qualifying. Again, Andy Smedegaard has been the driver to beat so far, and he will be on pole for race 1 pending tech post-session here. Tony Marchev, Eric Cattell, Matan Rosenberg, and Matt Waldbaum, your top 5. Any surprises here in the top 10, Mike?
Well, Tony Marchev being in second place is pretty fantastic. I know he's always in that top 10 conversation there. This is the first time I've seen him up in P2 in qualifying without an invert. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, Blake Korth, 7th, Chatrup, Grimm, and Shukla. Then looking down the rest of the order, Julio Crispin, 12th place on his return to GLTC competition. Then Eric Jensen, Jornstad, Lavoie. Look at Matt Beck, again, really strong run. And Zach Mortimer did pick up some spots there at the very tail end. As we look one more list here, Piero Pucci, Joe Tulo, Dai Win, and then drivers that are looking for a little bit more pace, Richard Sawicki, Robbie Vierhout in the number 95 getting back into competition. But let's have a look at our highlights from Ibach GLTC qualifying before we do one more session on the day here, which will be the GridLife Rush Series. Ibach GridLife Touring Cup qualifying fired off with a full field of cars. 27 took to the racetrack. And early on, it was Matan Rosenberg that set the pace, but only for a moment before Eric Cattell topped him. And then it was Andy Smedegaard not too long after that went to the top of the board. It was ASM's S2000s populating much of the top 10 up there in the mix. A little bit before this very tight moment between Tony Marchev and Cyril Shukla. A little bit of an order change there. Jake Jornstad on course, up in the top 15. for his return to Ibach GLTC competition, jumping over the curbs there at turn 11. Look at Pagano with the big slide. He'll be smiling watching that later. That was cool, Mike.
I know he was correcting the steering, but it almost looked like he gave us a wave while he was doing that.
Yeah, Jake Jorenstad clipping the grass there.
Absolutely, use it all.
And Ibach GLTC qualifying is complete. We'll be back with more GridLife Rush Series qualifying right after this. Takes all the series to Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois, just about 50 miles away from GridLife's headquarters in Chicago. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski for the last session of Friday. It's been a long day of practicing and sort of gearing up, getting some data laps, Dana, but now for the GridLife Rush Series, it's time to set the grid for the first race with qualifying.
Absolutely. They're going to take everything they learned in those first 3 practice sessions of the day, and now it's where it actually counts. I'm sure they've got fresh tires on. They've been looking at data and video and talking to their competitors. And we'll see who can put it on top of the board here in qualifying.
So Mark Jordanowski in the number 25. You see that that Rush SR in line here with a whole host of others. And they're doing a quick track inspection before they turn cars loose. And it's a relatively small field here, Dana, for this this group, because this is not a season points round. Does that change your attack to qualifying here at all, or is it still just you know, the hope to walk away with a weekend trophy? So you got to start on pole to give yourself the best chance.
No, it doesn't change anything. Everybody here is trying to be competitive, and you know, to a point, you're going to be competitive, and you're going to want to do the best you possibly can.
Well, we noticed earlier with the weather that the temperature is dropping at this stage in the day. It was a high of about 86, 87 degrees. Now we're down to 85. I don't think the track temp is going to drop all that much here, but it got a little greasy. A bit of wind is picked up here as well, 8 miles an hour. Maybe not enough to really feel in the car, but these are lightweight machines, Dana, so maybe that has a little bit of a headwind out of the south that could potentially affect the straight line speeds here. But empty racetrack about to be populated with the sound of those 1-liter GSX motorcycle engines.
Yeah, absolutely. The 8 mile an hour wind, depends what direction it's south. I don't know what orientation the track is on the map, but it could definitely affect the straight line speed going into turn 11, the highest speed section of the track. I think these cars, you know, with front splitter and the wing, I mean, definitely aero is a big deal to these cars, so the wind could make a big difference.
Wrapping things up here on the track inspection, and engines are fired here for GridLife Rush Series action. Okay, the next points round is going to be at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca here in just a couple of weeks. So without championship points on the line, maybe the aggression level kicks up a notch if you're just going for a trophy. It's not going to affect your season if you win here or lose here. But again, the drivers that are here were very successful at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, thinking back to Bryce Mersberger and Jason Ayler. Those drivers really put on a show there. They've got Aaron Grimm joining the fray now. Jalen Batley's been fast this weekend, and so has Max Kraus in the number 314, that red car right in trail. So he'll be a factor as well. Belted in. And just the patience for getting on course here. What about setup, fuel, tire pressures, Dana? What do you do for qualifying with tire pressures in particular in your Ibach GLTC car?
Well, you target whatever lap you believe the tires will be the fastest on. So if you believe the tires will be fastest on the 4th, 5th, 6th lap-ish, you're going to target tire pressure to be at their optimal window on that lap. You're also going to put only enough fuel in to run that many laps. And there is a minimum weight. They all have to go over the scales after this, so they're going to try to all weigh just a little bit more than 1,325 pounds, I believe the min weight is. So they really only want 1,326, and they're always very, very close. These guys have the weight dialed in.
Well, Joliet, Illinois, home to a massive shipping operation. There's tons of transit shipping areas around here, distribution centers, container yards, handling all of the Chicago areas and much of the national network of shipping. with tons of containers arriving on trains and trucks. And nestled in the center of it all is Autobahn Country Club, a 2.1 mile, 15-turn circuit. We're on the South Course here this weekend. The cars are rolling now for the GridLife Rush Series qualifying session at the tail end of today. Track goes cold in 20 minutes. Dana, then we go racing all day tomorrow and Sunday with some of the last action being our races and the track battle podium sprint. We will also have some more drift on tap for you tomorrow. So if you're watching on YouTube, make sure that you're hitting subscribe and ringing the bell on tomorrow's broadcast to join us for that event the rest of the weekend. Our next broadcast will be WeatherTech Race with Laguna Seca, September 26th to 28th, and then we'll be streaming Pit Race as well, the season finale of GridLife competition for 2025. Predictions here. Who's your pole sitter?
Judging off the most recent session, Max Kraus was the only guy in the 29s on practice number 3. So in the most similar conditions that we have, he looks like the guy to beat. However, the top 5 are all within 1 second. So that's not a very big margin, and that could be made up easily.
Certainly could be. And Jason Ayler in that 74 rocketing down the long backstretch here. Just enough to get to about 115, 120 miles an hour before you're going to jump on the binders and set up here for turn number 11. Maybe a little bit of curb use on the inside. But there's the 20 of Bill Dorrance as well. So opportunity here. I know we talked about how some of the drivers at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course that were successful in lieu of having the championship front runners here. It certainly opens the door for someone else to sneak up there and earn their first win in GridLife Rush Series competition. There's that 74 who took advantage of exactly that at Mid-Ohio. 3 wins in his career, all coming that weekend. Ooh, big lockup into turn 1. You have to be careful not to rub the tread off the right front there, Dana. Every time you go back to the brakes, it'll keep catching that flat spot and drag the tire again. And you'll feel that vibration in the right front every time that flat spot hits the ground. So that was a big enough lockup. I'd be a little bit concerned about a flat spot.
Maybe. I would assume most of these guys have fresh sets of tires on. Being qualifying right now, it's first actual real-time session that matters. So you don't want to lock up a brand new fresh set of stickers. It wasn't that bad. Hopefully it didn't cause an issue, but it literally happened into turn 1 on the first lap. So if it did cause an issue, it will affect him.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that'll be much easier for it to happen the next time around. And working his way around turns 9 and 10 here in just a moment. Little lateral flat slide. You can hear the splitter or the arrow touching the ground. Maybe tire pressure's not quite up to temp yet. Using some rumble strip at the exit of 10. And Charnogorski is going to be the first driver to lay down a time. You'll see that go purple for a moment. And if anybody improves on that, you'll see them go purple and launch themselves above the 25 on the timing and scoring pylon. And there's that 31.5 to set the pace here in qualifying.
I wonder who will set the first 29. We've been seeing 29s on all of the practice sessions, so that's probably about the time we're going to see at the top. If you want to win, if you want to get pole, high 29s.
Jason Ayler to the top, 130.909. He's about a second away from where he needs to be to get where your prediction is. I think that 114 of Merzberger also worth watching, and there he goes, 129.935.
Absolutely.
He was good at this, Dana.
he was on the top of the board for I think the first 2 practice sessions, and then in the 3rd practice session, I believe Kraus had edged him out. But I think both of those guys are going to be up near the top in qualifying.
So I haven't seen John Howe or Jalen Batley. There's Howe across the line, 140.3. Jalen Batley has been the dark horse, definitely a front runner in the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course events. There he goes to 2nd place. Man, my predictions have been on point so far, Dana.
Absolutely.
Been seen a thing or two at this stage. But can Merzberger, Batley, Ayler, and then Kraus is the driver that you were pointing out is potentially the favorite here based on his pace in practice 3. There he is in the red and white car, left side of the shot. And Ayler right behind him, so it'll be a pretty good reference on who's catching who. Ayler off pace, it looks like, at the moment, but Max Kraus certainly on it. Charnogorski up to 3rd place that time through, the number 25 with the lap improvement. Here comes Kraus. Last lap was a 31.5. Is this going to be enough to go to the top? It is not. It stays at a 131.580.
Must have made a mistake. I expect that we'll see some more pace out of a couple people here.
Matthew Novak to second in the 256 car. Then Nicholas Billingsley, Jared Anderson all picking up. And again, revolving door for a bit here. I think as you start to get a couple more laps under your belt, tires come up the temp and pressure. But in Ibach GLTC, the quickest laps were laps 2 and 3. And then after that, everyone bailed out until later in the session. You've got another 10, 15 minutes. You don't need to rush it all immediately. John Howell picks up in 12th spot there.
We're missing one car.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly who that was. See if I can find on the entry list potentially. Ayrton Grimm in the 121, but he was just getting out of the Ibach GLTC car, so maybe they'll show up a little bit later in the session. Peter Dale in the 127 has Matthew Novak right behind him. Dale's going to leave him a nice wide berth, very respectful driving there. But how about, well, we got 4 or 5 cars in the 130 bracket at the moment?
Yeah, and definitely opportunity to improve for all of them too. It could shuffle around any which way. We don't know yet. 1 car's in the 29 so far. I would not be surprised to see 2 or 3 cars in the 29s by the end of this, but we'll find out.
Here comes Max Kraus again in the 314, and that was a pickup, but only to 6th, interestingly. And Jason Ayler up to second, 130.178 within 4/10 of Mersberger, who did actually go a little quicker to a 129.733 the prior time around.
Top 7 cars out of 12 running right now, all below 131.
Yeah, and how tight it is from 2nd to 7th, within 7/10 of a second between those. Aaron Grimm is on track now. See that 121 just ahead of Bryce Mersberger here, who are following. There's the purple car just up the road right there. That's Grimm, qualified 9th in Ibach GLTC. His first timed laps of the day. Had trouble in practice getting up to speed.
That's fantastic. I really like the livery on that car. Very cool how it matches the GLTC car.
He asked me last month if he should match the GLTC car or do something different, and I said, yeah, you have to match it. That CRP Racing livery is so unique, easy to spot. You know, it's your brand. Stick with it. A little smoke out of the 121.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's out of the tailpipe too, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's see if they'll go away. Generally, if your car is smoking, that it's not smoking. That's usually bad because whatever fluid it was leaking is probably out. But looks like it stopped now. Oh, no, not quite. Could be leaking something, maybe?
I don't know where the fuel filler is on these cars. Sometimes you'll see fuel, but it does seem like smoke though.
No, it's out of some. It's definitely not from the exhaust pipe, which is better than anywhere else it would have come from. But down into turn 1, just beginning a flying lap. Doesn't seem to be bothered by it. I'm not sure how much he can tell that it is spraying something out the tail, or out the rear end, I should say. Following a pretty quick car on course, Kraus knocked down to 7th with Billingsley up to 6th. And Jalen Batley to the top, 129.488 for the number 88 car. Really strong lap there for Jalen.
I think that's the fastest time we've seen this weekend.
I think you're right. We saw maybe we saw 29.3 in session 1.
We did by Mersberger.
Yeah, so almost the fastest we've seen, which I think tells you the track conditions plus the combination of qualifying trim would put these guys almost as quick as they've gone. And there's Mersberger, the 114, the red and white car on screen. Sits second right now. A lot of these drivers will have radio comms as well to some team members. There's some a red and yellow debris flag over there at turn 11. I wonder if that's for potential fluid. Again, we saw something leaking from the 121, not sure what. But it seems to have stopped. So maybe you were right on the money about fueling potentially.
I don't know the setups on these cars. Sometimes cars, when they're very full, it will just breathe out of a vent. But, they could have put the car full in order to give Ayrton as many laps as possible. certainly one strategy. Just get seat time, get a ton of laps. Others will put as little fuel as possible in it and only run a couple laps.
I always like having enough to kind of split the difference. I want to do more laps than other people, but I don't want to put myself in a bind by, you know, being fast or getting caught in traffic than having to come to pit lane to put fuel in the car. How much of a difference will it really make in anything? I mean, these cars, maybe it does make a significant difference of, what, 6 pounds a gallon or something like that. So that adds up.
Roughly. I suppose it depends how confident you are. You can put together a lap, you know, immediately. If maybe you take a couple laps to warm up as a driver, you know, then you're going to need to add a little more fuel.
Charging into turn 5. Didn't catch the number on the side of that car. Is that Billingsley in the 9? No, that's the 88 of Batley, excuse me. And so provisional pole sitter for the time being. Just 3/10 ahead of Bryce Mersberger, but no one's matched him since he ran that lap. No one really has improved. You'll see green wipes on the screen if there's a pickup. But you see Kraus with the yellow flash. That's not a pickup. Maybe Ayler slightly there, 130.178. Novak, no pickup. Eric Grimm, no pickup. And so this is that point, you know, 3 or 4 laps into the session, Dana, where I don't think you've got cool enough tires to prevail, although you see Peter Dale does pick up to 10th spot. Here's the 88 of Batley. Ooh, right out to the edge of the road. I love that. Perfect. Just kicking up the dust there right at the very end, and no pickup there. Stays 129.488 on provisional pole. Oh, this low camera shot on the drone. Look out, Jalen Batley right to the edge of the curve. That was cool. Max flying our drone, you know, he's had a habit of finding himself a stakeout point with that drone at really low altitude, and it's always such a cool angle to see how dynamic that car is, you know, wiggling and wobbling. Did the same thing at Road America down at turn 8 on the inside apex. Just really, really cool to see that shot. Great work again by the Project Prime team behind the scenes here.
Great camera shots, especially here. I mean, fantastic views. Batley, last lap, 29.5.
Okay.
1/10 off of his pole lap so far. He is not far off pace. Definitely room to improve.
And there's Mersberger about 2.5 tenths back in the 114. Mersberger still out there making revolutions.
Mersberger has done 4 laps.
Okay, so he might have pulled in for the time being. Ayrton Grimm, Peter Dale, Nick Billingsley, just no pickups here. And probably running out of time. I would bet about 5 more minutes before checker, Dana. So Batley's got his hand up. Looks like he's going to be headed to pit lane. Jared Anderson picks up finally someone in the green. 130.970 up into 8th place. Back to the 314. This is Kraus in the red car. Fastest in practice 3. He did pick up to 5th a little while ago, Dana, but again, based on his pace in practice, I would have thought he would have been a slightly bigger threat here in qualifying. Maybe there's something still left in the tank here.
Yeah, it's also possible you know, maybe he had the new set of tires on and everybody else was on some old scrub tires. You know, there's certainly strategy to all of it.
John Howe in behind in the oil slick colored car. John. And now through turn 13, this is where you have to really commit and chuck the car in. John Howe has been working up to pace here this weekend. I'm not sure how much experience he has at this particular racetrack. There's a lot of high commitment corners, especially into areas where the track kind of funnels down. And that was a pickup for Kraus up to 3rd place, 130.129 in that number 314.
Barely jumps ahead of Ayler there.
Yeah, by about 0.05 of a second. If Kraus is still on it to go another lap, he's in a rhythm at this stage. And most of the cars are still on the road, but not a lot of improvements are picking up at this stage. About 5 minutes left in the session, setting the grid for the first of the 4 races here this weekend. There's a look at Jared Anderson in the 99. He just picked up to 8th place. And chasing couple cars ahead of him. Slipstream probably helps a little bit on the backstretch from turn 10 to 11, but not nearly as much as Road America or even Lime Rock Park in these cars. They have quite a bit of straightaway at Lime Rock comparatively. And you're carrying speed from a fast corner, where here at Autobahn, the turn 10 complex that leads onto the backstretch is relatively slow. Not a lot of cooperation. We don't see a lot of drivers running in packs either, Dana, at this stage in the qualifying.
I know there are teams here with multiple cars. I don't know if they are teammates in the sense they're going to work together, or if they are multiple rental car customers who they're there by themselves.
I think you just end up tripping over yourself more often than not at a track like this trying to work together. I mean, even in things like GR Cup that I've commentated, where you've got these big super teams where all the drivers are pretty close together, but if you get too close, you're just holding each other up. You're not actually helping. And so a lot of the times you'd see success be formed on your own. And so I think maybe the same is true here in qualifying for the GridLife Rush Series cars. Anderson again trying to move up into the top 5. Doesn't need a lot. Needs about a half second to do that. Still at a 1:30.97 for Jared Anderson. There's Bill Dorrance in the number 20, kind of wiggling on the binders there into turn 5. Watch that bump right there. Actually, we sort of missed it on the inside that time through. But I've been watching those cars that are carrying a bit more speed into that turn. When they start to wash out, they take that big skip and a jump. And there's an off for Dorrance. Keeps the foot in it, and I don't even think they plugged the grass, or the grill with grass. That was actually pretty nicely recovered.
He might be fine to stay out. He might also pull in and have one of the crew members or team members take a look, make sure he's not going to overheat anything.
I don't think at this point it's worth coming back in. I think you'll get a checker pretty shortly. So a little bit of a mistake there for Dorrance right behind. I think that is 19 and Kelsey Billingsley, who's off throttle now. If you've got anything left in the tank, now's the time to do it. I don't think going back into the pit lane and coming back out is going to get you much. And here's a look at a replay a moment ago. You just kind of slid off to the left. That was a 4 off, I believe, so would have to report to keep, or to continue earning lap times, and he will come into the box. A big flat slide there, just the arrow stepped out. Again, we talked about how, the arrow is great and it will keep you stuck to the road, but if you sort of unseat it by taking a big bounce, it all of a sudden gets very unpredictable.
I'm not entirely sure the 4 off rule applies to the wheel-to-wheel classes.
Do you know this from experience? I don't know this from any experience, so.
I mean, I've definitely gone 4 off in GLTC, and I'm not.
Did you tell anybody?
No.
That's the key.
Maybe it's only in qualifying, or maybe it's not a thing at all. I don't know. It's not a thing in the race.
Yeah, definitely not a thing in the race, that's for sure. Also, not a lap time based competition in the race either, so we'll probably be all right. But there's the 127 of Peter Dale. This is his first time in the GridLife Rush Series. Again, we talked about how nice and clean that livery is. Showed up to the racetrack with the stickers already applied and perfectly sorted and everything. That's a big bonus these days.
Yeah, ready to go.
And there's the checkered flag. Kraus will just pick up the checker, so he won't improve further than 3rd. And we'll see if Peter Dale will come back around and pick up a checker, if he'll head to pit lane. Lots of yellow flashes on the timing and scoring. No improvements for any of these cars. And Dale is going to head to the pit lane. So with that, Dana, we're going to wrap up the first day of action here. We'll have a look at our results in a moment's time. And there they are. Jalen Batley is going to be on pole for the GridLife Rush Series Race 1 tomorrow morning. Bryce Mersberger, Max Kraus, Jason Ayler, Matthew Novak, your top 5. Any surprises here in this mix? I think all the drivers we expected to be at the pointy end are there.
I don't think Batley was on pole for any of the, or on the top of the board for any of the practice sessions, but he was always up there in the mix. So I'm sure he's going to be really happy with that.
Yeah, really well done there for Batley. Looking down the rest of the order, Kelsey Billingsley, Bill Dorrance, and John Howe. Maybe some work to do in the races tomorrow, but there are 4 of them, 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. So congratulations to Jalen Batley. He is the pole sitter for this event. We'll have a look at our highlights here for the GridLife Rush Series qualifying session before we sign off for the day. We'll be back with more action tomorrow around 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So we'll have a look at our full day of action here. Some highlights from the entirety of Friday. Again, it was a lot of practice time earlier today, Dana. So a lot of getting yourself set up, looking at data, but it all started pretty early in the morning with Track Battle Heat 1. The sun was just coming over the horizon, and Peter Granberg went out pretty early on and took track record in Falcon Club TR, reset that. Ibach GLTC qualifying happened just a couple moments ago, but the action spots today in GridLife Track Battle Time Attack. A lot of counter steer slipping around, Dana. Thoughts on day 1 here of GridLife Chicagoland?
Day 1, morning session, time attack. Fantastic weather. Lots of rain fell. Looks like good weather again tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to see more of that.
Yeah, thumbs down there. Pete Collins out there. Watch the tire on the rumble strip bouncing and bobbing and weaving. What a great shot there from our camera crews around there. Michael Pagano in Ibach GLTC qualifying. Slipping, sliding all over the place. Jalen Batley ends up on pole for GridLife Rush Series Race 1 tomorrow morning. And there's so much more coming your way here this weekend from Autobahn Country Club and GridLife Chicagoland. And a huge thanks to the Project Prime team navigating some challenges this morning. Not of their own doing, but again, putting on such a phenomenal show. Really excited to watch the rest of it go down here around 7 of 9 of the 2025 GridLife Championship. We'll see you tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern for the continuation of GridLife Chicagoland. Thanks so much. We'll see you